In 2034 Japan, Second devoted his life entirely to reaching the top, skipping school and work, living only for his VRMRPG goals, determined to achieve greatness above all. He became the undisputed strongest player, recognized globally as a flawless first-place rank in Mobius Online, revered by everyone, as if he were a god. Second fought fearsome monsters and completed impossible quests, securing his position as world rank number 1, with unmatched skill and strategy. One day, his main character, Seven, was hacked and deleted, destroying years of offline and backup data, along with thousands of top-ranked players. The culprit, a high-ranking player acting out of envy, was arrested. Leaving Second shocked but determined to recover and rise again in the game world, the Mobius Online admins announced they could not restore deleted characters, offering only minor compensation for new accounts, leaving Second furious and desperate. No matter how many times Second contacted their office, the response remained the same, deepening his frustration and hopelessness. Lying on his bed, he felt powerless, realizing he might never reclaim his first-place status, overwhelmed by endless sighs and despair. A spark of resolve appeared in Second's eyes as he decided to face the situation instead of succumbing to grief. He resolved to end his life, seeing no other way to escape the unbearable loss of everything he had built. Second wandered through a crowded city street, noticing unfamiliar architecture and bustling townsfolk everywhere around him. He realized he had arrived in Mobius Online, a strange new virtual world. Isekai, a store owner, scolded Second for blocking her shop, appearing frustrated and lively. Second noticed Ice-chan, ICC's poster girl, whose voice sounded unfamiliar, creating curiosity in him. Ice-chan suddenly became gentle and blushed, showing an unexpected soft side of her personality. Second admired the update, noticing ICC blushing, surprised by his enthusiastic reaction. He observed Ice-chan interacting in the store, recognizing a new rapport system active. Second confirmed his identity was known, realizing his alt character. Second drew attention. He reflected that Second was a mule character, possessing 0 experience points yet active. Frustrated, Second felt hopeless, deciding to log out temporarily, unable to engage with Mobius again. Second realizes he cannot log out and notices something unusual about the world. He deduces he is inside Mobion and contemplates his existence after dying in reality. Second reflects that he wished for a world like Mobion, feeling strangely fortunate. He experiences pain and uncertainty, questioning whether his wish for another world came true. Second examines strange NPC behavior, concluding he might remain trapped but accepts the situation. Second screams with joy as he realizes he has been reborn inside a game world. He dances wildly, overwhelmed by happiness, forgetting everything and celebrating beyond his previous life's triumphs. Guards confirm his identity cautiously, unsure whether this ecstatic man is truly who he claims. A bystander informs authorities that Second is causing a commotion and requests his removal promptly. Second arrives at the Kingdom of Castal, reaching the 3rd Chivalric Order's station calmly prepared. A female knight questions Second sharply, demanding an explanation for his reckless behavior immediately. Second admits he got overly excited, appearing nervous as he explains his unusual actions carefully. He notices the female knight is dignified and beautiful, unlike any NPC he's encountered before. The knight insists justice must be served, emphasizing that crimes against law will not go unpunished. Second pledges cooperation, nervously promising to talk, as the knight watches him with stern authority. The female knight accuses Second of lying, demanding his name and occupation firmly, without hesitation. Second nervously introduces himself as an adventurer, realizing his outfit makes him appear like a noble. He observes the knight's dedication and justice, recognizing her extraordinary authority within the 3rd Chivalric Order. Second struggles mentally, unsure how to prove his status, fearing the questioning will go poorly. Another knight intervenes, scolding Sylvia for overreacting, while Second anxiously watches, hoping for a fair resolution. Second introduced himself carefully after guards questioned his identity and suspicious behavior inside the unfamiliar city. Second admitted causing trouble unintentionally after standing strangely before the grocery store without understanding local customs. Second realized he truly lived inside a proper society now, and answered the investigation honestly and calmly. After apologizing repeatedly, Second compensated Icy's grocery store for losses, before finally receiving permission leaving peacefully. While walking through town, Second wondered whether this society could truly function properly, despite strange compensation systems. Second examined his enormous wealth carefully, while realizing equipment prices differed greatly from his former game knowledge. Second entered a nearby inn, hoping meal prices would help him understand the world's actual currency values. Inside the inn, Second awkwardly asked the receptionist about nightly prices. While observing her confused reaction carefully, Second noticed the receptionist acting suspiciously toward him, similar to Ice's earlier reaction inside town before. After hearing accommodation prices, Second realized his expensive armor actually belonged among extremely high-class noble equipment. The receptionist nervously handed Second his room key, while strangely blushing during their brief interaction inside. Second sat inside the crowded inn while nearby customers secretly watched his unusual appearance and expensive equipment. After noticing constant attention from surrounding girls, Second finally understood his avatar attracted excessive admiration everywhere naturally. Second remembered creating his premium avatar exceptionally beautiful during the game's limited-time customization event before reincarnating here. While drinking quietly, Second realized his attractive appearance affected people differently because this world now felt completely real. Second believed this new world held limitless possibilities where his efforts would finally achieve meaningful results someday. Memories of society mocking his gaming obsession continued haunting Second, even after arriving inside another world completely. Second realized this world finally accepted the values and dedication others constantly rejected throughout his previous life. Overwhelmed with relief and excitement, Second laughed loudly inside the inn, after understanding his new reality completely. Second woke painfully after celebrating his reincarnation recklessly, realizing his unfamiliar new world felt completely real. Second slowly stood beside the window, calming himself while accepting the strange reality surrounding him. Second observed the kingdom carefully, understanding Mobion was no longer merely a virtual competitive game anymore. Remembering Mobion's mechanics, Second prioritized gaining experience, first because skills and strength depended entirely upon leveling. Second immediately hunted weak monsters nearby, efficiently collecting experience while beginning his calculated conquest of Mobion. Second reviewed Mobion's ranking system carefully, understanding powerful skills required enormous experience and disciplined continuous training. Second checked his balanced growth type, realizing his stats developed evenly without specializing particular combat abilities. While eating quietly, Second remembered similar NPC interactions from Mobion's beginner town during early progression stages. Second confirmed his character possessed the rare all-rounder type, matching the optimized build prepared before reincarnation happened. The waitress served food politely while Second analyzed his balanced abilities, considering efficient methods for future growth. Second realized balanced growth improved every stat evenly, avoiding weaknesses caused by excessive specialization during future battles. While eating calmly, Second understood all-rounder characters develop slower initially compared with focused specialized growth types. Second visited the potion store, deciding dangerous leveling methods remained necessary for accelerating his early character progression, using his previous knowledge. Second requested massive quantities of recovery potions, required for his extreme training strategy. The shopkeepers became shocked after hearing Second's enormous purchase request, realizing his preparation exceeded ordinary adventurers completely. Second immediately purchased every potion available, shocking the shopkeepers with his reckless financial decision completely. The expensive strengthened potions contained powerful recovery effects, costing enormous amounts beyond ordinary adventurers' purchasing abilities. Second stored countless potions inside his inventory while requesting thousands more bottles for future preparations afterward. Carrying high-class potions, Second calmly prepared himself for executing an extremely dangerous experience, gaining strategy soon. Remembering Mobion's hidden methods, Second selected the infamous DI key tactic for rapid early-level progression efficiency. Second explained the dinosaur quest tactic, using fixed damage items against enemies, possessing extremely high evasion abilities. The strengthened recovery potions secretly inflicted fixed damage, specifically effective against dangerous undead-type monsters nearby. Every potion bottle dealt powerful fixed damage, heavily injuring undead enemies, despite their naturally high durability levels. Second targeted Viper zombies because their health perfectly matched the potion's damage while granting valuable experience rewards. Holding another potion confidently, Second prepared to overwhelm the Viper zombies, using Mobion's hidden grinding exploit method. Second explained the tactic worked universally, allowing even weak alternate characters to defeat dangerous undead enemies. However, the strategy demanded enormous wealth because the required potion quantities cost unbelievable amounts of money. Second calculated only wealthy high-level players could continuously afford enough potions for efficient leveling progression methods. Arriving near the stable, Second acknowledged the Daiki tactic remained useful only during the earliest beginner stages. After finishing preparations, Second received a horse named Seventh Taio before continuing his calculated adventure forward, riding across distant plains. Second prepared himself mentally before testing Mobian's dangerous leveling exploit strategy again. After hours traveling, Second arrived at an abandoned cave hidden behind the isolated mining area nearby. Entering carefully, Second discovered the enormous cave remained completely empty, without adventurers or hunters inside anywhere. Second realized nobody in this world had likely discovered the hidden Diki tactics leveling potential yet. Seeing the empty hunting grounds, Second concluded expensive costs prevented beginners from attempting this dangerous strategy previously. Inside the cave, Second finally discovered the viper zombies hiding silently within the dark hunting grounds nearby. Seeing the undead directly terrified Second briefly, because reality appeared far more disgusting than Mobian's virtual monsters. Overcoming discomfort quickly, Second continuously threw strengthened potions, heavily damaging the viper zombies without approaching dangerously close. After clearing one hunting ground, Second repeatedly moved forward while defeated undead monsters endlessly respawned behind him, throwing every remaining potion non-stop. Second steadily gained enormous experience while rapidly improving his overall abilities and skills. After sunset arrived, Second hurried back toward the royal capital following his exhausting underground hunting session completed. Near the city entrance, guards suddenly stopped Second while he imagined resting comfortably after returning successfully home. A beautiful female knight named Sylvia confronted Second suspiciously, immediately demanding his identity and purpose outside the capital. Sylvia questioned Second carefully, remembering their previous meeting while noticing his unusual activities during the late evening. Remaining calm, Second explained, he trained inside the mining cave solely to gain valuable combat experience points. Sylvia doubted Second's explanation completely, believing no beginner would intentionally challenge such terrifying undead monsters alone. Smiling casually, Second claimed the viper zombies looked delicious, causing Sylvia to question his common sense immediately. Sylvia insulted Second openly, while he silently realized her irritating personality matched his previous expectations perfectly. Remembering Sylvia's warning, Second carefully asked whether dangerous dungeons already existed somewhere within this unfamiliar world. Second explained, Mobian originally contained 21 famous dungeons, where players constantly searched for efficient exploration methods. Sylvia corrected Second immediately, explaining this world contained only 19 dangerous dungeons instead of 21 previously remembered. Hearing Sylvia's answer, Second realized important differences existed between Mobian and this unfamiliar parallel world already. Sylvia revealed 13 dungeons were currently conquered, leaving Second shocked by humanity's unexpectedly rapid progress speed. Returning toward the capital, Second understood people feared dungeons deeply because death remained completely permanent within reality. Now, gazing toward the royal capital confidently, Second believed he could achieve the world's strongest position far earlier. Second arrived at the academy after gaining enough experience, and searched for his next destination. Second entered the Grand Royal Library, knowing skill acquisition required books hidden throughout Mobian's massive archives. Second carefully examined the library shelves, understanding skill books were necessary for improving abilities efficiently there. A librarian approached Second while he searched quietly among countless skill books filling the enormous library. Second walked deeper through the bookshelves, planning to quickly locate the hidden skill book himself. Second selected advanced skill books containing swordsmanship, archery, and powerful sorcery techniques from hidden library shelves. Second studied the combat system carefully, learning major skills and minor skills connected throughout Mobian's structure. Second acquired pawn and spear skills for both swordsmanship and archery while reading skill books efficiently. After mastering combat skills, Second prepared himself to acquire sorcery abilities using another specialized magical skill book. Second reviewed sorcery elements carefully, understanding fire, water, wind, and earth. Each contained multiple powerful forms. Second confirmed the library contained familiar grimoires and collected elemental books for mastering advanced Opo sorcery. After finishing every required skill book, Second successfully acquired the Opo form abilities without encountering difficulties. Second left the library satisfied, noticing valuable opportunities and useful knowledge gathered throughout the enormous building afterward. Second organized his training plan carefully, starting with archery before strengthening himself through swordsmanship and sorcery techniques. Second prepared to master conjuration later, saving powerful sorcery attacks as trump cards against stronger, dangerous enemies. Second remembered purchasing a premium spirit ticket during the limited avatar event that created his alternate character. Second decided improving conjuration was worthwhile, because premium spirit tickets increased chances of summoning powerful, rare spirits. Second understood conjuration worked best as support magic, after strengthening archery, swordsmanship, and elemental sorcery abilities first. After finalizing his training strategy, Second planned distributing experience points carefully while preparing to visit weapon shops. Second raised sorcery casting speed efficiently while maintaining balanced archery and swordsmanship skills for future dangerous battles. Second exhausted his available experience points but remained satisfied after strengthening several important foundational combat skills successfully. Second focused next on advanced archery abilities, knowing stronger classes required mastering numerous specialized tactical techniques beforehand. Second studied powerful archery techniques carefully, learning attacks designed for different combat situations and battlefield advantages effectively. Second realized advanced archery skills greatly expanded tactical possibilities, especially knight, gold general, and castle archery abilities. Understanding advanced skills required equipment. Second, visited a weapon shop and requested a proper longbow for training. Second learned advanced archery skills required completing specific skill quests instead of ordinary combat missions afterward. Second quickly unlocked silver general archery and knight archery by completing difficult combat conditions against multiple monsters consecutively. Second, continued fulfilling complex requirements, eventually obtaining gold general archery and the difficult bishop archery skill successfully. Second targeted castle archery next, recognizing its overwhelming firepower and extraordinary damage potential during future dangerous encounters. Despite castle archery's incredible strength, Second understood its acquisition conditions ranked among Mobion's most difficult challenges. Second reviewed castle archery's conditions, beginning with thousands of kills and hundreds of critical attacks consecutively. While resting briefly, Second realized the final acquisition condition remained the most difficult challenge among every requirement. Second fought weakened monsters carefully, completing strict conditions requiring precise consecutive kills using combined advanced archery techniques. As training continued endlessly, Second became mentally exhausted from repeatedly imagining the painful, complicated acquisition requirements ahead. Second considered castle archery's challenge unbearable because failing once forced him to restart every condition completely. Second remembered castle archery's conditions were easier online because other players could assist dangerous requirements safely. Walking through town, Second realized requesting help in reality would place others in genuine mortal danger unnecessarily. Second rejected relying on accidental situations repeatedly, understanding the probability of success remained extremely unrealistic and unreliable. Despite the difficulty, Second refused abandoning castle archery because the powerful skill remained essential for future battles. Lying on his bed, Second decided to continue slowly completing silver general archery conditions, while awaiting opportunities patiently. 1 week after reincarnating, Second steadily improved his skills, while traveling outside the city on horseback regularly. Preparing to begin swordsmanship training, Second suddenly heard frightened screams echoing loudly nearby from the surrounding forest. Second discovered knights desperately retreating while attempting to survive a dangerous monster attack deep within the woods. Observing the battlefield carefully, Second immediately recognized the attacking monsters as deadly scarlet mantises from Mobion's world. Watching injured soldiers and monsters clash violently, Second sensed fear, bloodshed, and chaos spreading throughout the battlefield. Second realized the horrifying battlefield before him never existed inside the Mobius online game he previously knew. Seeing fallen knights and desperate survivors, Second understood the scarlet mantises would continue slaughtering everyone without intervention immediately. Second considered exploiting the situation for castle archery's conditions, but hesitated while watching injured people struggle desperately nearby. Looking at the mutilated corpses closely, Second rejected his selfish thoughts and recognized the situation's horrifying reality completely. Second finally accepted these victims were real people, dying painfully, not disposable players inside an ordinary online game. Remembering his previous life's despair, Second realized the dying soldiers suffered the same unbearable hopelessness he once experienced. Unable to ignore their suffering, Second immediately decided to intervene and fight against the scarlet mantises himself. Second rushed toward the battlefield, ordering the surviving knights downward while preparing his bow for immediate combat. Using spear archery skillfully, Second launched powerful flaming arrows that pierced directly through multiple scarlet mantises simultaneously. After defeating several monsters instantly, Second stood calmly before the shocked knights as the battlefield suddenly quieted. Elma watched Sakai calmly approach the scarlet mantises, while inexperienced soldiers hesitated behind him nervously. Sakai stepped forward alone, carrying only a longbow, while dust scattered across the battlefield silently. Elma first believed Sakai was merely a careless noble raised comfortably without understanding danger or hardship. Elma reconsidered her judgment after witnessing Sakai remain calm, despite overwhelming enemies surrounding their entire group. Sakai defeated 6 Scarlet Mantises within seconds, astonishing Elma with his extraordinary archery skills and experience. Elma trained endlessly since childhood, dreaming about becoming a respected knight despite constant struggles and criticism. Elma endured ridicule within the chivalric order, where lazy soldiers ignored discipline, justice, and responsibility completely. Elma hated corrupt nobles and powerless commanders after witnessing comrades die, while superiors protected influential criminals. Elma questioned her lifelong dream, after realizing the chivalric order abandoned the honorable ideals she deeply admired. While Elma reflected silently, Sakai received another invitation, drawing attention from powerful organizations across the kingdom. Sakai felt surprised after learning the Adventurers Guild wanted immediate involvement following the recent dangerous battle. Guild representatives approached Sakai respectfully, recognizing his achievements despite remaining independent from every established organization nearby. Sakai calmly rejected affiliation, believing unnecessary loyalty would only create restrictions around his future activities and freedom. Elma explained the Adventurers Guild publicly handled monsters while secretly supporting the kingdom's political influence over adventurers. Sakai remembered Mobion's records describing the guild's corruption, strengthening his distrust toward powerful organizations controlling personal information. Sakai politely refused the Adventurers Guild offer, valuing independence more than wealth, protection, or organizational authority. The guild representative carefully observed Sakai, realizing ordinary persuasion would never easily change his cautious decisions. The chivalric order openly admitted wanting Sakai because his recent achievements revealed exceptional abilities beyond ordinary adventurers completely. Sakai calmly understood the guild intended protecting him, while also gaining influence over his growing reputation afterward. Sakai became suspicious because only chivalric order witnesses knew his true strength during the previous dangerous battle. Sakai rejected the chivalric order completely, believing affiliation would only limit his personal growth and independence. The guild representative proposed Sylvia accompany Sakai, hoping the Third Chivalric Order could quietly monitor his activities. Sakai learned Sylvia possessed strong principles against corrupt nobles, making her respected even throughout the royal capital. Sakai suspected the organization's true intentions, realizing Sylvia's assignment possibly carried hidden political motives behind their proposal. Sakai concluded Sylvia's strict justice conflicted with powerful nobles, causing the chivalric order trouble and inconvenience internally. Sakai considered Sylvia's assignment beneficial, realizing gaining a skilled female knight companion cost him absolutely nothing. Sakai asked about Sylvia's service duration, while the guild representative immediately summoned her into the discussion room. Sylvia received responsibility for escorting Sakai, while the chivalric order promised respecting both their opinions afterward temporarily. Sylvia stood speechless after understanding the assignment effectively removed her from normal chivalric order, duties and authority. Sakai realized the organization treated Sylvia poorly since her future depended entirely upon another person's judgment and approval. Sylvia shyly accepted Sakai's proposal, while he awkwardly reacted to her unexpectedly gentle expression and closeness. Sakai decided Sylvia would accompany him for 2 years while pursuing the world's strongest position independently afterward. Sylvia formally accepted the assignment, officially becoming Sakai's escort under temporary supervision from the chivalric order leadership. Sylvia quietly realized the assignment was actually a demotion, proving the chivalric order considered her unnecessary and troublesome. Sylvia remembered her family's expectations painfully, believing her lack of sword talent made her an embarrassing failure. Sakai unexpectedly proposed a deal, causing Sylvia to pause nervously while listening carefully beside him during breakfast. Sakai suspected the chivalric order wanted Sylvia influencing him emotionally, though he remained calm and observant throughout. Sylvia felt confused after Sakai's sudden statement, believing recent shocking events affected her judgment and reactions greatly. Sylvia quietly agreed, listening further, unaware Sakai's proposal would permanently change the direction of her future life. Sakai revealed his intention honestly, wanting Sylvia regain confidence and continue pursuing her knightly ambitions proudly again. Sylvia's feelings gradually surfaced after spending time beside Sakai, whose appearance and kindness deeply affected her heart. Sakai proposed leaving the chivalric order together, shocking Sylvia after suddenly asking her accompany him personally afterward. Sylvia completely misunderstood Sakai's intentions, reacting with overwhelming embarrassment while struggling processing his unexpected invitation emotionally. Sakai hurriedly clarified the proposal concerned partnership and strength, not romance, while Sylvia regained composure slowly afterward. Sakai explained Sylvia needed greater power opposing corrupt authorities, promising he possessed methods helping her achieve independence successfully. Sylvia confessed her frustration, realizing 13 years training never allowed her achieving true justice as a knight. Sakai bluntly suggested Sylvia abandon swords entirely, recommending different weapons better matching her natural abilities and potential. Sylvia exploded angrily after hearing Sakai's suggestion, unable accepting criticism toward the dream she protected desperately throughout years. Sylvia admitted stubbornly continuing sword training despite countless warnings about her lack of talent from everyone surrounding her. Sylvia remembered admiring heroic knights since childhood, dreaming becoming a fearless protector who never surrendered against evil forces. Sylvia felt ashamed after crying openly, believing her weakness and emotions appeared embarrassingly pathetic before Sakai unexpectedly. Sakai explained true knights protected others regardless of weapons, urging Sylvia abandon unnecessary obsession with swords and appearances. Sylvia slowly understood Sakai's meaning, realizing justice mattered more than matching traditional images surrounding famous heroic knights. Sylvia remembered Sakai defeating monsters fearlessly using archery alone, despite lacking the appearance of ordinary noble knights completely. Inspired by Sakai's words and actions, Sylvia finally decided following him would change her future for better. Sakai accepted Sylvia's determination calmly, while Sylvia blushed nervously after deciding to accompany him from now onward together. Sylvia asked Sakai about his ambitions, wanting to understand the dream motivating his overwhelming confidence and relentless determination completely. Sylvia found Sakai's childish enthusiasm surprisingly sincere. Noticing his bright expression whenever discussing becoming the world's strongest adventurer someday, Sylvia felt hopeful for the first time, believing traveling beside Sakai would eventually change her future and confidence greatly. Alone inside his room, Sakai celebrated excitedly after successfully convincing Sylvia to join his plans and future adventures together. Sakai secretly celebrated after successfully persuading Sylvia, while nearby servants remained confused by his suspicious laughter afterward. Sakai admitted manipulating Sylvia emotionally felt dishonest, yet believed separating her from corrupt authorities would ultimately help greatly. Sakai analyzed Sylvia's hidden talents carefully, concluding archery or sorcery suited her abilities better than swordsmanship ever could. Sakai considered gaining Sylvia as companion extremely valuable, since trustworthy comrades greatly increased survival chances during dangerous future battles. After defeating the Scarlet Mantises, Sakai realized one successful battle unexpectedly solved multiple important problems simultaneously for him. Sakai realized defeating the Scarlet Mantises felt natural, considering his current abilities already exceeded ordinary adventurers considerably. Sakai successfully learned castle archery after battle, gaining another valuable skill, supporting his future combat strategies and growth. Resting alone afterward, Sakai looked forward excitedly toward upcoming adventures, training, and challenges awaiting him beginning tomorrow morning. Sakai planned Sylvia's future training carefully, intending to explore dungeons together while gathering experience, skills, and rare treasure drops. Second, noticed Sylvia's unusual talents and suggested magic archery instead of ordinary swordsmanship training. Sylvia learned her high dexterity and intelligence perfectly matched the rare magic archer class. Second, realized magic archers barely existed there, making Sylvia's hidden potential extremely valuable later. Sylvia accepted Second's guidance after understanding his confidence and knowledge about advanced combat classes. Second brought Sylvia toward the library first, preparing her future training for survival and battles. Second calmly guided Sylvia, deciding to personally teach her Mobion's hidden combat fundamentals carefully. Sylvia trusted Second completely, quietly accepting his unusual methods and determined training plans afterward. Sylvia became shocked after hearing Second reveal secret techniques ordinary adventurers never understood before. During forest training, Sylvia realized nobles secretly controlled powerful archery knowledge for generations alone. Second warned Sylvia carefully, understanding dangerous truths about privilege, hidden information, and noble society deeply. Sylvia worried advanced archery techniques would expose her unusual abilities before dangerous nobles immediately afterward. Second trained Sylvia relentlessly until she mastered multiple legendary archery styles without difficulty or hesitation. Sylvia admired Second's overwhelming knowledge, realizing his experiences exceeded ordinary adventurers and skilled warriors greatly. Second revealed countless rare potions, preparing efficient methods for rapidly increasing Sylvia's combat experience levels. Sylvia became embarrassed and suspicious after misunderstanding Second's strange explanation about using the expensive potions. Sylvia panicked after hearing Second explain another strange combat tactic involving dangerous advanced techniques publicly. Second offered Sylvia the opportunity to master castle archery, alongside her growing magical archery abilities. Second decided their next training step required conquering the intermediate-ranked Royce dungeon together immediately afterward. Second targeted the Flame Wolf's bow, believing the powerful weapon suited Sylvia's future combat style. Inside Royce dungeon, Second guided Sylvia carefully toward monsters, required for completing castle archery acquisition conditions. Second explored Royce dungeon carefully, searching rare drops while completing Sylvia's difficult skill acquisition requirements simultaneously. Sylvia discovered approaching monsters first, showing improved awareness after following Second's strict dungeon guidance continuously. Sylvia practiced combining knight and silver general archery against monsters, exactly as Second instructed previously. Sylvia defeated powerful monsters smoothly alone, surprising herself with her rapidly improving combat abilities inside dungeons. Sylvia realized Second's training could transform her into an unbelievably powerful archer beyond ordinary adventurers completely. Sylvia's experience increased dramatically, strengthening her archery classes exactly as Second previously promised during training. Sylvia happily thanked Second after realizing his harsh methods genuinely helped her improve rapidly afterward. Sylvia became extremely motivated, following Second everywhere while confidently declaring her future as powerful magic archer. After hours inside Royce dungeon, Sylvia nearly completed castle archery's final difficult acquisition requirement successfully already. Second finally stopped moving after discovering the dangerous target monster required for Sylvia's final training challenge. Second identified Flaming Troll's weak points, preparing Sylvia carefully for castle archery's dangerous final requirement mission. Second instructed Sylvia precisely, ordering combined archery attacks after his signal against approaching flaming trolls. Second calmly confronted the monsters himself, warning Sylvia never to panic during the upcoming dangerous battle. Second trusted his durability completely, enduring tremendous danger because Sylvia's castle archery acquisition depended entirely afterward. The flaming trolls attacked violently, seriously injuring Second and horrifying Sylvia during the desperate confrontation inside Royce dungeon. Despite severe injuries, Second refused retreat because Sylvia still depended on his guidance and protection completely. Second suddenly panicked after the flaming troll attacked unpredictably, forcing him into dangerous close combat alone. Second reminded himself he remained the world's strongest player, refusing humiliation even while seriously wounded badly. Second's obsession with remaining world number one strengthened his determination against the overwhelming flaming trolls relentlessly. Covered in blood, Second smiled, fearlessly, clinging desperately to his pride as the world's strongest player. The flaming troll's massive attack hurled Second violently backward, crashing him painfully against the dungeon walls. Second checked his remaining health carefully, forcing himself to continue. Despite severe damage and exhaustion afterward, Sylvia ignored her fear completely, immediately attacking the flaming troll after hearing Second call desperately nearby. Sylvia successfully struck the flaming troll's weak point, while Second praised her improving combat abilities proudly afterward. After surviving Royce dungeon, Sylvia cried while scolding Second for risking his life recklessly during battle. Sylvia tearfully called Second foolish again, relieved he survived the deadly Royce dungeon battle safely afterward. Sylvia successfully acquired castle archery, while Second proudly celebrated her incredible growth and determination afterward. Second felt genuinely happy, believing his new life became brighter after meeting his trusted companion Sylvia. Second and Sylvia entered Royce dungeon carefully, preparing themselves before facing the powerful Flame Wolf boss. Second studied the monster's flame barrier quietly, planning a stun-lock strategy against its movements carefully. Remembering previous battles, Second created the stun-lock method after defeating many dangerous flame wolves. Second used gold general archery first, forcing the flame wolf repeatedly toward bishop archery attacks continuously. Sylvia followed Second's instructions precisely, while the endless stun-lock slowly conquered the raging flame wolf. Second revealed the ultimate gold bishop stun, while Sylvia doubted the strange hunting technique completely afterward. The flame wolf finally collapsed helplessly after Second, and Sylvia maintained their perfect stun-lock continuously. 3 weeks later, Sylvia finally obtained the rare Flame Wolf's bow after countless exhausting dungeon battles. Second handed the Flame Wolf's bow towards Sylvia, recognizing her growing strength and future potential proudly. Sylvia accepted the weapon carefully, while Second prepared her training toward becoming a stronger magic archer. Sylvia accepted the Flame Wolf's bow carefully, while Second encouraged her future magical growth sincerely afterward. Sylvia thanked Second happily, but his accidental insult immediately created confusion between both embarrassed adventurers afterward together. Second finally revealed his decision towards sorcery, surprising Sylvia, after hiding his future plans completely beforehand. Sylvia admired Second's growing talents quietly while discussing ambitions and possible futures beside him thoughtfully afterward. Sylvia became curious immediately after Second mentioned possible connections, involving the prestigious Royal Academy of Magic. Second questioned Sylvia carefully while both traveled together toward connections, linked with magical academies nearby afterward. Second researched grimoires thoroughly, learning advanced sorcery required studying materials hidden inside magical academies exclusively afterward. Realizing the difficulty ahead, Second decided infiltrating the academy remained his fastest possible solution available afterward. Second discovered formal enrollment required excessive waiting because outsiders lacked direct academy access privileges completely beforehand. Sylvia admitted entering the Royal Academy seemed impossible, despite Second requesting support through noble family connections desperately. Sylvia revealed painful memories about abandonment, believing her father considered her completely worthless without swordsmanship talent. Second encouraged Sylvia carefully, suggesting she demonstrate her current abilities directly before her strict father someday. Sylvia explained her father respected swords above everything, viewing archery as abandoning honorable knight traditions completely afterward. Second realized persuasion alone would fail, so he secretly prepared another risky deception strategy immediately afterward. Second proudly announced the deception tactic plan, while Sylvia worried nervously about tomorrow's dangerous, unpredictable situation ahead. The next day, Second and Sylvia arrived nervously before Sylvia's respected noble father inside his estate. Second immediately panicked after realizing Sylvia's father misunderstood their appearance and unexpected formal behavior completely afterward. Second originally planned simple deception, pretending foreign nobility only to secure academy recommendation letters successfully afterward. Sylvia's father completely believed Second was foreign royalty, causing overwhelming confusion throughout their dangerous deception scheme immediately. Second stood speechless afterward, while Sylvia silently watched their misunderstanding spiral beyond original expectations completely afterward. Second maintained his noble performance carefully, while Sylvia's father continued treating him with overwhelming respect afterward. Second hid his identity successfully, realizing the risky deception unexpectedly convinced Sylvia's father, completely without resistance afterward. Second calmly revealed two important requests while Sylvia's father listened obediently inside the noble estate carefully afterward. Sylvia's father immediately offered academy recommendations, while Second struggled maintaining focus throughout their dangerous misunderstanding continuously afterward. Second rejected long enrollment plans, preferring temporary academy infiltration only for studying hidden grimoires efficiently afterward. Second considered infiltration periods carefully, worrying short academy visits might prevent locating valuable grimoires successfully afterward. Second finally requested 2 weeks officially, deciding longer academy access increased his infiltration success significantly afterward. Second revealed his second request, asking Sylvia's father permission for Sylvia accompanying him during travels afterward together. Sylvia's father immediately accepted respectfully, believing Second could guide Sylvia toward greater achievements successfully afterward together. Second praised Sylvia's hidden talents proudly, convincing her father she possessed world-class archery and sorcery potential completely. Sylvia's father entrusted her future completely to Second, hoping she would achieve greatness beside him afterward. Sylvia blushed silently, while Second struggled understanding the noble father's emotional, overwhelming expectations completely afterward together. Second maintained his royal act confidently, promising the Virginia family unforgettable future recognition and honor afterward completely. Sylvia scolded Second repeatedly, while both reflected uneasily about consequences caused by their dangerous deception tactic afterward. 1 week later, the effects of Second's deception continued spreading throughout the kingdom and Royal Academy. After the deception incident, Second and Sylvia peacefully earned money hunting flame wolves together afterward regularly. Second guided Sylvia through Slime Forest, searching dangerous rare slimes, containing valuable experience rewards continuously afterward. Second finally obtained the legendary recovery sorcery wand Med, after defeating an extremely rare holy slime successfully. Sylvia tested the wand immediately, discovering its boosted healing effects restored injuries with incredible magical efficiency afterward. Confident after strengthening their supplies, Second and Sylvia finally departed toward the Royal Academy of Magic together. Second appreciated the holy slime's rare reward while traveling peacefully beside Sylvia toward the academy afterward. After weeks of preparation, Second and Sylvia finally arrived successfully at the Royal Academy of Magic together. Academy professors warmly welcomed Second and Sylvia, already expecting their arrival because of recommendation letters beforehand. Second introduced himself confidently, while Sylvia quietly observed the academy staff standing before them carefully afterward. Paula Memento and Kevin introduced themselves politely, preparing to guide Second through academy life afterward together. Paula explained academy arrangements, while Second confirmed Sylvia would remain beside him during their temporary exchange. Second walked through academy corridors cautiously, relieved nobody suspected their dangerous deception scheme yet afterward completely. Kevin informed Second about today's schedule, promising lessons first before touring the massive academy grounds afterward. Second planned gathering grimoire information secretly, while Kevin explained academy students usually studied independently during afternoons afterward. Kevin finally brought Second toward Class A, beginning his first official academy experience nervously afterward together. Kevin introduced Second and Sylvia officially while Class A students observed the unfamiliar exchange students carefully afterward. Second maintained his foreign noble disguise, confidently introducing himself politely before the curious academy classmates afterward, completely. Many students immediately admired Second's appearance, causing excitement and whispers throughout the crowded classroom, continuously afterward together. Sylvia nervously introduced herself afterward, quickly attracting attention from classmates because of her gentle appearance immediately, while Kevin reviewed lessons calmly. Second worried whether 2 weeks remained enough for mastering necessary sorcery skills after class began. Second requested a reliable student guide for exploring the academy grounds afterward carefully. Kevin selected mine immediately, introducing him as the student responsible for guiding Second around afterward together. Second requested sorcery guidance from mine politely, while Kevin adjusted their afternoon academy schedule carefully afterward together. Second realized questioning meaning freely became possible, because he represented the academy's first-year students afterward officially together. Meaning happily accepted the responsibility, beginning his friendly relationship with Second during the academy tour afterward. Second prepared questioning meaning carefully while Sylvia became surrounded immediately by curious female academy students afterward together. Sylvia panicked nervously after hearing Meenan respectfully address Second using noble royal-like titles, unexpectedly afterward, completely. Meenan apologized politely afterward, but Second insisted academy students should interact equally without status differences completely afterward. Main accepted Second's request happily, leading him toward the cafeteria for their afternoon academy tour. Afterward, while observing Second carefully, Main slowly became interested in his unusual personality and mysterious behavior afterward. Together, Second noticed Main's strange behavior carefully, realizing the misunderstanding between them continued growing awkwardly afterward together. Second directly questioned Main afterward, wondering whether Main secretly held romantic feelings toward him unexpectedly, completely. Main panicked immediately, denying everything desperately while nearby students reacted with overwhelming confusion and embarrassment afterward together. Meanwhile, another student accidentally noticed Second nearby, becoming instantly captivated by his handsome appearance afterward, completely. Second notices Mine speaking honestly for once, making Sylvia surprised by their unusual conversation together. Mine feels comfortable around Second, because nobody previously treated him sincerely without caring about status. Mine reveals people always recognize him only as the second prince inside the academy and palace. Mine admits his mother alone understands him properly, while Second calmly considers the situation completely ordinary. Mine confidently accepts his royal identity, while Sylvia stops worrying about manners around Second afterward. Second asks Mine about the academy grimoires, hoping to find important magical forms stored inside carefully. Mine explains rare forms remain inside the library, though special permission is required before borrowing them. Second realizes the fourth form grimoire actually stays protected within the royal palace instead of libraries. Mine suggests leaving soon after finishing discussions, since their visit around the academy already lasted long. Second admits everyone acted politely mainly because they wanted Mine canceling the academy tour afterward. Mine finishes guiding Second and Sylvia around the academy before finally showing them the closed library building. Second decides Sylvia must study fire magic carefully to achieve stronger magical archery abilities starting tomorrow afterward. Several students notice Second and Sylvia walking beside Mine, becoming suspicious about their growing relationship inside academy grounds. The students continue spreading rumors about Mine, while secretly insulting Second and Sylvia behind nearby classroom walls afterward. Second quietly listens to the cruel gossip, realizing Mine constantly suffers ridicule and isolation from other academy students. Second overhears unpleasant gossip about Mine, realizing the academy students secretly isolate him through rumors and ridicule. Second decides becoming Mine's friend could help him access royal connections and important forbidden grimoires afterward. Several students continue mocking Mine behind his back, criticizing both his personality and exchange student companions. Sylvia suddenly interrupts the insulting conversation, shocking the students, while second immediately notices rising tension nearby. Sylvia confronted the exchange students after hearing insults directed toward Eco and Beastman students. The boys mocked Eco Leaflet, calling him incompetent and worthless among Class F students. Sylvia mentioned second and herself, making the frightened boys realize their careless insults deeply. The exchange students panicked immediately after understanding Sylvia's anger and the dangerous misunderstanding surrounding Eco. Sylvia smiled proudly while the terrified boys escaped, believing justice had finally been properly served. Sylvia proudly returned with Second while he quietly remembered Eco Leaflet's name and situation. Second visited the library, searching grimoires related to every elemental variation of raptor form. After reading carefully, Second successfully acquired the powerful skill called Raptor Form Fire instantly. Sylvia became surprised, noticing Second already finished reading while continuing studying several additional grimoires. Second completed every grimoire casually, leaving Sylvia amazed by his overwhelming learning speed again. Second studied beside Sylvia, realizing their growing trust felt meaningful inside the unfamiliar world. Second changed plans, personally teaching Sylvia while she nervously followed his complicated explanations carefully. Sylvia listened quietly beside Second, feeling happy watching him sincerely enjoy teaching someone personally. After hours studying grimoires together, Second finally ended the exhausting lesson for Sylvia gently. Second regretted choosing impractical grimoires, realizing ordinary knowledge would benefit Sylvia much better. Second explained magical mechanics carefully, wanting Sylvia to understand every important combat detail properly. Sylvia struggled memorizing complicated information, while Second patiently continued teaching advanced magical knowledge continuously. Second remembered endlessly studying Mobian alone, dedicating himself completely toward mastering difficult systems beforehand. Sylvia realized Second's unusual knowledge possessed incredible value, making his lessons extremely important for survival. After studying together quietly, Sylvia remained interested while Second prepared, returning before nighttime. Eventually Second noticed a strange beast girl suddenly approaching him excitedly inside the academy hallway, unexpectedly. Eco admired Second's appearance immediately, while Second remained confused by her cheerful reaction afterward. Second recognized Eco Leaflet's name, remembering rumors surrounding the unusual beast girl student previously circulating. Eco happily introduced herself, while Second calmly accepted meeting another interesting academy student there. Sylvia finally joined them, and Eco energetically welcomed her during their unexpected first meeting. Second worried Eco secretly suffered bullying, feeling angry, seeing such an innocent beast girl mistreated. Eco denied having problems, confusing Second while carrying enormous stacks of books throughout academy corridors. Second offered helping Eco any time, though her strange response made him increasingly suspicious afterward. Second questioned Eco about the books, wondering why she continued carrying countless volumes alone daily. Eco happily explained students constantly requested books, making Second finally understand her exhausting responsibilities. Second worried about Eco's burden, but Eco confidently insisted managing everything alone remained possible. Second decided helping Eco personally, surprising her while treating the exhausting task very seriously afterward. Eco thanked Second warmly, though she still insisted carrying the books independently despite difficulties. Eco explained helping others constantly motivated her, believing kindness followed becoming more useful toward everyone. Second noticed Eco hiding painful feelings behind smiles, finally understanding her troubling emotional situation completely. After leaving Eco, Second remembered painful emotions hidden behind her desperate hard-working smile previously. Second recalled his former life, believing endless effort inside games ultimately meant absolutely nothing anymore. Consumed by despair and regret, Second remembered dying hopelessly after abandoning faith within himself completely. Second then remembered arriving this new world where his meaningless existence finally gained purpose again. Understanding Eco's suffering deeply, Second decided saving her became his most important goal afterward. Sylvia noticed Second suddenly stopping, realizing he remained deeply troubled after meeting Eco previously. Second questioned Eco's incompetence, wondering why talented students still ignored her abilities completely afterward. While reflecting overnight, Second realized Royal Academy students required broad magical abilities for acceptance there. After careful consideration, Second finally decided recruiting Eco Leaflet into their group became necessary immediately. Sylvia happily supported Second's decision, believing following his path would eventually help Eco tremendously. Second worried whether Eco would accept help, planning to guide her magical growth carefully afterward. Sylvia suddenly noticed something unusual nearby, while Second immediately reacted toward the strange disturbance anxiously. Second discovered Iko collapsed alone miserably, shocking both himself and Sylvia completely upon seeing her. Sylvia rushed toward Iko immediately, while Second sensed something deeply wrong behind the terrifying situation unfolding. Second realized students deliberately ignored Iko's suffering, revealing cruel hostility throughout the academy toward her. Iko suddenly rejected Sylvia's concern aggressively, desperately hiding her emotional pain from everyone nearby. Watching Iko's reaction carefully, Second immediately realized something deeply terrible, caused her overwhelming despair. Second remembered his former hopelessness, recognizing the familiar scent of despair surrounding Iko completely. Iko ran away from the academy courtyard while Earth silently watched her trembling expression from behind. Earth realized Iko finally understood her efforts changed nothing, yet he still followed quietly behind her. Iko carried heavy mud bags alone while older students mocked her weakness and foolish determination outside. The cruel students laughed loudly before dumping filthy mud directly onto Iko without showing any hesitation there. Covered completely in mud, Iko painfully pushed supplies forward while facing the harsh reality she ignored. Iko stood silently beneath dripping mud, while her crushed dreams slowly disappeared before everyone watching nearby. Earth decided helping Iko mattered more than watching her continue suffering alone inside the cruel academy environment. Earth suddenly grabbed Iko's arm before she escaped again, while Sylvie hurried behind them nervously afterward. Iko desperately warned Earth and Sylvie to stay away because she feared causing trouble for everybody nearby. Earth noticed Iko still endured exhaustion alone after Sylvie completely lost strength from following her continuously afterward. Earth calmly approached Iko, but she refused everyone while desperately hiding her broken feelings inside completely. Iko finally cried openly, as Earth realized abandoning her now would only worsen everything further afterward. Earth carefully analyzed Iko's abilities while Sylvie followed beside him across the academy courtyard, silently nearby. Earth accepted risking everything because he believed Iko still possessed hidden potential nobody understood yet completely. Ignoring Iko's frightened warnings, Earth suddenly raised his sword, while Sylvie watched his dangerous decision nervously. Earth suddenly slashed his own arm deeply, shocking both Iko and Sylvie watching beside him immediately afterward. Despite unbearable pain, Earth endured silently while blood covered his body and frightened everyone nearby completely afterward. Sylvie panicked while Earth ordered everybody away, refusing assistance despite his severe bleeding wounds there afterward. Holding a recovery staff, Earth believed recruiting Iko would help him approach becoming strongest worldwide someday afterward. Earth handed the staff toward Iko, revealing her true talent belonged within powerful recovery sorcery abilities instead. Earth suddenly realized Iko possessed the rare paladin growth type hidden beneath her weak appearance. Completely, Earth revealed the rare recovery medwand, capable of granting recovery sorcery powers to anyone temporarily. Earth believed Iko's paladin abilities could instantly restore his destroyed arm through healer bonus effects afterward completely. While enduring unbearable pain, Earth desperately pressured Iko into using the recovery wand immediately beside Sylvie there. Earth shouted fiercely until Iko finally accepted the wand and prepared herself to heal him properly. Earth encouraged Iko firmly, telling her believing herself mattered before using the recovery wand properly afterward. Completely. Holding the glowing wand, Iko finally discovered recovery sorcery could become her true path forward someday instead. Iko tearfully activated healing magic, while Earth silently watched her overcome fear and hesitation nearby. Afterward completely. Earth's injured arm returned normally, but Iko immediately collapsed afterward from exhausting all her remaining strength completely. While lying weakly afterward, Earth realized healing magic restored wounds slowly, despite recovering health and physical damage completely. Earth finally understood Iko's strange abilities, perfectly matched the hidden characteristics belonging to paladins, instead completely. Although unsuitable for sorcery or archery, Iko possessed overwhelming endurance and magical power reserves naturally, instead afterward. Earth remembered famous high-ranking parties always included powerful paladins protecting teammates from dangerous enemies during battles constantly. Paladins survived endless attacks by healing themselves continuously while shielding allies from terrifying monsters nearby throughout battles. Using immense vitality and recovery magic together, paladins endured enemy assaults until completely exhausting their magical energy. Earth imagined forming the perfect party alongside Iko and Sylvie by combining their unique abilities together, completely. Watching Iko cry quietly, Earth realized recruiting her mattered more than simply reaching the highest rank someday. Second realized he manipulated Sylvia's loneliness before, using her healing abilities for future battles. Second remembered Sylvia desperately following him after he forced her into dangerous situations repeatedly, exhausted from fighting and guilt. Second slowly awakened while reflecting upon his selfish past decisions. Sylvia stayed beside Second's bed continuously, carefully watching over him after his dangerous collapse. Second quietly held Sylvia's hand, realizing he should protect her instead of exploiting her loyalty. Sylvia became embarrassed after accidentally holding Second's wrong hand beside his hospital bed carefully. Sylvia noticed Second suffered terrible nightmares while recovering, making her quietly worry about his condition. Second hid his exhaustion calmly, pretending his injuries and emotional burden were completely unimportant afterward. Sylvia reminded Second that both she and Iko survived only because he protected them fearlessly. Sylvia promised loyalty to Second, deciding to become his knight and remain beside him forever. Sylvia promised unwavering loyalty to Second, leaving him silently surprised by her sincere determination afterward. Second realized Sylvia understood his true intentions long before he finally admitted them himself completely. Second reflected guiltily upon exploiting Sylvia's weakness, yet admired her honest devotion and kindness deeply afterward. Iko suddenly entered Second's room excitedly, startling him before immediately apologizing for causing another misunderstanding there. Second encouraged Iko to abandon school life and develop recovery sorcery abilities beside him permanently. Second believed Iko's healing talent could save her future, despite his selfish original intentions completely. Iko happily accepted Second's invitation, deciding to travel beside him and support his journey afterward. Iko became confused and nervous while trying to understand Second's sudden kindness toward her personally. Second questioned Iko about avoiding school, immediately surprising her with his accurate understanding completely afterward. Second confidently revealed his former glory, making Iko listen seriously while hiding her nervous feelings quietly. Iko was born within a distant beastfolk village far away from the royal capital. Originally, Iko's enormous magical power impressed villagers early, causing everyone to expect greatness from her immediately. Hoping for prosperity, the villagers gathered money together and enrolled Iko into the royal academy. The entire village believed Iko could eventually become a famous sorceress and improve everyone's future greatly. Despite failing academically, Iko entered the academy because her magical growth abilities exceeded ordinary students completely. Iko became isolated at school because other students considered her magical intelligence completely worthless. Despite constant suffering, Iko refused abandoning school because her village depended entirely upon her success. Second understood the villagers' expectations had become unbearable chains crushing Iko emotionally every single day. Wanting to save Iko differently, Second offered her a chance to escape those painful burdens permanently. Second promised Iko he would become the world's greatest player, giving her hope for freedom afterward. Second described becoming world #1, making Iko imagine an even greater future beyond royalty. Second exaggerated Iko's future fame, describing festivals, statues, and endless admiration throughout her entire village. Iko laughed loudly while imagining villagers proudly celebrating her glorious return beside Second afterward together. Their playful jokes continued happily, helping Iko forget her pressure and sadness for a while completely afterward. Iko smiled sincerely beside Second, finally feeling hopeful and comfortable about her uncertain future ahead. Iko became shocked after Second seriously invited her to leave school and travel beside him. Second smiled confidently, satisfied after successfully convincing Iko to trust his future ambitions completely afterward. Iko Leaflet officially became Second's loyal ally, beginning her new journey beside him, happily afterward. Second transferred Iko into Class A, preparing him carefully for stronger battles ahead afterward. Second and Iko visited the academy office while Sylvia quietly observed the unexpected enrollment request there. The academy director adjusted her glasses carefully, considering Second's unusual request involving Iko's sudden transfer. Second remained calm while waiting patiently, confident the academy would eventually approve Iko's enrollment request successfully. After their meeting ended, Second left confidently, while the academy prepared discussions regarding Iko's future placement. Sylvia questioned Second's sudden actions while walking beside him through the academy hallway after meeting officials. Second explained confidently that the academy would likely approve Iko's transfer, despite difficult circumstances surrounding beastfolk students. Second revealed foreign nobles could expose discrimination problems, because witnesses already noticed bullying against beastfolk students recently. Sylvia quietly considered Second's reasoning, realizing Zepang's reputation depended greatly upon fair treatment toward beastfolk communities. Second explained the academy staff risked criticism because ignoring bullying created serious political problems throughout the kingdom. Second assured Sylvia the academy would approve Iko's transfer to avoid further unnecessary political conflicts afterward. Iko admired Second's intelligence, while Second proudly acted confident about remaining the world's strongest strategic player there. Mine approached Second cheerfully after hearing rumors about Iko becoming his attendant throughout the academy already spreading. Mine laughed warmly while praising Second's honest personality, though Second reacted awkwardly toward the sudden admiration shown. Sylvia suddenly struck Second angrily after realizing his arrogant behavior truly matched Mine's unexpected description perfectly afterward. Mine suddenly returned while Sylvia and Iko reacted nervously beside Second during the crowded academy gathering afterward. An elf teacher informed Second that Iko's transfer request received complete approval without any official objections afterward. The teacher confirmed Iko would officially remain inside Class A as Second's personal attendant beginning immediately afterward. The teacher understood Second's true intentions, realizing Iko needed protection from continued bullying throughout the academy environment there. Sylvia curiously questioned why Second entered class a while. Iko listened carefully beside them during their discussion. Second admitted his true intentions differed, despite everyone believing Iko only needed protection from further bullying afterward. Second briefly considered revenge against students responsible for bullying Iko, though Iko personally rejected unnecessary retaliation completely. Iko happily revealed her only wish involved remaining beside Second throughout their academy life, together from now onward. Sylvia silently watched beside Iko, while Second reflected seriously upon the meaning behind Iko's honest feelings afterward. Second finally revealed he protected Iko sincerely because he already considered her an irreplaceable trusted companion forever. Second brought Sylvia and Iko into the library because their limited exchange period required faster magical progress there. 1 week later, Sylvia successfully mastered the fire element raptor form through Second's careful training methods completely. Sylvia excitedly revealed she nearly understood another elemental form after borrowing advanced sorcery books from librarians recently. Second calmly explained he borrowed every elemental manual available because learning multiple forms improved magical adaptability significantly afterward. Sylvia studied obsessively inside the library for hours, determined to master sorcery alongside Second and Iko successfully. Second relaxed beside Iko peacefully after finishing Sylvia's intense sorcery lessons throughout their recent academy training period successfully. Second spent his free time playing around happily with Iko while Mine watched their unusual friendship nearby, curiously. Several peaceful days passed comfortably as Second quietly enjoyed ordinary moments together, alongside his growing companions afterward. Despite appearing relaxed outwardly, Second secretly planned gaining Mine's trust to achieve important hidden future objectives carefully. Second targeted the royal palace because Mine supposedly possessed the valuable fourth form grimoire needed for advancement. Second researched Algin Dungeon carefully because rare fourth form grimoires occasionally dropped from powerful bosses inside there. Afterward, Second planned building closer relations with Mine, hoping future trust granted easier palace access for exploration missions. Iko discovered unfamiliar documents beside Second, becoming curious about the strange information he constantly researched recently afterward. Second realized Iko struggled reading common language texts, because her literacy skills remained surprisingly limited within society there. Second remembered beastfolk usually learned separate languages, explaining why Iko specifically studied Japanese before attending academy classes there. Despite language difficulties, Iko surprisingly mastered several elemental forms, while studying difficult grimoires using dictionaries constantly afterward. Second realized Iko possessed remarkable intelligence beneath her innocent behavior. After observing her rapid magical progress carefully recently, Iko handed Second an interesting paper, while they relaxed together peacefully outside the academy courtyard during afternoon break. Second discovered an announcement recruiting participants for the upcoming annual sorcery convention competition event inside nearby kingdoms. Second learned the convention rewarded winners generously, immediately becoming interested after reading the competition details carefully afterward. Second noticed the sorcery convention rewarded winners with a valuable item called the chase ring. Afterward, after reading the prize details carefully, Second immediately became serious, while Iko watched him confused beside nearby benches. Determined to obtain the chase ring, Second confidently decided they would participate inside the upcoming sorcery convention together. Akatsuki found a cheap accessory called the chase ring. Most players ignored it because the effect looked weak, but he remembered its hidden value from his old game knowledge. He tested the ring and triggered an extra attack after using sorcery. The small effect proved the item still worked exactly as he expected. While others mocked the ring's low percentage effect, Akatsuki calmly prepared his next plan. He knew the accessory had greater potential. Akatsuki revealed the chase ring could evolve through 3 upgrade stages. Each evolution greatly strengthened its hidden abilities and battle value. He visited a skilled blacksmith capable of performing ability upgrade. With the final enhancement, the chase ring transformed into a powerful weapon for future battles. Akatsuki calculated the true value of the chase ring. After learning its upgraded form could raise the extra attack rate to 25%. Even in the old Mobion era, the item had been extremely expensive. While sitting near the academy grounds, Akatsuki carefully reviewed his next objective. The ring's hidden potential made it too valuable to ignore. He decided to obtain the accessory no matter the cost. Akatsuki knew missing this chance would ruin many future plans. The upcoming sorcery convention gave him the perfect opportunity to search for rare equipment and grimoires during the exchange program. As Akatsuki approached the grand building, he prepared to hide the full extent of his abilities. Drawing too much attention with the raptor and coral forms would only create unnecessary suspicion. On the day before the sorcery convention, Akatsuki asked Main if he planned to attend the event held at the academy. Main explained that he had no choice because his position as the second prince required him to participate in the convention. Akatsuki calmly revealed that he would also attend the event. His sudden answer surprised everyone around him. The group realized Akatsuki had never mentioned his plans before. Even so, he seemed interested in seeing their reactions. After hearing that Main's older brother would appear at the convention, Akatsuki carefully questioned him about the event, while silently preparing for possible trouble. Main admitted that he was uncomfortable around the first prince. Akatsuki quickly noticed the tension whenever the older brother was mentioned. The first prince viewed talent in swordsmanship as superior to sorcery. Because of that belief, he constantly looked down on Main and treated him as weak. Main explained that his older brother planned to publicly denounce him during the convention. As commander of the First Chivalric Order, the prince held enormous influence within the kingdom. After hearing the story, Akatsuki realized the first prince was more dangerous than he first expected. The situation around the royal family appeared deeply corrupted. Akatsuki connected the prince to the corrupt members of the Chivalric Order who once harassed Sylvia. From that moment, he quietly decided to watch the convention more carefully. Main worried that his older brother would mock him again during the sorcery convention. Even so, Akatsuki realized the prince could not easily avoid attending the public event. Akatsuki quietly thought about how difficult royal life must be, while Sylvia approached the group with important news. Sylvia revealed that she had successfully acquired the coral form that very morning. The sudden announcement completely surprised Akatsuki. Sylvia smiled after seeing Akatsuki's reaction and admitted she never mentioned it earlier. Akatsuki immediately realized she was teasing him for his own habit of hiding information. The next day, the sorcery convention finally began. Students and nobles gathered at the academy while Akatsuki prepared for the conflicts waiting behind the event. As the convention began, many students questioned why the chase ring had become the grand prize, despite its seemingly weak effect. They also noticed the event itself had been losing popularity over the years. Akatsuki quietly realized that none of the students understood the true value hidden behind the ring's ability upgrade potential. The conversation soon shifted toward the royal family. Rumors about the conflict between the first prince and Main had already spread across the academy. Some students admired the first prince because of his overwhelming strength and harsh public exhibitions against opponents. Akatsuki listened carefully without changing his expression. Akatsuki noticed that the entire academy viewed the royal brothers as rivals. However, he suspected the hostility toward Mainen had been intentionally created by someone behind the scenes. Akatsuki suspected Klaus deliberately manipulated academy rumors, spreading hostility toward Mainen, while damaging the second prince's reputation everywhere for years. Main quietly approached Akatsuki during the convention waiting area, hoping to speak privately before the tournament matches officially started outside. Akatsuki learned Main automatically advanced into the semifinals as a seeded participant, preventing both students from meeting earlier during matches. While reviewing the tournament bracket, Akatsuki calculated future battles carefully and wondered about the convention's hidden political schemes behind everything. Before the matches began, Akatsuki questioned Main about his exact role during conventions, searching for useful information beforehand for strategy. Akatsuki misunderstood the tournament rules completely, causing Main to panic after hearing his dangerously absurd assumptions about sorcery battles there. Even after correction, Akatsuki continued joking seriously about combat, leaving Main shocked by his strange lack of common sense sometimes. Main finally explained that the sorcery convention used the competition crown, preventing participants from suffering real injuries during matches completely. The competition crown strictly controlled abilities, equipment, and combat rules, creating safe magical battles without actual physical danger involved there. Inside the competition crown's virtual field, all damage and energy became simulated, allowing intense battles without risking participants' real lives afterward. Main explained that ordinary duels caused real death whenever health reached zero, unlike the competition crown's completely virtual battle environment system. Inside competitions, defeated participants safely returned after reaching zero health, making players mock the system as harmless entertainment for beginners. Because of those special rules, creative gamers developed unusual competition formats, transforming magical battles into popular strategic games across kingdoms everywhere. After hearing the explanation, Akatsuki mocked the system while Mainen reminded him sorcery attacks were mandatory, during official tournament matches only. The convention tournament continued as Dean entered match 3, preparing to face the Academy's powerful second-ranked student before cheering spectators loudly. The competition crown activated while participants entered the arena. Akatsuki watched calmly as spectators prepared themselves for the opening tournament battle. The referee explained the arena rules carefully. Leaving the 50-meter battlefield meant immediate defeat regardless of remaining strength or magical power. As the match officially started, Akatsuki smiled confidently and prepared to overwhelm his opponent from the very beginning using sorcery. Earth watched Dean begin the battle with wind sorcery. He calmly observed the casting pattern without showing any concern. Earth immediately recognized Dean's raptor form technique. He understood the attack structure and noticed several weaknesses during preparation already. Earth analyzed every casting stage carefully. He remembered stronger forms required longer activation times, creating larger openings during competitive combat situations. Earth realized breaking the casting process was simple. A precise attack during activation could completely interrupt Dean's dangerous sorcery technique. Dean confidently mocked Earth's sorcery knowledge. Earth remained calm because he already understood how to defeat Dean before battle progressed further. Earth felt irritated after Dean underestimated him publicly. He decided ending the battle quickly would prove his overwhelming combat experience immediately. Earth stepped forward confidently and prepared his own wind sorcery. His movements remained calm while pressure filled the entire battlefield area. Earth activated Opo form instantly. Dean responded with raptor form. Surprised Earth copied advanced techniques without hesitation during combat immediately. Both wind sorcery attacks collided violently. The impact created a massive explosion as powerful streams of energy crushed against each other. Earth used a defensive collision technique perfectly. Although slightly injured, he successfully neutralized Dean's attack and maintained complete control afterward. Earth noticed Dean's raptor form cooldown lasted longer. He immediately advanced, knowing the timing difference created a decisive combat advantage. Earth approached calmly while Dean panicked under pressure. Fear spread across Dean's face after realizing Earth completely controlled the battle situation. Earth activated Coral form of fire smoothly. Powerful flames gathered around his hand as overwhelming magical energy filled the arena instantly. Dean understood the attack's terrifying strength too late. Earth's enhanced 5th-class sorcery increased both casting efficiency and destructive power dramatically afterward. Earth released the massive fire attack directly toward Dean. The explosion consumed the battlefield completely, while Dean failed escaping the attack range. Earth realized he accidentally used excessive power during the attack. Dean collapsed completely while officials immediately announced Earth as the competition winner. The arena slowly became quiet after the match ended. Earth stood calmly, while Dean remained injured and unable to continue fighting. Dean sat helplessly on the battlefield after defeat. Earth casually acknowledged victory before returning toward his companions, without showing strong emotions afterward. Minerva worried Earth pushed himself too hard during battle. Meanwhile, another classmate admired Earth's overwhelming strength and unusual fighting abilities greatly afterward. Earth confidently declared he would become the world's strongest someday. After winning the prize, he planned leaving the academy together afterward. Earth prepared for the semi-final match while his companions encouraged him. Meanwhile, Minerva quietly watched him with nervous concern from nearby stands. The announcer introduced Earth's next opponent, Keith from 4th year Class A. Both fighters stared seriously before entering the battlefield together afterward. The semi-final officially began as spectators watched carefully. Earth immediately sensed Keith possessed extensive sorcery knowledge and strong battlefield awareness already beforehand. Earth analyzed the situation calmly during battle preparation. He understood sorcery matches were usually decided by whoever attacked first successfully during combat. Both Earth and Keith activated Opo form of wind simultaneously. Each fighter selected the fastest casting technique to gain an early advantage. Earth and Keith continued exchanging identical wind sorcery attacks. Their techniques perfectly cancelled each other, creating a complete battlefield stalemate repeatedly afterward. Earth became frustrated after realizing the competition rules encouraged endless sorcery collisions. Both fighters remained trapped within the same repetitive exchange continuously. Earth calmly admitted Keith performed impressively for an intermediate student. However, he revealed his experience as the former world-ranked player immediately afterward. Keith suddenly asked Earth to surrender the match willingly. He wanted Prince Mind to advance safely into the finals against Klaus later. Earth questioned Keith's strange request carefully. Keith refused, explaining clearly and simply insisted Earth deserved losing the semi-final battle instead afterward. Keith explained only battles involving Prince Klaus and Prince Mine truly mattered politically. Earth listened silently, while continuing the stalemate carefully afterward. Earth realized Keith had brought political intentions into the tournament. Meanwhile, both fighters continued exchanging identical sorcery attacks without gaining advantages during combat. Earth concluded Keith secretly worked under Prince Klaus. He understood Keith intended helping Prince Mine secure victory during the upcoming finals match. Earth remembered rumors spreading before the competition started. Students believed Mine would intentionally lose publicly during a staged friendly battle against Klaus afterward. Earth became genuinely displeased with Keith's actions. More than politics itself, he hated being pressured into surrendering during an equal battle situation. Earth warned Keith that forcing a stalemate forever would never solve the battle. He confidently challenged Keith's political expectations afterward completely. Both fighters switched from wind sorcery into fire sorcery simultaneously. Their attacks collided again, while neither side gained any meaningful advantage afterward. Earth admitted Keith countered his techniques skillfully during combat. Still, he decided revealing his true abilities would finally end the endless stalemate. Keith suddenly noticed Earth drawing a sword during battle. Shock spread across Keith's face after realizing Earth ignored tournament expectations completely afterward. Earth revealed he intentionally entered the sorcery-only competition, while hiding his true combat style. He called Sylvia's attention toward the battlefield immediately afterward. Earth launched a massive flaming attack while wielding his sword. The battlefield trembled violently as spectators watched his overwhelming power unfold completely afterward. Second, used magic archery during the match and analyzed the strange combat system. He realized sorcery could be fired through the bow without real arrows, making the battle depend entirely on magical attacks. Maine tried to move forward, but a powerful attack pushed him back across the arena. The sudden impact showed the large gap in skill between the fighters. Second calmly watched the battle and understood Prince Klaus's true objective. He noticed Klaus was forcing the fight into a controlled stalemate. Second explained that Prince Klaus had prepared a hidden method to break through the deadlock. Maine began to realize Klaus still had another technique ready. Prince Klaus revealed magic swordsmanship and drew his glowing blade. Second understood that Klaus had kept his strongest skill hidden until the perfect moment of the competition. Second looked at Maine with disappointment. He understood Mine relied on fear and hesitation instead of proper combat strategy. Second combined several archery skills together. He strengthened his attack carefully and prepared a powerful strike against Mine during the match. Mine attempted to escape across the arena, but Second predicted his movement and launched another attack without giving him time. The attack struck Mine directly and smashed him into the ground. Large rocks scattered everywhere as the impact overwhelmed his defense. Mine collapsed after the final blow, while the arena became silent. The judges declared Second the winner of the intense battle. The students celebrated Second's victory loudly, but Second noticed the strange reaction spreading across the arena after the battle ended. Prince Klaus calmly accepted the situation and apologized for earlier events. His expression remained steady while observing Second from nearby corridors. Prince Klaus changed his original plans after witnessing Second's abilities. He realized Second possessed rare talent and valuable strategic potential for future conflicts. Prince Klaus decided to recruit Second into the First Chivalric Order. He believed Second could become a useful weapon during political struggles. A classmate praised Second's overwhelming strength after the match. Soon afterward, the Academy officially announced that the group advanced into the finals. After the tournament, a classmate openly admired Second even more. Second calmly accepted the praise while standing before the cheering crowd. Second requested permission to visit the royal palace again and study the fourth form. His classmate nervously agreed beside him afterward. The next battle began immediately as Second, and his opponent activated the same wind-based technique while carefully watching each other's movements closely. Second refused to use magic archery during the duel because he wanted a fair match based only on ordinary sorcery skills. Second noticed his opponent canceling attacks repeatedly to reset the battle. He realized the fight would become longer than expected afterward. Masonly twisted his casting timing during the attack and forced his spell forward. Second, immediately noticed the unusual casting technique afterward. Second analyzed Main's strategy carefully, and activated Coral Form of Wind. He prepared a faster counterattack before Main completed another spell. Both powerful wind spells collided directly in the arena. The impact created a massive explosion that shook the entire battlefield violently. Second realized his superior skill rank shortened his casting time. Because of that advantage, both attacks cancelled each other perfectly during combat. Second warned Main never to reveal desperate expressions during serious battles. Main understood his hidden trump card completely failed against Second's experience. Second admitted he underestimated Main during the battle. He realized careless confidence could become dangerous even against weaker-looking opponents. Second decided to fight seriously after recognizing Main's determination. He believed showing equal respect through battle was the correct response afterward. Remembering his experience as the wise general champion, Second prepared to demonstrate one of the strongest sorcery techniques from Mobius Online. Second warned Main to observe carefully before making his move. The atmosphere around the arena immediately became tense, as spectators watched silently. Main launched Coral Form of Wind towards Second. In response, Second activated Coral Form of Fire and blocked the incoming attack completely. Second understood his fire technique was ineffective at long range. Years of experience allowed him to judge battle distances instantly and accurately. A massive wall of flames suddenly rose across the battlefield. Main became shocked after realizing Second changed the flow of combat completely. Main noticed Second immediately preparing another action behind the flames. The sudden transition prevented Main from reacting calmly during the intense duel. Main searched for a magic circle, but could not find one anywhere. Second's hidden casting method confused him even further afterward. Second explained that sorcery could also conceal movements instead of attacking directly. He used the flames to hide his next technique perfectly. Second activated Raptor Form of Earth after secretly preparing the long casting technique. The dangerous spell immediately changed the battlefield's atmosphere completely. Second completed the invocation and unleashed the earth attack toward Main. Massive rocks suddenly burst upward across the arena during combat. Huge stone pillars continued rising violently from the ground. Main became trapped inside the expanding earth formation created by Second's sorcery. Second followed the earth attack with Coral Form of Water. He restricted Main's movement while calmly preparing his decisive finishing attack afterward. The collapsing rocks struck Main directly before he could escape safely. The heavy impact pushed him deeper into Second's overwhelming combination attack. Main finally collapsed after enduring Second's relentless attacks. Second approached calmly while Main struggled to remain conscious from the accumulated damage. Main admitted his defeat with a weak smile after the battle ended. Nearby students celebrated loudly after witnessing Second's overwhelming performance in the arena. Second became confused after noticing Main laughing, despite losing badly. Main's unusual reaction completely differed from Second's expectations after such a difficult fight. Second calmly explained his narrow victory. The younger student admired his strength, yet failed understanding the pressure behind his battles. The white-haired student questioned Second again. He could not believe someone so powerful still considered himself weak after winning. Second became irritated seeing the student's passive attitude. He reminded him humiliation and defeat should awaken determination, not acceptance inside. The student hesitated while listening carefully. Second warned him that avoiding frustration would keep him weak for the rest of life. A nearby knight praised Second's sharp judgment. He compared Second's fighting spirit with his younger brother's lack of ambition and resolve. Klaus acknowledged Second's talent publicly. The surrounding students watched silently as he offered Second special permission and future leadership opportunities. Second understood accepting Klaus's invitation would secure his position within the strongest ranks of the kingdom's chivalric order immediately. He carefully considered the political advantages. Serving Klaus directly promised greater authority once the prince eventually inherited the royal throne. Second also realized refusal carried danger. Rejecting Klaus publicly would appear disrespectful and create hostility with the influential first prince. The students believed Second could never reject such an honorable offer. For ordinary people, the decision seemed completely obvious already. Second immediately rejected Klaus's invitation. His calm response shocked everyone watching the arena, including the students beside him completely. Klaus lost his composure after hearing the refusal. The surrounding students stared silently, unable believing Second rejected such authority openly. Second repeated his refusal casually with a smile. His relaxed attitude only increased Klaus's anger and frustration before everyone there. Second explained, he expected Klaus's recruitment attempt beforehand. Klaus could no longer attack Main directly because Second supported him publicly. Klaus realized Second understood his political intentions completely. The prince's expression twisted with anger after his plans failed unexpectedly before everyone. Second explained his earlier promise with Maine carefully. The nearby student finally understood why Second rejected Klaus's invitation publicly afterward. Second revealed his words already implied loyalty toward the second prince. The political meaning behind them became completely undeniable afterward. He clarified the arrangement involved accompanying Min to the royal palace. Even the referee nearby could officially confirm their agreement. Klaus questioned the referee directly with visible irritation. Under pressure, the referee nervously admitted Second's statement was completely truthful before everyone. Klaus finally accepted the situation reluctantly. Second had already formed a political contract with the second prince before the recruitment attempt. Second explained Klaus's recruitment attempt violated noble etiquette publicly. Interfering with another prince's agreement was considered disrespectful political behavior everywhere. Klaus accepted defeat reluctantly and ordered Second to serve the second prince faithfully. His frustration remained visible while leaving afterward. After Klaus departed, Mainen looked at Second with admiration. Second noticed Maine already forgetting the earlier lesson about frustration and ambition. Second resumed training immediately afterward. He encouraged Mainen to continue competing until genuine frustration awakened stronger determination inside him. Eventually, Second criticized Main's weak mentality directly. Main nervously compared Second's strict guidance to an older brother, constantly correcting his younger sibling. Second lightly punched Main's head while correcting him. He explained their relationship was based on friendship, not political obligation or pity. Mainen became emotional after hearing Second's honest words. Tears filled his eyes while he quietly looked toward his trusted friend. Mainen happily accepted Second's guidance afterward. The tension surrounding the arena finally disappeared as their friendship grew much stronger together afterward. Elsewhere, Klaus stormed angrily toward the headmaster's office. His frustration toward Mainen Second continued growing after the public humiliation earlier. Paula Memento attempted calming Klaus inside the office. However, Klaus furiously demanded detailed information regarding Second, while completely losing his composure afterward. Klaus angrily demanded Paula hand over every document related to Second immediately. His patience completely disappeared after the Academy tournament incident. After reviewing the report, Klaus realized it only described Second's Academy activities. The important details about his origins remained missing entirely. Paula explained even Second's homeland. Zepang remained largely unknown. Klaus became increasingly frustrated while hearing how mysterious Second truly was. Unable controlling his anger, Klaus threw the papers across the office. Paula silently watched his outburst without attempting further interruption afterward. Paula calmly reflected on Klaus's behavior after he left. She realized his reaction towards Second exceeded ordinary political frustration significantly already. Standing beside the academy window, Paula decided investigating Second further herself. His mysterious background continued attracting her growing curiosity and attention afterward. After winning the chase ring, Alex secretly abandoned the Royal Academy and prepared carefully for future dungeon expeditions. Alec arrived inside Second Step territory, completing his sorcery acquisition plans, while studying advanced 4th and 5th forms. Gathering Charlotte and Yuri together, Alec calmly explained their newest objective before beginning another dangerous strategic adventure journey. Charlotte and Yuri followed Alec into remote dungeons, focusing completely on strengthening eco until reaching intermediate skill levels. Alec prioritized dungeon exploration training, believing balanced skill growth would prepare everyone properly for future unpredictable battles ahead. Alec informed Charlotte and Eco about exploring the second-ranked Limped Fath dungeon, instead of returning toward Royce Dungeon again. Alec explained Limped Fath contained defensive monsters, making it perfect training for Eco, while obtaining the valuable rock shell shield. Charlotte quickly realized Alec specifically planned obtaining defensive equipment for Eco, understanding his careful strategy for future dangerous encounters. Alec encouraged Eco to improve shield arts abilities, believing frontline defensive combat suited her natural talents and combat instincts. While preparing Eco's defense training, Alec also planned acquiring recovery sorcery, because shields alone could not prevent every injury. Charlotte worried about Eco fighting dangerous frontline battles, but Alec confidently believed Eco would quickly become an exceptional defender. The group traveled through town searching armor shops, preparing proper defensive equipment before entering difficult dungeon areas together safely. Alec purchased expensive equipment and a massive shield for Eco, while teaching advanced pawn shield and spear shield arts. After visiting the Grand Royal Library, Alec guided everyone toward the church to obtain valuable recovery sorcery grimoires for Eco. Eco successfully acquired recovery minor sorcery, giving the party stronger survival abilities before beginning their next dangerous dungeon expedition together. Alec, Charlotte, and Eco traveled several hours from the royal capital toward Limpfath dungeon near Piho farming town together. After arriving near Piho, the group calmly explored Limpfath dungeon while concentrating on Eco's developing shield art abilities. Eco quickly mastered multiple shield art skills except Bishop shield art, which Alec considered difficult during her early defensive training. Alec carefully explained every shield art effect, teaching Eco protection, knockback, piercing reflection, and area defense combat techniques thoroughly. After many dungeon runs, Eco steadily matured into a dependable paladin, strengthening the party's frontline defensive capabilities significantly afterward. Eco blocked the monster's fierce attack alone, shocking Charlotte after enduring the powerful impact without suffering serious visible injuries afterward. Charlotte watched silently while Eco remained standing confidently, proving her defensive abilities had improved greatly through continuous dungeon training sessions. Alec observed Eco's increased vitality and endurance carefully, realizing her shield arts transformed her into a dependable frontline defensive fighter. Believing Eco had matured enough, Alec decided advancing toward the deepest dungeon area would help her learn Bishop shield art. Deep inside Limpfath dungeon, the group finally encountered Rock Tortoise, the enormous monster guarding the dungeon's dangerous final chamber. Alec warned everyone that defeating Rock Tortoise required perfect coordination because its defense remained extremely high despite lacking strong offensive power. Understanding Alec's strategy and responsibilities clearly, Eco calmly accepted protecting the party throughout the dangerous boss battle ahead together. Eco stepped forward alone before Rock Tortoise, while Alec confidently signaled the beginning of their carefully planned defensive confrontation inside. Alec explained Bishop shield art required completely blocking 100 boss attacks without taking damage from stronger enemies consecutively during combat. Because complete defense was mandatory, Alec understood Eco could not receive even minor injuries while enduring Rock Tortoise's continuous attacks. Alec instructed Eco to counter Rock Tortoise's attacks using Knight and Gold general shield arts, while carefully maintaining defensive parrying timing. Alec explained parrying required synchronizing defensive movements perfectly with enemy attacks to block damage and create effective knockback opportunities. Through successful parries, Eco protected herself from harm while gradually forcing Rock Tortoise backward inside the dungeon battlefield area repeatedly. Alec compared mastering parrying techniques to rhythm games, believing precise timing granted overwhelming defensive advantages during difficult prolonged boss encounters consistently. Following Alec's commands carefully, Eco continuously switched shield arts abilities while enduring Rock Tortoise's relentless attacks without receiving direct damage. Alec observed Rock Tortoise's simple attack patterns carefully, though he understood mastering precise parry timing remained extremely difficult for beginners initially. Eco failed blocking perfectly once, but Alec calmly encouraged her to continue enduring the exhausting defensive battle against Rock Tortoise relentlessly. After recovering herself with Recovery Minor Sorcery, Eco regained confidence and prepared mentally for the prolonged confrontation ahead inside Limpfath. For nearly 2 exhausting hours, Eco continuously defended against Rock Tortoise while maintaining careful concentration on every incoming attack timing perfectly. Eventually, Eco successfully acquired Bishop shield art, completing Alec's difficult training plan and greatly strengthening the party's defensive capabilities afterward. Second invited Sylvia to learn magic archery after noticing her hidden talent and believing she could become stronger quickly. Sylvia accepted Second's training seriously, while Eco watched nearby, curious about the new skill and future adventures together. Eco became excited after hearing about Sylvia's training and hoped Second would also prepare special lessons for her someday. Second planned another dungeon trip to test Eco's Bishop shield art against Rock Tortoises and improve her defense abilities. Second traveled through town with Eco and Sylvia, while noticing Eco had recently become much happier beside their growing party. Second brought Sylvia into the dungeon and explained the difficult requirement needed for mastering advanced magic archery combination techniques. Second instructed Eco to activate Bishop shield art carefully before the approaching monster attacked their defensive position inside the cave. Eco successfully released Bishop shield art and created a powerful shield barrier that blocked the monster's dangerous attack completely. Sylvia watched Eco's shield skill with surprise, while Second observed calmly, satisfied with Eco's growing defensive combat abilities recently. Eco endured the Rock Tortoise attack easily, as Bishop shield art greatly strengthened defensive power against dangerous boss-class monster attacks. Second warned Eco that Bishop shield art consumed massive SP, making careful timing extremely important during dangerous dungeon battles. Eco became emotional after realizing Bishop shield art finally allowed useful protection for teammates during difficult combat situations inside dungeons. Sylvia successfully unlocked magic archery combination skill after continuous training, impressing Second with her unexpectedly fast progress inside the dungeon. Sylvia tested her new magic archery skill against a monster and accurately released magical arrows toward the approaching enemy creature. Sylvia carefully observed her unstable attack afterward, while Second calmly checked whether she could properly control the new power. Sylvia released Coral Form of Fire through magic archery combination and launched a powerful flaming attack toward the monster. The explosion heavily damaged the monster, while Second calmly measured Sylvia's critical damage and overall combat performance inside the dungeon. Eiko praised Sylvia excitedly as Second analyzed future improvements that could transform Sylvia's magic archery into an extremely powerful main skill. After witnessing Sylvia's rapid growth, Second seriously decided he wanted to pursue his next important personal goal immediately afterward. Second suddenly approached Sylvia privately and revealed his determination, leaving Sylvia completely shocked by his unexpected serious expression and behavior. Sylvia misunderstood Second's sudden determination and nervously believed he wanted to deepen their relationship much sooner than expected afterward. Second passionately explained his desire to become stronger immediately, leaving Sylvia embarrassed after realizing she misunderstood his original intention completely. Second clarified that obtaining the chase ring required greater strength, and Sylvia finally understood his serious motivation for future training. Second apologized to Sylvia while explaining the important connection between their strengthening plans and Sylvia's powerful Flame Wolf's bow weapon. Later that night, Second quietly watched Eiko sleeping peacefully while promising future growth and stronger defensive equipment for her. Eventually, Second questioned Sylvia about her current damage output and explained that strengthening equipment remained extremely important for future battles and growth. Second revealed Sylvia's Flame Wolf's bow could eventually reach 12,000 damage, completely shocking Sylvia with its overwhelming future potential. Sylvia finally understood how important strengthening equipment truly was after comparing her current attack power with Second's projected calculations carefully. Second explained they would need a skilled blacksmith for weapon strengthening, while Sylvia worried about managing such difficult preparations successfully. Second proposed forming an adventurer team with Sylvia and Eiko before recruiting additional members through the Adventurers Guild registration process. Sylvia realized finding a dependable blacksmith would become difficult, while Second explained advantages gained through forming an organized adventurer team together. Second proposed searching for talented people interested in blacksmithing. Though Sylvia immediately understood such exhausting work would require enormous effort, Second explained the extremely low chance of discovering talented blacksmiths capable of learning advanced equipment strengthening techniques from the beginning. Second considered inviting an active blacksmith directly, but Sylvia understood experienced craftsmen rarely abandoned stable workplaces for unfamiliar adventurer groups. After explaining 3 difficult possibilities, Second confidently introduced a 4th plan, believing it offered their highest chance for future success. Second suddenly suggested buying a slave, surprising Sylvia after revealing his unexpected solution for finding a future blacksmith companion. Sylvia calmly considered Second's proposal and realized searching slave markets could actually simplify finding talented blacksmith candidates quickly for them. Second became confused after Sylvia accepted the plan peacefully, instead of reacting angrily toward his sudden controversial suggestion about slaves. Second expected Sylvia to criticize him harshly, but instead she accepted the practical reasoning behind searching slave markets for talented workers. After reaching an agreement, Second decided they would return to the royal capital tomorrow and visit a slave dealer together. Sylvia recommended Second wear expensive clothing during negotiations, believing wealthy appearances would improve treatment from slave merchants inside the capital. Second arrived at royal capital Winston with Sylvia and Eiko, searching carefully for trustworthy allies and skilled craftsmen nearby. Second visited the Maurice Slave Company, where President Philip welcomed him warmly and prepared special slaves for examination afterward. Second observed Philip's luxurious clothing and influence carefully while Sylvia and Eiko silently watched the suspicious merchant during tea. Second requested blacksmith slaves for detailed inspection, hoping to discover talented workers capable of supporting future plans and battles. Several chained slaves entered the room quietly, while Second studied their appearances carefully to identify hidden blacksmithing potential among them. Second realized Sylvia stayed calm because the slaves were experienced craftsmen instead of weak young combat-oriented workers there. Second understood his misunderstanding about slaves and focused seriously on finding skilled blacksmiths capable of exceptional future growth potential. Philip allowed Second to examine every slave status carefully, while he organized candidates according to their blacksmithing abilities and talents. Second analyzed important blacksmith attributes, prioritizing strength, dexterity, luck, intelligence, and growth types suitable for weapon crafting specialization. Second finally discovered a talented blacksmith candidate possessing excellent natural abilities, suitable for supporting the future world-ranked warrior's equipment. Second carefully examined every blacksmith candidate again, but failed finding anyone matching the exceptional talent level he truly desired. Philip apologized and explained that only criminal slaves remained available, though Second accepted continuing the blacksmith search without hesitation afterward. Philip guided Second toward the hidden slave chambers, because criminal slaves could not legally enter the public reception rooms safely. Second instructed Sylvia and Iko to remain behind, while he personally investigated the criminal slaves, with Philip inside downstairs. Second noticed the Maurice Slave Company treated slaves reasonably well, although several imprisoned individuals still appeared completely hopeless and broken. Philip guided Second through the criminal slave chambers, explaining that one imprisoned inmate previously worked professionally as a blacksmith. Second examined the blacksmith carefully, but immediately rejected him after discovering unsuitable abilities and disappointing overall growth potential statistics. Philip apologized sincerely after Second rejected another candidate, believing he completely failed meeting the skilled player's strict expectations there. While leaving, Second noticed an unusually secure chamber, causing curiosity about the dangerous prisoner locked carefully inside alone. Inside the special chamber, Second discovered a calm, dark elf woman chained heavily. Unlike the other hopeless criminal slaves, Philip explained the dark elf assassin had been controlled through a slave contract and later transferred into company ownership. Second learned the dark elf possessed exceptional talent, but discrimination and restrictive contracts prevented anyone from purchasing her previously. Second found the situation suspicious, because attractive dark elves normally attracted buyers easily despite dangerous political restrictions and prejudice. Second recalled that Castal Kingdom previously experienced persecution against beast folk and dark elves, creating severe discriminatory regulations throughout society afterward. Understanding her circumstances completely, Second requested the dark elf status directly, while the imprisoned woman quietly observed him carefully nearby. Second examined the dark elf status carefully and discovered balanced abilities perfectly suited for multiple advanced combat-oriented classes and professions. After reviewing her skills, Second realized her exceptional dexterity improved assassination, sorcery, archery, and dangerous string manipulation techniques simultaneously. Second concluded her growth potential matched the rare blacksmith path perfectly, making her an extremely valuable hidden talent candidate. Recognizing her overwhelming future value immediately, Second purchased the criminal dark elf slave, despite the enormous 16 million CL price. Second identified the slave contract as magical slave sorcery, a system he previously encountered during his time inside Mobius Online. Second learned slave contracts magically prevented masters and slaves from violating recorded conditions through powerful restrictive sorcery systems permanently. After reading the contract carefully, Second realized the agreement mostly contained ordinary terms regarding humane treatment and obedience requirements. Second discovered the final restriction prohibited the dark elf from attacking humans entirely, creating severe consequences for her future safety. Philip explained the restriction originated from Castal Kingdom authorities, making modification or removal completely impossible under current national regulations legally. Despite the harsh conditions, Second accepted the contract terms and officially completed the Dark Elf slave sorcery purchase process successfully. After purchasing the Dark Elf successfully, Second asked her name, but she calmly revealed she never possessed one before. Second initially misunderstood her answer jokingly, then realized the Dark Elf truly lived her entire life without receiving any name. Feeling uncomfortable addressing her namelessly, Second requested permission to personally give the Dark Elf a proper new identity afterward. Second carefully considered her beautiful violet hair and dark complexion, while searching seriously for a suitable meaningful name patiently. After thinking quietly for several moments, Second finally reached a decision, while the Dark Elf accepted his naming proposal calmly. After considering several possibilities carefully, Second finally decided giving the Dark Elf woman the beautiful name Yukari afterward. Yukari respectfully accepted her new name, and formally pledged loyal service towards Second as her recognized master from then onward. Second introduced himself properly, and promised introducing Sylvia and Iko. Later, while Yukari followed him upstairs obediently beside quietly, Elle introduced Yukari to Iko after searching carefully for a talented blacksmith capable of supporting future adventures and battles. Iko became surprised after seeing Yukari's appearance, while Elle calmly explained the Dark Elf girl would begin blacksmith training. Iko awkwardly greeted Yukari, but Yukari remained composed and respectful while accepting Iko's energetic personality without hesitation afterward. Iko continued speaking enthusiastically toward Yukari, and Yukari answered calmly, creating an unusual friendship that impressed Elle greatly. Elle later revealed Sylvia's hidden talent as a magic archer, leaving Yukari curious about another unexpected companion joining them. Elle decided everyone should return toward Piho Town first, planning carefully before making decisions about future responsibilities afterward. During the journey, Elle tried understanding Yukari better, by asking questions, hoping their relationship would gradually improve naturally together. Yukari answered every question briefly and coldly, causing Elle to realize socializing with her would become unexpectedly difficult afterward. Elle worried Yukari might eventually leave, despite becoming a skilled blacksmith, so he wanted their relationship strengthened before then. After thinking carefully throughout the journey, Elle finally decided direct honesty would become the best approach toward understanding Yukari completely. After arriving at Piho, Elle directly asked Yukari about her past, hoping honesty would finally deepen their growing relationship. Yukari calmly questioned whether Elle's request was an order, while assured her answering remained completely her personal choice. Yukari politely refused discussing her past, maintaining her composed attitude, despite clearly understanding Elle's true intentions toward her afterward. Instead of disappointment, Elle became satisfied, because Yukari finally revealed emotions honestly, proving their relationship had slightly progressed already. Elle realized Yukari feared her hidden past becoming known, explaining her quiet behavior and overly obedient attitude toward others afterward. Elle introduced Yukari to Iko after searching carefully for a talented blacksmith capable of supporting future adventures and battles. Iko became surprised after seeing Yukari's appearance, while Elle calmly explained the dark elf girl would begin blacksmith training. Iko awkwardly greeted Yukari, but Yukari remained composed and respectful while accepting Iko's energetic personality without hesitation afterward. Iko continued speaking enthusiastically toward Yukari, and Yukari answered calmly, creating an unusual friendship that impressed Elle greatly. Elle later revealed Sylvia's hidden talent as a magic archer, leaving Yukari curious about another unexpected companion joining them. Elle decided everyone should return toward Piho Town first, planning carefully before making decisions about future responsibilities afterward. During the journey, Elle tried understanding Yukari better, by asking questions, hoping their relationship would gradually improve naturally together. Yukari answered every question briefly and coldly, causing Elle to realize socializing with her would become unexpectedly difficult afterward. Elle worried Yukari might eventually leave, despite becoming a skilled blacksmith, so he wanted their relationship strengthened before then. After thinking carefully throughout the journey, Elle finally decided direct honesty would become the best approach toward understanding Yukari completely. After arriving at Piho, Elle directly asked Yukari about her past, hoping honesty would finally deepen their growing relationship. Yukari calmly questioned whether Elle's request was an order, while assured her answering remained completely her personal choice. Yukari politely refused discussing her past, maintaining her composed attitude, despite clearly understanding Elle's true intentions toward her afterward. Instead of disappointment, Elle became satisfied, because Yukari finally revealed emotions honestly, proving their relationship had slightly progressed already. Elle realized Yukari feared her hidden past becoming known, explaining her quiet behavior and overly obedient attitude toward others afterward. Elle quietly understood Yukari's reaction after remembering similar emotions he once carried while hiding his own painful circumstances before. Elle recalled the time when others questioned Seven about employment, while he secretly remained the world's strongest player instead. Seven hid the truth behind excuses, because revealing unemployment would destroy relationships and invite judgment from surrounding people afterward. Fear of rejection forced Seven to distance himself emotionally, even while pretending gaming achievements were only casual hobbies publicly. Elle realized Yukari probably feared similar rejection, so he searched carefully for ways to reveal her genuine personality safely. Elle decided Yukari first needed confidence that everyone would accept her, honestly regardless of whatever painful past she carried before. Although uncertain about succeeding, Elle stopped overthinking temporarily and gathered everyone together for dinner inside Piho afterward. Peacefully, inside the tavern, Elle suggested forming a team, hoping shared goals would strengthen trust between every companion gradually afterward. Iko and Sylvia reacted excitedly while Yukari listened quietly, curious about the true purpose connecting everyone around the same table. Elle finally revealed his ambition becoming the world's strongest, asking Yukari, Iko, and Sylvia to support him together faithfully. Yukari accepted helping Elle cautiously, though she still doubted his claim about becoming the world's strongest person someday afterward. Elle realized Yukari completely misunderstood his ambition, while Iko awkwardly tried convincing her the declaration was genuinely serious afterward together. Sylvia became curious about Elle's impossible dream, asking how he planned achieving the title of world champion exactly afterward. L explained becoming number 1 required collecting every skill title and defeating anyone protecting those prestigious positions across continents afterward. To clarify further, L described titles as ultimate achievements representing the absolute highest rank attainable within every specialized skill available. L explained that obtaining a title first required mastering every related secondary skill to the highest possible level completely. After meeting those conditions, challengers could enter title fights and defeat current holders to officially claim prestigious ranks afterward. L revealed titles represented absolute mastery because only one individual could possess each skill's highest recognition simultaneously across Mobian entirely. Conquering every existing title alone would already prove someone deserved recognition as the true strongest person worldwide beyond doubt afterward. L declared his first objective involved conquering every title, leaving Iko shocked by the overwhelming scale of his ambition. Sylvia immediately rejected L's ambition, believing nobody could realistically achieve power great enough to become the absolute strongest worldwide. L questioned Sylvia repeatedly, refusing vague answers while demanding clear reasons explaining why such overwhelming strength remained impossible for humans. Sylvia warned L against speaking carelessly, showing irritation because his impossible ambition. Second guided Sylvia, Iko, and mine toward Asiasparn dungeon, preparing everyone carefully before starting the dangerous team formation quest. Inside the dark cave, Second observed the surroundings calmly while Sylvia and Iko followed closely beside mine without hesitation. Second explained the quest requirements clearly, knowing the group needed cooperation and speed to clear the third-class dungeon successfully. The narrow dungeon path seemed simple, but Second remained cautious because hidden dangers often appeared inside lower-class dungeons unexpectedly. Second remembered entering Asiasparn dungeon years earlier, realizing the forgotten place still carried strange memories and dangerous possibilities ahead. Second walked deeper into Asiasparn dungeon, completely forgetting the dangerous nickname players once feared throughout the entire region greatly. The group suddenly encountered strange goblins hiding nearby. While Second realized the blow-away dungeon remained far more dangerous, several goblins slowly surrounded Sylvia, Iko, mine, and Second, preparing to attack the inexperienced team inside the dark cavern. Sylvia reacted quickly and used magic archery against approaching goblins, protecting the party before enemies reached their formation safely. Sylvia's flaming arrow combination exploded across the battlefield, instantly defeating nearby goblins, and shocking mine and Iko completely afterward. Sylvia confidently defeated nearby goblins, causing Second and mine to observe her growing combat abilities carefully inside the dungeon. Iko happily charged toward another goblin group, believing the third-class dungeon remained easy after Sylvia's successful magical attack earlier. Second watched silently while Iko blocked incoming attacks bravely, demonstrating impressive defensive skills against multiple aggressive goblins simultaneously there. Iko's shield technique pushed several goblins backward instantly, allowing Sylvia and mine to continue advancing through the dangerous cavern safely. Second smiled slightly after seeing Sylvia and Iko cooperate perfectly, realizing the newly formed team progressed without serious danger ahead. Second watched the defeated goblins carefully, deciding to protect Yukari while Sylvia and Iko continued improving their teamwork coordination skills. The group finally discovered Goblin KO, Asiasparn dungeon's enormous boss monster, standing silently inside the deepest cavern area ahead. Several goblin mages suddenly appeared beside the boss, forcing Second to reconsider the battle, because magical attacks created additional dangerous pressure. Second calmly analyzed their strength, realizing Sylvia could eliminate goblin mages quickly while the team focused attacks against Goblin Co together. Iko listened carefully as Second explained the strategy, preparing herself bravely, while Sylvia anticipated the upcoming boss battle with excitement afterward. Second finalized the battle strategy confidently, while Sylvia, Iko, and Yukari prepared themselves carefully before confronting Goblin Ko inside Asiasparn. Iko bravely rushed forward alone, blocking the enormous boss attack directly while protecting the team from incoming dangerous strikes successfully. The boss attack barely damaged Iko, surprising Second because her defensive abilities exceeded expectations during the intense battle against Goblin KO. Sylvia immediately eliminated nearby goblin mages calmly, allowing the group to focus entirely on defeating the weakened dungeon boss afterwards successfully. Second launched castle archery toward Goblin KO, preparing to finish the battle quickly before additional enemies could suddenly appear nearby. Second noticed Sylvia's worried expression immediately after defeating Goblin KO. Sensing something dangerous still remained hidden inside the dungeon unexpectedly afterward, the enormous Goblin Co collapsed completely, while Sylvia finished the remaining goblin mages surrounding the exhausted team members nearby successfully afterward. Second suddenly realized the team formation quest remained incomplete, understanding something inside Asiasparn dungeon had gone terribly wrong unexpectedly during victory celebration. The defeated goblin co slowly began disappearing, while a surviving goblin mage secretly prepared another dangerous magical attack nearby against Sylvia suddenly. Second reacted instantly after noticing the goblin mage targeting Sylvia directly, realizing the hidden enemy created another dangerous situation for everyone immediately. Second immediately protected Sylvia after noticing the hidden goblin mage preparing a dangerous spell directly behind the defeated boss. Suddenly, the goblin mage cast Oppo form of fire desperately, forcing Second to react quickly before the powerful sorcery activated completely. Second and Sylvia suddenly appeared beside a distant beach, finally understanding why Asiasparn dungeon earned its terrifying nickname long ago afterward. The random teleportation sorcery forcefully transported targets several kilometers away, causing adventurers to become separated deep across distant dangerous regions. Second remembered reading shocking Mobian wiki reports, describing victims mysteriously blown far away from Asiasparn dungeon without warning before. Second remembered the shocking Mobian wiki report, explaining an adventurer was blown nearly 255 kilometers away unexpectedly afterward. The dangerous effect activated whenever a goblin mage used random teleportation beside Goblin Ko's disappearing corpse during battle situations previously. Second recalled teleportation distance depended entirely upon remaining magical power, creating strange displacement effects between 4 and 255 kilometers unexpectedly. Because Goblin Ko possessed enormous magical power reserves, random teleportation transformed into an uncontrollable long-distance transportation spell immediately after activation there. Second stared silently towards Sylvia, realizing he completely forgot the terrifying incident connected to Asiasparn dungeon's dangerous teleportation phenomenon before. Second walked beside Sylvia across the distant beach, realizing experienced players rarely encountered Asiasparn dungeon's dangerous hidden teleportation trap afterward. Second sighed heavily while observing the endless ocean, understanding their unexpected teleportation created another troublesome situation far away from everyone. Sylvia finally realized the goblin's teleportation magic succeeded. Second stayed calm while observing her shocked expression silently. Second explained their sudden transportation carefully. Sylvia doubted his explanation, but his composed attitude prevented further panic immediately. Second confirmed they were hundreds kilometers away from Asiasparn. Sylvia silently stared while understanding their dangerous isolated situation completely. Second discovered the team system still connected them together. He accepted reality and prepared their next survival strategy calmly. The goblin mage failed controlling them entirely. Using team communication, Second maintained coordination while searching methods returning safely. Yukari learned Second and Sylvia needed almost 1 week returning. Her shocked reaction revealed unexpected concern toward their safety. Second admitted their location was extremely distant. Sylvia quietly followed beside him while understanding their difficult journey ahead completely. Second suddenly disconnected communication before explaining further. Sylvia remained confused after realizing the dangerous distance separating everyone permanently. Second decided using this journey to understand Sylvia better. He carefully observed her cold personality while traveling together daily. Second analyzed the coastline and identified Port City Kula nearby. He planned reaching civilization before continuing toward Asiasparn safely. Second noticed Sylvia understood coastal regions unusually well. Her hesitant response made him suspect hidden experiences from her mysterious past. Sylvia admitted her birthplace connected deeply with oceans. Second questioned why she constantly behaved distant, despite familiar surroundings nearby. Second became frustrated with Yukari's careless actions. He abandoned cautious plans and decided exposing Sylvia's concealed emotions directly instead. Second confronted Sylvia about hiding herself emotionally. He carefully observed her reaction, while pressuring her guarded personality further gradually. Sylvia admitted everyone protected personal secrets regardless relationships. Her calm explanation revealed emotional walls she refused lowering before others completely. Second continued provoking Sylvia about her hidden past. Her uneasy reaction confirmed she slowly dropped her emotionless facade completely. Second immediately noticed Sylvia accidentally admitted her personality was artificial. Her shocked expression revealed she recognized her careless mistake instantly. Sylvia attempted correcting herself calmly, but Second enjoyed watching her growing nervousness, while continuing pressure without hesitation afterward, relentlessly. Second pointed out Sylvia's uncontrollable smiling expression. She struggled maintaining composure after gradually exposing genuine emotions before him openly. Second realized his strategy succeeded perfectly. Sylvia's hidden feelings surfaced naturally while her guarded personality weakened during their shared journey. Second questioned why Sylvia insisted maintaining emotional distance forever. His words slowly challenged boundaries she carefully protected for years silently. Second advised Sylvia, revealing the truth honestly. She quietly listened while struggling against emotions hidden beneath her cold behavior deeply. After investigating secretly, Second connected Sylvia's past with Duchess Lucia Icene. He finally understood the burden she carried alone. Second encouraged Sylvia, abandoning unnecessary secrecy. She finally admitted protecting someone else mattered more than protecting herself emotionally completely. Sylvia revealed her gratitude toward Lucia's kindness, sincerely. Second observed calmly, realizing Sylvia's loyalty defined her hidden emotional struggles entirely. Sylvia walked away silently after revealing her emotions. Her shaken expression showed Second's words deeply affected, her guarded heart unexpectedly. Second believed forcing Sylvia confronting emotions was necessary. He accepted appearing cruel if it meant breaking her emotional walls. Sylvia criticized Second internally, believing his impossible ambitions and careless behavior made him unsuitable, becoming her true master completely. Sylvia recalled Second's reckless adventures and suspicious leadership methods. She questioned whether someone irresponsible truly deserved worldwide recognition honestly afterward. Despite doubting him constantly, Sylvia secretly suspected Second intentionally arranged their isolated journey together from the beginning carefully. Sylvia misunderstood Second's intentions completely. Believing isolation endangered her safety, she prepared herself for unbearable possibilities silently afterward anxiously. Despite fear and confusion, Sylvia refused abandoning her life. Lucia's kindness remained the reason protecting her emotional strength constantly. During nights beside the campfire, Second quietly guarded their surroundings. Sylvia noticed he never crossed inappropriate boundaries with her once. By the third morning, Sylvia's exhaustion worsened severely. Even then, Second continued respecting her space while traveling beside her carefully. Fatigue gradually weakened Sylvia's judgment and emotional stability. Meanwhile, constant arguments transformed their formal relationship into something strangely personal, unexpectedly. Second noticed Yukari's strange behavior becoming increasingly unstable. Her excessive fear toward him convinced him something was terribly wrong mentally. Second concluded Yukari had been manipulated through brainwashing sorcery. Her constant defensiveness revealed unnatural fear created by external influence completely. While investigating Mobian's history, Second discovered Duchess Lucia Icene possessed dangerous brainwashing abilities feared by many throughout history. Second learned brainwashing only disappeared through overwhelming emotional shock during life-threatening situations involving precious people deeply connected emotionally together. Watching sleeping Yukari beside the fire, Second decided forcing powerful emotions was the only remaining solution for saving her. Second struggled deciding how saving Yukari properly before reaching conclusions. Unexpected danger suddenly approached their isolated campsite violently afterward. Bandits attacked suddenly and stabbed Second from behind. Yukari awakened immediately after witnessing the brutal assault directly beside her. The thieves captured Yukari and celebrated greedily. Believing Second dead already, they hurried transporting her toward black market traders quickly. While carrying Yukari away, the criminals discussed selling her enormous value openly. Their careless confidence revealed complete ignorance toward Second's survival. Seriously wounded yet conscious, Second realized ordinary thieves targeted Yukari specifically. He immediately prepared himself for pursuing them relentlessly afterward. Second realized the thieves ignored his body completely. They believed surviving a direct strike through his heart remained impossible, thanks to his overwhelming durability stats. Second survived the fatal attack. He viewed the thieves' mistake as valuable opportunity instead. Sylvia watched Second collapse after battle. Believing the strongest player had fallen easily, she lost hope completely afterward. Sylvia feared capture and humiliation. She believed her future would become endless suffering under cruel people without escape. While despair consumed her mind, Sylvia rejected her fate repeatedly and questioned why only she endured such pain. Sylvia finally screamed inside her heart, refusing the tragic future, awaiting her despite overwhelming fear and loneliness surrounding her. At that moment, Sylvia suddenly felt warmth on her forehead, and memories about Second returned clearly to her mind. Lucia accepted Sylvia into the Lucene family, making her personal shadow servant and demanding complete loyalty from that day. Although Lucia trained Sylvia harshly, Sylvia still remembered the warmth from Lucia's hand during childhood memories afterward. Lucia reminded Sylvia that serving the Lacine family remained her only purpose, forcing her to continue working faithfully forever. Sylvia became Lucia's hidden assassin, receiving brutal training and eliminating enemies silently, while abandoning her ordinary life completely afterward. Years later, Sylvia returned before Lucia again, questioning her master's true intentions while remembering every painful lesson from childhood. Lucia placed a charm onto Sylvia's forehead, wishing happiness for her before Sylvia suddenly lost consciousness, completely afterward. After Lucia's execution, Sylvia survived alone as a slave, while the Lacine family and shadow troops disappeared forever completely. Remembering Lucia as her respected master and mother figure, Sylvia collapsed emotionally while questioning everything she once believed deeply afterward. Sylvia finally realized the charm had manipulated her memories, making her understand she had been brainwashed for many years. Weak and trembling, Sylvia faced cruel people mocking her condition while enduring humiliation after learning the painful truth completely. Sylvia suffered abuse from cruel merchants while realizing her precious memories about Lucia had begun collapsing completely afterward. Remembering Lucia's smile, Sylvia understood the affection she treasured came from manipulation instead of genuine maternal love completely. Overwhelmed by grief, Sylvia questioned why Lucia enslaved and brainwashed her while forcing her into endless murder and suffering. Sylvia finally screamed uncontrollably in despair, shocking everyone nearby as years of pain burst from her broken heart completely. Crying alone, Sylvia accepted the devastating truth that the love she trusted throughout her life had always been false. While Sylvia suffered inside the cabin, the criminals discussed silencing her before she could resist their cruel treatment completely. Outside the hidden forest building, several guards remained unaware that someone nearby had already discovered their secret location completely. Second carefully observed the hideout and realized Yukari was captured inside, forcing him to attack immediately without hesitation afterward. Using precise archery techniques, Second silently eliminated the entrance guards before they could warn anyone hiding inside the building. After defeating the guards, Second advanced toward the cabin alone while the unconscious enemies collapsed across the forest ground silently. After killing the guards, Second suppressed his emotions and prepared himself before entering the dangerous hideout quietly that night. Hearing movement inside the cabin, Second watched armed criminals approach carefully while tightening his grip around his sword silently. Before the criminals understood the situation, Second attacked swiftly and overwhelmed them through precise swordsmanship and superior combat experience completely. Second moved deeper into the building, sensing Yukari nearby while searching every dark room without stopping for even moments afterward. Cornered inside the cabin, the remaining criminals faced Second's powerful sword technique as he struck every direction simultaneously without mercy. After defeating several enemies alone, Second stood among fallen criminals while survivors stared at him with overwhelming fear completely afterward. The remaining criminals finally noticed Second inside the cabin, while Sylvia stayed collapsed helplessly near their feet silently afterward. Second used advanced swordsmanship techniques to overpower multiple attackers instantly, leaving the criminals unable to defend themselves properly afterward. Terrified by Second's strength, the final criminal questioned whether any ordinary human could fight with such terrifying power alone completely. Watching Second carefully, Sylvia realized her brainwashing had disappeared completely as suspicion slowly vanished from her exhausted eyes afterward. The final criminal captured Sylvia as hostage, threatening Second while forcing him to throw away his weapon immediately afterward. Remaining calm, Second released his sword carefully, while secretly preparing another attack against the distracted criminal nearby silently afterward. The criminal focused completely on Second's weapon, failing to notice the magic circle forming beneath his own feet suddenly afterward. As the burning criminal panicked in confusion, Second rushed forward instantly, refusing to give his enemy any chance escaping afterward. Second finished the battle, using powerful magic swordsmanship, defeating the criminal completely while rescuing Sylvia from certain danger successfully afterward. After defeating the criminals, Second carefully untied Sylvia and checked her condition while noticing tears falling from her exhausted face. Still shaken emotionally, Sylvia quietly accepted Second's kindness and suggested leaving the terrible place immediately together afterward silently. Outside the cabin, Second gently supported Sylvia while both remained silent, struggling to process everything that recently happened completely. As sunrise appeared beyond the mountains, Sylvia finally escaped the darkness that had controlled her painful life for years. Second blamed himself after the attack failed. He realized his carelessness nearly placed Sylvia in serious danger during battle. Sylvia lowered her head beside the forest stream. She believed her own weakness caused trouble for Second and others. Second calmly explained that Sylvia's strange behavior was unnatural. He already suspected someone manipulated her thoughts through forbidden magic. Second revealed Duchess. Lucia used brainwashing sorcery, Sylvia became shocked after understanding why her emotions and decisions felt unstable recently. Second guided Sylvia through the forest quietly afterward. They continued walking together while discussing everything that happened during the incident. Sylvia revealed Duchess Lucia adopted her as an orphan. She was secretly raised only to perform assassinations without question. Sylvia realized the brainwashing controlled her emotions completely. She once believed serving Lucia faithfully gave meaning to her painful existence. After the brainwashing disappeared, Sylvia understood the terrible truth. Lucia never cared for her beyond being a disposable weapon entirely. Sylvia admitted false affection kept her moving forward for years. Second quietly listened while understanding the depth of her suffering completely. Sylvia finally explained the hidden truth surrounding Lucia's downfall. Second realized brainwashing played a major role behind the execution incident. Sylvia revealed Lucia's execution resulted from political schemes. Prime Minister Balmoral manipulated events using powerful hostile forces behind everything. Sylvia explained her brainwashing prevented important secrets from spreading. She believed revealing information earlier would endanger Lucia's already fragile position. Sylvia carefully asked Second to hear her personal conclusion. Second silently listened while considering the complicated situation surrounding Lucia's downfall carefully. Second shared Yukari's perspective about Lucia's true feelings. He believed Lucia genuinely loved Yukari despite her many terrible decisions and actions. Second suggested the brainwashing possibly protected Yukari from danger. Sylvia became shocked after hearing a completely different interpretation about Lucia's intentions. Sylvia questioned Second's theory emotionally. She could not understand why Lucia protected her while still raising her as an assassin. Second argued Sylvia's painful image was intentionally created. Lucia manipulated events carefully to hide important information and protect Sylvia from enemies. Second explained brainwashing sorcery contained strict limitations. He believed Lucia only used the spell once for Sylvia's protection against dangerous threats. Sylvia became confused after hearing Second's explanation carefully. Second compared the sorcery conditions with knowledge, remembered from the world of Mobion. Second concluded Sylvia's happiness as Lucia's shadow proved everything. Lucia's single brainwashing spell only forced Sylvia to remain cautious toward him. Sylvia struggled to accept Second's explanation completely. Part of her wanted to believe Lucia truly cared about her life and loyalty. Sylvia admitted confusion filled her heart afterward. If Second's theory proved true, her painful devotion was never entirely meaningless. After all, Second suddenly mentioned Yukari escaping imprisonment before execution. Sylvia became surprised after hearing such an unexpected and dangerous suggestion from him. Second explained Yukari considered exploiting a loophole after Sylvia's brainwashing disappeared. The possibility slowly changed Sylvia's understanding about the entire situation. Second clarified Yukari planned escaping slavery illegally while removing her combat restrictions. Sylvia reacted with disbelief toward the reckless escape proposal immediately. Second ignored the Maurice Company's growing attention completely. He believed rescuing Yukari remained far more important than outside political pressure. Currently Second seriously asked Sylvia to become his personal blacksmith someday. Sylvia became confused after hearing such an unexpected request from him. Sylvia mocked Second's strange priorities immediately afterward. She believed normal people would never discuss blacksmithing during dangerous escape plans and investigations. Sylvia explained escaping slavery without removing the sorcery officially seemed impossible. The slave merchant system depended entirely on strict magical restrictions remaining. Second confidently promised freeing Sylvia from imprisonment somehow. Sylvia finally accepted his determination and decided placing trust in him felt worthwhile. Second suddenly asked Sylvia to strike his chest forcefully. Sylvia became confused after hearing his strange request during their serious conversation together. Sylvia hesitated because her slave contract restricted violent actions. She still cautiously agreed after watching Second remain completely calm and confident. Second encouraged Sylvia repeatedly without fear afterward. Sylvia silently prepared herself while struggling to understand the real purpose behind his unusual behavior. Sylvia rushed forward and slammed her head directly into Second's chest. She released frustration and confusion that built throughout their emotional discussion together. Second staggered backward painfully after receiving Sylvia's powerful headbutt. Sylvia finally relaxed emotionally after expressing feelings she kept buried for many years. Sylvia became shocked after successfully attacking Second directly. She realized his strange method somehow bypassed the restrictions placed upon her actions completely. Second calmly confirmed Sylvia accomplished the impossible successfully. Sylvia slowly wondered whether she misunderstood his intentions and honesty from the beginning entirely. Sylvia recalled Second's earlier actions and explanations carefully afterward. She realized every strange event connected perfectly with his plans to help her. Sylvia understood Second risked everything for her future already. His determination to raise her as a blacksmith deeply moved her heart emotionally. Second quietly asked Sylvia whether trust finally existed between them. Sylvia answered honestly while accepting his kindness and determination for the first time. Sylvia shyly promised temporary trust towards Second afterward. She finally called him master while showing a gentle smile filled with relief and warmth. Second successfully escaped the prison with Sylvie. After leaving the guards behind, both quietly traveled toward the western coastline safely. Second remembered an old game bug releasing slave contracts accidentally. The flaw remained unpatched because developers ignored the unusual phenomenon completely. The system error became famous among veteran players. However, most players avoided abusing it because consequences remained poorly understood afterward. Their ship finally reached Port City Kula. Sylvie happily observed the harbor while Second carefully studied the crowded trading district nearby. As ocean waves echoed through Kula, Second reflected silently about future plans while Sylvie calmly waited beside the open window. Second remembered Yukari mentioning Duchess Lucia Isene's death. Her direct involvement convinced him the murder accusation was probably completely accurate. Second investigated Prime Minister Bal Moreau carefully. The minister controlled Prince Klaus's faction and concealed suspicious activities beneath political authority. Because Bal Moreau possessed enormous influence, Second realized powerful nobles could easily hide crimes without suffering consequences from the kingdom afterward. Second compared the kingdom with Mobius online memories. King Bowel Castal appeared greedy, selfish, and obsessed with maintaining political profits constantly. Although Second once ignored King Bowel inside the game, becoming strongest now required understanding every ruler controlling the kingdom's dangerous balance. Second worried after remembering Main's connection with Prince Klaus. Political conflict threatened dragging innocent people into dangerous faction struggles soon afterward. To protect Main's future and pursue becoming strongest, Second decided investigating Prime Minister Bal Moreau personally became absolutely necessary from now. While walking beside Sylvie, Second finally asked Yukari about the Prime Minister. Yukari immediately noticed his growing concern regarding politics. Second promised Yukari he would eventually uncover the truth behind Bal Moreau, even though immediate action remained difficult for him currently. Sylvie quietly warned Second against making careless promises. She understood political conspiracies inside kingdoms often created consequences beyond ordinary expectations afterward. Second and Sylvie arrived at farming town Peiho quietly, both prepared investigating local matters connected with the kingdom's growing political instability nearby. A girl angrily confronted Second after his delayed return. Meanwhile, the Beast Girl happily rushed toward him without hiding excitement anymore afterward. The Beast Girl immediately jumped onto Second happily. Her cheerful reaction briefly eased the tense atmosphere surrounding everyone inside the farming settlement. Afterward, Second apologized sincerely for arriving late. However, the exhausted girl explained continuous problems had already caused serious frustration during recent difficult days. Sylvie and the village girl silently stared toward each other carefully. Second immediately noticed the uncomfortable tension growing between both women nearby. Yukari suddenly gathered Sylvie and the Beast Girl together privately. Second watched them leave, completely confused by the unexpected situation unfolding nearby. Second remembered hearing rumors about girls-only gatherings before. However, observing their intense atmosphere made the strange meeting appear extremely dangerous afterward. Sylvie and Yukari quickly began arguing competitively about Second. Despite harsh insults, Second felt relieved everyone finally interacted comfortably together afterward. The Beast Girl excitedly asked Second about future plans immediately. Her sparkling expression showed complete trust toward his leadership and decisions moving forward. Because evening already arrived, Second canceled dungeon exploration temporarily. Instead, the group planned discussing strategies together peacefully over dinner afterward. During dinner, Second explained their immediate goal clearly. The group needed gaining combat experience before challenging stronger enemies throughout nearby regions. Yukari worried about becoming useless within the party. Second assured everyone they would help improve her blacksmith abilities steadily afterward together. Second selected the Limtet Path dungeon for training temporarily. Meanwhile, Yukari promised focusing seriously on mastering blacksmithing skills from now afterward. Sylvie suddenly asked Second whether their party already had an official team name prepared before beginning future adventures together across kingdoms. Before Second answered properly, Yukari enthusiastically interrupted everyone immediately. She proudly announced already having a perfect suggestion prepared for the entire group. Yukari excitedly suggested a night-themed team name proudly. Sylvie immediately offered listening carefully instead, before the situation became completely embarrassing afterward. Sylvie calmly explained their party lacked actual knights officially. Meanwhile, Second sensed Yukari's dangerous enthusiasm continuing growing without stopping any time soon afterward. Ignoring everyone's reactions completely, Yukari proposed Chivalric Order Zero confidently. Her dramatic announcement shocked the entire group sitting around dinner together afterward. Sylvie quickly created another suggestion instead. She explained the meaning behind SOS Team, while Second questioned their excessive seriousness silently nearby. Before discussions continued further, Iko suddenly fell asleep peacefully beside everyone. Second decided, allowing Iko choosing tomorrow would settle everything easier afterward. After everyone failed choosing properly, Second finally decided naming the party team, Too Fast himself during the lively dinner gathering afterward. Sylvie worried the unusual name could become embarrassing later. However, Second confidently declared he would eventually become the world's strongest adventurer. Second later admitted selecting the random name impulsively while drunk. Despite everything, nobody seriously opposed his strange decision afterward anymore. The following morning, Team Too Fast officially entered Limped Fath Dungeon together. Everyone prepared carefully before beginning their dangerous first exploration mission. Inside the dungeon, Yukari defended Iko immediately against incoming attacks. Their teamwork gradually improved as battles continued deeper underground afterward together. Team Too Fast fought aggressively inside Limped Fath Dungeon. Monsters collapsed quickly as everyone coordinated attacks efficiently together during exploration. Afterward successfully, Second enjoyed returning to Limped Fath after many years. Fast hunting allowed the party earning enormous experience points continuously throughout battles afterward. Sylvie became surprised by their overwhelming speed clearing monsters. Second predicted Yukari's blacksmith skill would advance rapidly at this pace afterward together. While discussing Yukari's progress, Sylvie suddenly remembered something important. Second, realized he never properly checked Yukari's complete skill composition previously afterward. After reviewing Yukari's abilities carefully, Second discovered her rare combat talents. Her pawn archery and knight assassination skills impressed him greatly. Sylvie watched defeated second-rank monsters scattered across the dungeon floor. Their overwhelming efficiency exceeded anything she previously imagined possible before encountering Second. Second realized Yukari's hidden potential explained her rapid growth. Because her skills advanced slowly naturally, experience accumulated far faster than expected afterward. Second explained Yukari's future importance carefully during exploration. Becoming an exceptional blacksmith would greatly strengthen Team Too Fast's combat efficiency moving forward. While fighting together, Second reaffirmed his dream becoming world number one someday. He admitted depending heavily on Sylvie's continued support afterward completely. Inspired by Second's determination, Sylvie respectfully accepted his expectations. She promised pursuing greatness beside him while supporting his ambitions faithfully afterward together. Sylvie quietly declared her new ambition afterward. She decided becoming the world's greatest blacksmith, alongside Second from now onward together permanently. Second noticed Sylvie mentioning world number one repeatedly recently. Unlike before, she no longer rejected impossible dreams or ambitions anymore afterward. Seeing Sylvie smile confidently, Second felt genuinely relieved inside. He realized choosing her companion strengthened both their futures greatly afterward together. Alan returned to the Limped Fath dungeon after obtaining the rare rock shell shield from a defeated rock tortoise monster. Iko suddenly noticed something unusual during the exploration, causing confusion among the party while Alan carefully observed the strange situation. Yukari revealed her upgraded blacksmith abilities and strengthened Alan's flame wolf bow, surprising Iko with the weapon's improved power. During the following weeks, Yukari focused on ability upgrade training, successfully reaching the 5th grade and unlocking advanced equipment enhancement methods. Iko became nervous after Yukari requested the upgraded bow, while Yukari's serious expression made the young girl feel increasingly intimidated. Alan decided to stay quiet about Iko's reaction, while Yukari silently watched the embarrassed beastfolk girl beside him afterward. Iko lowered her head and apologized, still tightly holding the rock shell shield like a treasured object. She feared losing. Alan realized Iko's behavior came from beastfolk instincts, while Elena comforted her and carefully returned the shield without hesitation afterward. After resolving the misunderstanding, Alan requested Yukari to perform a 3rd-stage VIT-focused upgrade on the sturdy defensive equipment immediately. Yukari successfully completed the shield enhancement, and Alan calmly praised her remarkable blacksmith abilities while inspecting the newly strengthened equipment carefully. Alan noticed Yukari's pointed ears turning slightly red whenever she felt embarrassed or secretly pleased by the party's appreciation lately. Iko happily accepted the upgraded rock shell shield from Alan, while Yukari quietly enjoyed seeing the beastfolk girl satisfied afterward. Elena became surprised after Alan suddenly announced the party would leave the Limped Fath dungeon and explore another dangerous location instead. Although Elena mentioned their successful profits and fast exploration progress, Alan carefully considered greater opportunities beyond their current hunting grounds ahead. Alan explained that stronger monsters elsewhere would provide far better experience points, convincing Elena that changing locations was the correct decision. Alan explained the second reason for relocating, believing stronger monsters would provide rare materials for crafting superior advanced equipment. Afterward, Alan described how mithril equipment from the dungeon would greatly improve their combat abilities compared to ordinary lower-quality gear available currently. Alan revealed the third benefit involved earning enormous amounts of gold, leaving Elena completely overwhelmed by the ambitious future plans described. Using their expected fortune, Alan planned building a massive mansion near the royal capital as Team Fastest's permanent headquarters afterward. Alan reflected on the housing system's usefulness and decided their future mansion should become an extravagant residence worthy of their growing fame. Alan announced their new objective involved earning 50 billion CL through mithril alchemy, immediately shocking both Elena and Yukari completely. Elena became confused after hearing the enormous financial target, struggling to understand why Alan needed such extreme wealth for headquarters construction. Alan explained that the royal capital's finest estate cost 25 billion CL, making their planned mansion worth far more than that. Alan believed only an extravagant residence exceeding every noble estate deserved recognition as the world's greatest headquarters for Team Fastest afterward. After Yukari questioned mithril alchemy, Alan explained it was a famous technique transforming mithril materials into highly profitable alloy products successfully. Alan explained mithril alchemy required refining mithril ore first, then combining pure mithril with iron to create valuable mithril alloy. The party learned mithril ore dropped from mithril golems inside Proline dungeon near the blacksmithing town called Bad Gold afterward. Elena suddenly questioned Alan after realizing he possessed detailed knowledge about dangerous dungeons they had never explored before together. Evrion became suspicious when Alan described the unconquered Proline dungeon so accurately, leaving Iko and Yukari silently observing his reaction carefully. Alan struggled internally after hearing Elena's doubts, uncertain whether he should reveal the truth about his mysterious knowledge and experience. Elena admitted she had noticed Alan's unusual knowledge for a long time and believed he was hiding an important secret. Alan finally admitted there was a reason behind his mysterious understanding, though explaining everything would require an unbelievable complicated story afterward. As the others waited quietly, Alan struggled internally, wondering whether revealing the truth would only make everyone distrust and fear him. Alan remembered his previous lonely existence connected to the virtual world, realizing nobody in this world could truly understand his circumstances. Fearing rejection and losing his path toward becoming the world's strongest, Alan decided keeping his secret hidden remained the safest choice. Sylvia told Alan she trusted him completely, and promised accepting his secret, regardless of whatever truth he decided to reveal someday. Alan admired Sylvia's honest determination, realizing she possessed unwavering courage and sincerity that he believed he could never personally achieve. Comparing himself to Sylvia, Alan viewed his own heart as flawed, calculating, and incapable of becoming truly transparent or righteous afterward. Although Alan acknowledged hiding an important secret, he firmly refused revealing the truth behind his mysterious knowledge to anyone present there. Alan believed avoiding dangerous emotional risks was necessary outside the game world if he wanted to regain his former unmatched greatness again. Alan apologized and admitted his secret was something he intended carrying forever, unable to promise revealing everything even to Sylvia. Sylvia gently accepted Alan's decision and assured him he could speak whenever his hidden burden eventually became too painful inside afterward. Hearing Sylvia's understanding response, Alan sincerely realized she was truly kind-hearted and unlike anyone he had ever trusted before. Second, confidently led Sylvia and the others toward the blacksmith guild, planning to sell valuable mithril alloy supplies there. The blacksmiths rejected Second's proposal immediately because obtaining stable mithril alloy supplies sounded unrealistic and completely impossible to them. Second visited many workshops afterward, but every merchant refused cooperation because nobody trusted unknown suppliers selling rare materials. While walking through the city disappointed, Second realized suspicious origins prevented merchants from accepting his mithril alloy business offers. Sylvia advised Second to build trust, first by conquering Proline dungeon repeatedly, and proving their strength throughout the kingdom. Second considered Sylvia's suggestion carefully and reluctantly decided the Adventurer Guild might become their only practical remaining option afterward. Remembering unpleasant experiences from his previous life, Second strongly disliked involving himself with the Adventurer Guild again completely. Second asked Sylvia and Iko for alternatives, but neither companion discovered any useful ideas improving their difficult current situation. Sylvia explained unregistered dungeon raids could provoke the Adventurer Guild into sabotaging businesses or secretly hiring dangerous assassins afterward. After hearing Sylvia's warning, Second accepted reality and prepared visiting the Adventurer Guild, despite distrusting its corrupt reputation deeply. Second finally entered the Adventurer Guild with Sylvia and Iko, beginning registration despite his lingering frustration toward the organization. The receptionist handed guild cards to Second's party, officially recognizing them as adventurers permitted to enter dangerous dungeons, legally. Second discovered his personal and team ranks were both F rank, placing his experienced party at the absolute bottom. Leaving the counter angrily, Second felt irritated about delays, unfair treatment, low rankings, and public attention toward Sylvia afterward. A large adventurer noticed Second's newcomer status immediately and approached confidently, preparing to intimidate and lecture him publicly inside. Second immediately disliked the rude adventurer, realizing another troublesome conflict inside the Adventurer Guild had already started developing there. Second calmly analyzed the man's behavior, recognizing him as someone exploiting inexperienced adventurers through intimidation and unnecessary harassment tactics. Instead of becoming angry, Second mocked both the adventurer and the guild for allowing reckless individuals to behave carelessly. Second deliberately provoked the large adventurer further, challenging him openly while preventing excuses involving legitimate self-defense afterward during combat. Completely enraged by Second's insults and confidence, the large adventurer finally lost control and prepared attacking him inside the guild. The large adventurer charged recklessly towards Second, exposing countless weaknesses that an experienced fighter could immediately exploit during combat. Iko suddenly screamed for everyone to stop after realizing the angry adventurer intended using excessive force against Second inside. Before reaching Second, the adventurer accidentally struck Iko instead, injuring his own hand after hitting unexpected protective equipment forcefully. The large adventurer panicked while clutching his damaged hand, confused how such a simple attack ended disastrously against Iko afterward. Nearby adventurers shouted angrily at Second's party, but their confidence disappeared after witnessing the frightening unexpected result unfold there. Sylvia quickly restrained the angry adventurers safely, while Second calmly watched the situation settle inside the crowded guild building afterward. The blonde knight prepared using her unusual Flame Wolf's bow kick technique, surprising Second with her reckless close-range combat idea. After resolving the disturbance peacefully, Second's party thanked the guild staff politely before finally leaving the building together. Afterward, walking through the streets afterward, Second suddenly noticed his hands trembling slightly, despite remaining calm throughout the confrontation earlier inside. Second realized he feared losing control himself, because fighting seriously inside the guild could have caused massive dangerous consequences afterward. Second reflected seriously about violence, realizing this world treated death permanently unlike harmless battles inside online games before previously. After returning home, Second rested quietly while thinking deeply about the dangerous consequences his overwhelming strength could eventually create afterward. Second accepted becoming the world's strongest person would require responsibility, restraint, and understanding reality beyond simple competitive game mechanics completely. The following morning, Second confidently suggested entering Proline Dungeon immediately to strengthen their reputation and advance future business opportunities afterward. Although Sylvia agreed calmly, she warned Second, the Blacksmith Guild still might oppose independent dungeon raids without official cooperation later. Sylvia explained dungeon raids normally required massive guild LED parties, making independent victories appear suspicious and completely unbelievable afterward to everyone. Second considered proving their abilities using mithril drops from ordinary monsters, instead of defeating the dungeon boss directly first. Afterward, Second proposed collecting enormous mithril supplies continuously for several weeks, making their achievements impossible for merchants to ignore afterward completely. After understanding Second's strategy, Sylvia realized they could bypass guild interference while still building trust with blacksmith merchants gradually afterward. The blonde knight then suggested joining the official mass raid instead, allowing Second to demonstrate his overwhelming combat abilities publicly there. Second realized joining the mass raid remained impossible, because low-ranked adventurers like his party would never receive acceptance there officially. Frustrated by unavoidable restrictions, Second understood conquering the dungeon independently would only create enemies and disbelief from everyone afterward completely. Sylvia believed supporting the Adventurer Guild properly remained their best option for earning trust and future raid participation opportunities afterward. Second struggled accepting the slow process, wondering whether his impatience existed because he still viewed reality like an online game. After reconsidering carefully, Second suddenly remembered raising his adventurer rank alone could eventually grant access to official mass raids afterward. Second confidently revealed he remembered a special method for rapidly increasing adventurer rank, despite Sylvia questioning its dangerous efficiency afterward. Remembering his previous life inside Mobion, Second recalled using an extremely reckless strategy many players considered completely absurd before previously. Excited by his sudden idea, Second eagerly rushed everyone toward Proline Dungeon while planning to become the legendary Skyrocket Bomber. Alex revealed a dangerous strategy using dungeon explosions, believing rapid contribution points would quickly increase their Adventurer Guild ranking. Alex guided Elna into Proline Dungeon, explaining mana crystals continuously regenerated there, making steady guild contributions surprisingly efficient daily. After calculating crystal regeneration carefully, Alex estimated collecting enough mana crystals within 6 days would secure a rank promotion. Elna learned the dungeon restricted crystal appearances gradually, preventing adventurers from harvesting more than 80 crystals regularly daily. Alex finally exposed hidden secret rooms, containing massive mana crystal reserves, giving their party an overwhelming advantage inside dungeons. Alex explained the Skyrocket Bomber method, using explosive jump techniques to reach hidden dungeon secret rooms efficiently during missions. Eco listened carefully while trying understanding Alex's unusual explosive jump strategy, becoming curious about the dangerous movement technique afterward. Alex organized everyone carefully, assigning Sylvia and Owen support roles, while preparing Eco for the explosive upward launch attempt. Eco finally understood the technique, allowed adventurers reaching secret rooms quickly, jumping nearly 20 meters through explosive force upward. Although worried about Eco's safety, Owen agreed testing Alex's risky strategy carefully before attempting dangerous secret room exploration missions. Alex gathered Eco, Sylvia, and Owen together, preparing everyone carefully before beginning the dangerous explosive jump practice session underground. Following Alex's command immediately, Eco leaped forward bravely while everyone focused carefully on supporting the risky experimental technique attempt. Alex activated Coral Form of Wind beneath Eco, increasing her speed rapidly while launching her body high above forcefully. Eco endured the explosive launch using layered defensive arts, while Sylvia strengthened the jump further through powerful fire archery support. Protected by Gold General Shield Art, Eco successfully stabilized herself mid-air. While Alex completed the explosive launch technique perfectly, Eco flew upward excitedly during the successful launch attempt, surprising everyone with her balance and fearless expression mid-air afterward. Enjoying the explosive movement completely, Eco laughed happily while continuing gliding forward through the dungeon's rocky underground passage, dangerously. Alex suddenly realized nobody prepared a safe landing location, causing Sylvia and Owen worrying about Eco's dangerous uncontrolled descent immediately. Reacting quickly, Alex activated Coral Form of Water while calling Eco Bishop, preventing serious injuries from the hard impact. After landing safely, Eco became excited instead frightened, eagerly requesting another explosive launch attempt inside the dungeon training area afterward. After confirming Eco landed safely, Alex decided the team was finally prepared attempting real secret room crystal collection missions afterward. Eco returned excitedly, carrying numerous mana crystals, proudly showing everyone the successful results from their dangerous explosive jump strategy. Back inside the Adventurer Guild, Camellia became shocked, seeing the enormous amount of mana crystals delivered by Alex's party. Guild staff carefully inspected every crystal, confirming the rare mana crystals were genuine and collected legally from dungeon secret rooms. After hearing the evaluation results, Alex confirmed his team would finally achieve C-rank advancement through their successful crystal gathering strategy. Alex requested the Adventurer Guild increase both personal and team ranks after depositing their collected mana crystals and money successfully. Camellia happily accepted Alex's request, while Alex confidently promised bringing even more mana crystals during future dungeon expeditions regularly afterward. Although embarrassed internally, Alex realized his confident attitude strangely created excellent results whenever interacting with important guild receptionists professionally afterward. Alex considered maintaining positive relations with guild staff strategically important, believing trustworthy connections would greatly benefit future dungeon activities later. Sylvia and Elna immediately noticed Alex's unusual behavior toward Camellia, silently watching him carefully with suspicious and jealous expressions afterward. Alex explained the party's long-term strategy, focusing on dungeon raids, experience gathering, and saving money for future preparations carefully afterward. Sylvia agreed with Alex's training strategy, while asking whether Yukari should continue concentrating mainly on improving blacksmithing abilities currently. Alex decided everyone should improve combat abilities equally, instead, abandoning exclusive blacksmith training to strengthen the party efficiently together afterward. Elna became curious about Alex's personal training goals after Sylvia and Iko already focused improving their specialized combat techniques separately. Alex finally revealed he would begin improving his conjuration abilities next, preparing himself for stronger future dungeon battles ahead. 5 days passed quickly, while Alex's party continuously explored Proline Dungeon, improving their teamwork, and collecting valuable mana crystals consistently afterward. While Iko gathered mana crystals efficiently, Sylvia and Alex repeatedly hunted dungeon golems, gaining tremendous combat experience during their training period. Meanwhile, Alex assigned Yukari another important responsibility, while the remaining party members stayed occupied, exploring Proline Dungeon daily together afterward. Using her former assassin abilities effectively, Yukari secretly investigated information connected to both the Blacksmith Guild and Adventurer Guild carefully. After regrouping together, Alex revealed 2 important discoveries, including news about the approaching Proline mass raid occurring within 3 days. After hearing about the mithril shortage, Alex reconsidered the party's future plans carefully, while analyzing possible profitable opportunities ahead strategically. Alex considered joining upcoming mass raids, believing successful participation could strengthen their reputation and earn the Blacksmith Guild's complete trust. He also considered conquering dungeons independently, planning forcing the Blacksmith Guild accepting contracts through overwhelming achievements and influence. Instead, afterward, Alex realized solo conquest promised enormous profits quickly, although it would certainly create dangerous enemies within the Adventurer Guild afterward. While thinking carefully about both risky choices, Alex quietly organized his thoughts before discussing the final decision with everyone together. Elna requested 1 additional day before Alex finalized his risky decision regarding future dungeon conquest and mithril business strategies afterward. After hearing Elna's concerns about wasting valuable time, Alex listened carefully while she proposed another possible solution for their situation. Elna finally revealed her plan involved using the Merchant Guild, hoping commercial influence could support Alex's ambitious future objectives efficiently. Yukari explained profitable merchant partnerships while preparing fastest members to become respected rank adventurers tomorrow across nearby cities. Second questioned whether Yukari's aggressive business strategy would create dangerous enemies inside the Adventurer Guild afterward for everyone. Yukari secretly arranged contracts with the Merchant Guild while planning public cooperation during the upcoming mass raid event. Second carefully analyzed Yukari's explanation, realizing their alliance could avoid conflict with adventurers through strategic public appearances alone. Yukari believed wholesale mithril sales would increase profits greatly, while Merchant Guild protection secured Second's future from accusations. Second finally understood Yukari's strategy, realizing the Merchant Guild would protect profitable allies and secure their expanding business. Second recognized wholesaling mithril through merchants created alliances between guilds, preventing adventurers from condemning his growing influence completely. Yukari confidently accepted responsibility for presenting their business proposal to the Merchant Guild during tomorrow's important official meeting. Second appreciated Yukari's intelligence, understanding her careful planning compensated for weaknesses caused by his gaming-focused experience and knowledge. Yukari quietly accepted Second's gratitude, feeling satisfied after successfully guiding their dangerous strategy toward a stable future together. Second returned to Proline for experience training, supplying mana crystals while Yukari continued negotiating important Merchant Guild agreements. Second steadily increased spirit summoning proficiency by collecting every possible experience gained through battles, quests, and additional rewards daily. Second reviewed conjuration skills, understanding the branches divided into monster summoning and the rarer spirit summoning specialization paths. Second learned spirit summoning controlled unique spirits, while monster summoning specialized in commanding previously tamed monsters during dangerous battles. After reaching 4th grade spirit summoning, Second unlocked spirit possession, dramatically boosting physical abilities through temporary spiritual fusion during combat. Second unlocked spirit possession after reaching 4th grade conjuration, yet lacked an actual spirit necessary for activation during combat. Second decided using his expensive premium spirit ticket offered the best opportunity for summoning a powerful rare spirit companion. Second remembered the ticket guaranteed spirits exceeding 25,000 spirit strength, making the luxury item extraordinarily valuable and highly desired. Second, reviewed spirit strength rankings, understanding higher rarity categories represented increasingly powerful spirits, similar to social game gacha systems worldwide. Second, prepared carefully before using the premium spirit ticket, knowing the summoned spirit would greatly influence future battles and growth. Second, worried summoned spirits possessed independent wills now, unlike scripted Mobion characters controlled completely by predictable game systems before. Second, hesitated recruiting another companion, fearing unstable loyalties during dangerous circumstances, despite understanding spirits could strengthen his growing party. Second, considered patiently building trust with spirits carefully, remembering strong relationships required time instead of rushed decisions or force. Yukari suddenly contacted Second, informing him Merchant Guild negotiations succeeded partially, though one serious unresolved issue still remained afterward. Inside the Merchant Guild, Yukari explained they demanded proof of strength before fully accepting Second's proposed mithril business partnership arrangement. Yukari revealed the Merchant Guild approved their proposal, though proving the party's strength remained absolutely necessary before cooperation officially began. Second questioned why becoming a rank adventurers failed convincing merchants, requesting further explanation regarding their strict partnership conditions immediately afterward. Second finally met Shin-Ses, the acting Merchant Guild master, whose intimidating appearance contrasted sharply with his welcoming attitude. Second cautiously accepted Shinser's handshake while remaining alert, sensing the guild master's friendliness concealed considerable influence and authority beneath. Shinseri expressed excitement toward their profitable agreement, while Yukari and Second prepared demonstrating results expected by the Merchant Guild. Shinsei admitted a rank status alone could not guarantee trust regarding massive mithril alloy procurement responsibilities and future cooperation. Shinsei warned Second that false claims would immediately destroy negotiations, since experienced merchants recognized deception through instinct and observation. While Second remained calm before Shinsei's pressure, his companions reacted nervously toward the guildmaster's intimidating expression and presence. Shinsei finally offered Second an opportunity proving his party's strength before the Merchant Guild officially accepted their ambitious business proposal. Shinsei demanded Second conquer Proline effortlessly, threatening merciless consequences afterward if their promises regarding strength proved completely false afterward. Second remained completely calm before Shinsei's intimidation, confidently believing he could defeat Proline without difficulty or hesitation whatsoever. Second judged Shinsei weak compared with world-ranked fighters, recognizing the merchant lacked practical combat abilities, despite intimidating appearances and pressure. Second casually offered conquering Proline immediately within 3 hours, asking Shinsei what proof would properly demonstrate his overwhelming strength. Second realized Shinsei only wanted evidence proving repeated exploration capability, so he intentionally displayed absolute confidence and composure throughout negotiations. Shinsei suddenly laughed loudly, revealing the harsh challenge merely tested Second's personality, while Yukari watched the surprising reaction nervously. Yukari apologized respectfully toward Second, admitting Shinsei's harsh attitude became necessary for evaluating trustworthy long-term business partners carefully. Shinsei explained requesting Yukari's cooperation helped confirm Second could reliably maintain stable mithril alloy supplies for future agreements consistently. Second angrily demanded apologies toward Iko after learning the Merchant Guild intentionally tested him through intimidation and suspicious questioning methods earlier. Although negotiations concluded successfully afterward, Second realized another serious unresolved issue still threatened their partnership with the Merchant Guild, unexpectedly. Shinsei clarified genuine trust required practical demonstrations of strength, not merely confident promises or impressive adventurer ranks from Second alone. Shinsei explained, Second's abilities seemed extraordinary already, though public demonstrations remained necessary before merchants completely trusted their partnership proposal. Shinsei requested a demonstration before nearly 200 witnesses, including guild staff members and important prospective Merchant Guild clients afterward. Yukari suggested Sylvia's magical archery and Iko's defensive shield abilities could support Second during the upcoming strength demonstration event. Second calmly listed his mastered combat techniques, revealing expertise across archery, swordsmanship, sorcery, conjuration, and advanced magical combat disciplines simultaneously. Sylvia proudly explained Second controlled every elemental sorcery type perfectly, astonishing Shinsei with the overwhelming extent of his abilities. Yukari revealed Second's spirit summoning reached 4th grade already, immediately shocking Shinsei with the extraordinary achievement and unexpected growth speed. Shinsei reacted with complete disbelief after hearing 4th grade spirit summoning, recognizing such advancement remained incredibly rare among adventurers worldwide. Second angrily continued demanding apologies toward Iko, While the others nervously watched the chaotic argument escalate throughout the meeting room, Shinsei suddenly proposed demonstrating spirit summoning publicly, believing the rare ability perfectly solved concerns regarding Second's overwhelming strength and credibility. Second understood higher spirit strength created increasingly spectacular summoning effects, making SSR-ranked spirits especially impressive before large witnessing crowds during demonstrations. Second remembered spectacular spirit summoning scenes from Mobion, believing impressive visual effects would perfectly satisfy skeptical Merchant Guild observers afterward. Shinsei explained witnessing 4th grade spirit summoning personally would convince nearly everyone about Second's extraordinary abilities and professional reliability immediately. Second realized 4th grade spirit summoning held exceptional status within this world, making Shinsei's demonstration proposal surprisingly beneficial for negotiations afterward. Using the premium spirit ticket, Second planned summoning an extremely powerful spirit while coordinating future demonstration details carefully with Shinsei. Sylvia demonstrated her flaming bow beside Mine's shield, while villagers watched carefully during the dangerous Proline dungeon examination trial. The audience reacted with surprise after Sylvia's arrows exploded powerfully against monsters, advancing across the rocky battlefield training grounds. Observers believed Sylvia and Mine could conquer Proline repeatedly because their coordinated attacks and defenses overwhelmed enemies efficiently together. Second calmly approached the arena after organizers announced the final demonstration, while Sylvia and Mine completed their impressive performance nearby. Second raised a special dungeon ticket confidently before beginning his demonstration, attracting immediate attention from every spectator watching silently. Second activated the summoning magic circle confidently, causing enormous symbols and bright energy to spread across the battlefield. Suddenly, the spectators stared upward nervously, after strange lights covered the sky, while nobody understood Second's unexpected magical demonstration completely. Dark clouds gathered rapidly above the arena as violent lightning flashed repeatedly, shaking the entire examination area with pressure. Sylvia and the audience watched silently while the storm expanded overhead, realizing Second's magic exceeded ordinary summoning techniques completely. Second noticed the unusual reaction himself and remained confused briefly after the overwhelming magical phenomenon continued growing uncontrollably above everyone. Second remembered the legendary spirits appearing after major Mobion updates, granted only to exceptional summoners with enormous spiritual strength. Among every recorded spirit, one possessed terrifying power exceeding 41,000 spirit strength, surpassing all previous legendary summon records. The audience watched nervously as the sky twisted violently above them, releasing enormous pressure throughout the entire examination ground. Suddenly, a gigantic burning creature descended slowly from the storm clouds, while its massive claws reached toward the battlefield below dangerously. The creature's enormous hand crashed into the ground before Second, forcing terrified spectators backward as powerful shockwaves spread everywhere. Second watched silently as the massive spirit emerged completely from the explosion, revealing an overwhelming presence before the shocked audience. The spirit introduced himself as Angelmoss, ruler of every elemental spirit, possessing authority beyond ordinary legendary summons throughout history completely. Angelmoss stood confidently before Second, while dark energy surrounded him, showing absolute loyalty toward his new summoner without hesitation afterward. Angelmoss knelt respectfully before Second, explaining he had waited long for their meeting since ancient times before this summoning occurred. The terrified spectators believed Second summoned a demon because Angelmoss released overwhelming evil energy while kneeling calmly before everyone nearby. Second panicked internally after summoning Angelmoss, realizing the extremely rare spirit exceeded his original expectations completely during the demonstration. Second apologized awkwardly to Angelmoss, deciding returning him temporarily would prevent further panic among frightened spectators surrounding them nearby. Angelmoss accepted calmly before disappearing respectfully, though his excitement about finally meeting Second remained clearly visible during their brief farewell. After Angelmoss vanished, Second worried silently about explaining the dangerous situation created accidentally before the shocked examination officials nearby afterward. The merchant and blacksmith guilds abandoned negotiations immediately because everyone feared becoming associated with Second after witnessing Angelmoss appear. Second reflected awkwardly about summoning Angelmoss, realizing the spirit ruler possessed unmatched authority beyond every elemental spirit recorded previously. Although Second once ranked first worldwide, Angelmoss remained an unbelievably rare summon that even legendary players never previously obtained successfully. Angelmoss sincerely apologized to Second after understanding the trouble and fear his overwhelming appearance caused throughout the examination grounds earlier. Second answered honestly that he regretted creating difficulties for Angelmoss, believing the situation burdened them both equally afterward together. Angelmas feared becoming a restriction upon Second's future ambitions, blaming himself for forcing unnecessary attention onto his master unexpectedly afterward. Angelmoy explained that Second's ambitions and worries about guild opinions were unnecessary concerns for someone extraordinarily superior to ordinary people. Second called the incident an enormous failure, but Angelmoy disagreed completely because he believed Second never feared setbacks genuinely before. Second spent the evening relaxing comfortably, eating dinner properly, and encouraging everyone nearby to smile, despite the exhausting chaotic events earlier. Angelmus observed that Second secretly considered the summoning incident meaningful, despite pretending failure would never affect his personal ambitions afterward. Second admitted Yukari understood correctly because temporary failures would never stop his ultimate goal of becoming the world's strongest player. Second became surprised after Angelmas claimed Yukari understood his personality better than he understood himself personally during their discussion. Angelmoy regretted lacking enough understanding about Second earlier, believing better knowledge could have prevented the disastrous summoning incident completely afterward. Second comforted Angelmoy kindly, insisting the responsibility belonged entirely to himself, because nobody could predict such extraordinary circumstances beforehand anyway. Second encouraged Angelmoy confidently, promising future situations would improve, once they planned together more carefully from now onward together. Angelmoy happily accepted Second's trust and support, finally smiling warmly after overcoming his guilt regarding the summoning incident previously. Angelmoy decided he needed deeper understanding about Second, hoping closer knowledge would support his master properly from now onward. Second listened curiously while Angelmoy approached nervously, struggling to explain his feelings directly, despite gathering enough courage beforehand finally. Blushing heavily, Angelmoy awkwardly invited Second to spend the night together, leaving him completely shocked by her unexpected confession. Second noticed Sylvia staring closely at him inside the quiet classroom, while both struggled hiding their growing tension together. A sudden knock interrupted the moment immediately, causing Sylvia and Second to step apart before anyone entered unexpectedly. Sylvia silently watched Second carefully, sensing danger nearby while he remained uneasy about the unexpected late-night visitor approaching. An elderly academy official entered respectfully and apologized for disturbing them, carrying urgent business regarding Second's recent activities. Second confirmed his identity calmly, while Sylvia stayed beside him, listening carefully to the official's mysterious request afterward. Forrest introduced himself formally as the lumberjack family steward, requesting a private discussion with Second late during nighttime. Second analyzed Forrest's explanation carefully, while Sylvia observed silently, understanding the visitor represented an influential commercial earldom authority. Second suspected hidden intentions immediately, realizing Forrest secretly arrived without public attention, despite his important noble family position. Remaining cautious, Second calmly allowed Forrest continue speaking while Sylvia stood nearby, carefully monitoring the steward's unusual behavior. Forrest finally revealed his purpose directly, offering Second a mithril alloy business proposal connected with the lumberjack family. Forrest explained the Earl desired exclusive mithril alloy purchases, though Second suspected hidden motives behind the sudden business interest. Second found the proposal extremely suspicious, yet the potential profits and opportunities still attracted his serious attention afterward. Sylvia carefully observed Second's reaction, appearing tempted because the negotiation could improve their current financial situation greatly afterward. Understanding Sylvia's thoughts immediately, Second assigned Yukari responsibility managing negotiations, believing she desired proving herself useful successfully afterward. Yukari enthusiastically accepted Second's request, then confidently began discussing details directly with Forrest throughout the quiet late evening. Second entrusted Yukari with complete negotiation planning, while she immediately organized schedules carefully for meeting the visiting Earl. Yukari quickly arranged multiple meetings, dinners, and contract discussions, impressing Second with her efficient preparation and professional planning. After confirming tomorrow's schedule politely, Forrest departed peacefully while Second and Yukari remained discussing possible hidden dangers afterward together. Second questioned whether the sudden invitation concealed a dangerous trap, though Yukari believed the probability remained extremely low currently. Yukari explained the Earl demonstrated sincerity by personally adjusting schedules and sending Forrest directly for successful negotiations with Second. Second accepted possible risks cautiously, then entrusted Yukari completely with handling negotiations, according to his preferred methods afterward carefully. Second worried the responsibilities might burden Yukari heavily, though she appeared confused by his unexpected concern toward her feelings. Second reminded Yukari she already balanced secretarial duties, blacksmithing work, and caring for his demanding daily personal needs constantly. Yukari insisted helping Second pursue becoming the world's strongest remained worthwhile, regardless of the exhausting workload she carried daily. Yukari smiled softly afterward, admitting business negotiations felt far more rewarding and meaningful than dangerous assassination assignments previously experienced. Second warned Yukari that the spirit would appear again tomorrow morning, reminding her carefully prepare beforehand for dangerous summoning. Yukari admitted uncertainty about controlling the spirit safely, while Second honestly shared the same serious concern afterward together. Second remembered Enrollment, the powerful ruler of spirits, believing the entity could greatly support his future ambitions someday. The following morning, Second confidently decided summoning the spirit again immediately, despite understanding the enormous risks involved beforehand carefully. Iko and Sylvia gathered nearby fully prepared, ready supporting Second during the dangerous spirit summoning experiment inside the room. Sylvia confirmed her readiness confidently while Iko attempted sneaking nearby, making the tense preparations slightly calmer before summoning started. Second activated the summoning circle successfully, causing Enrollment to appear once again inside the glowing magical formation before everyone. Enrollment immediately demanded explanations angrily, clearly confused why Second suddenly summoned him back again, without warning unexpectedly afterward. Second thanked Enrollment sincerely for appearing normally this time, while the spirit complained honestly about obeying unnecessary requests repeatedly. Enrollment questioned whether Second truly required his powers, while demanding reasons for previously dismissing him immediately after summoning before. Second admitted he currently lacked need for Enrollment's powers, though he planned relying upon them eventually afterward someday. Enrollment complained dramatically about Second's disrespectful treatment, proudly reminding everyone he ruled above all existing spirits completely afterward. Second confidently declared himself the world's strongest player, refusing intimidation, despite Enrollment's overwhelming spiritual authority and pride displayed openly. Hearing Second's bold confidence, Enrollment immediately became cheerful, believing such arrogance suited someone worthy leading powerful spirits someday afterward. Growing curious afterward, Second suddenly questioned Enrollment's age, name, and even whether the spirit possessed male or female characteristics. Enrollment casually explained having neither fixed age nor gender, leaving Second increasingly confused by the spirit's unusual existence afterward. Second decided calling the spirit Enrollment simply, then prepared introducing his companions standing nervously nearby afterward together carefully. Second introduced Sylvia, Yukari, and Iko, formally, while the group cautiously observed Enrollment from behind, without lowering their guard completely. Enrollment surprisingly recognized everyone immediately, accurately describing Sylvia's archery, Yukari's blacksmithing skills, and Iko's defensive combat role perfectly. Second became shocked hearing detailed information, while Enrollment calmly explained spiritual connections, naturally transferred knowledge directly from Second himself, afterward. Second tested Enrollment further by asking personal questions, becoming shocked when the spirit answered correctly without hesitation afterward. Immediately, treeing another impossible question, Second demanded Japan's first emperor's identity, believing Enrollment could never possibly answer correctly afterward. Enrollment proudly answered, Emperor Jinmu, instantly, laughing confidently, while enjoying Second's increasingly surprised reaction inside the room afterward. Second realized the spirit possessed overwhelming knowledge, while Enrollment proudly reminded everyone about ruling above all spirits completely afterward. Enrollment suddenly admitted currently lacking enough power matching Second completely, confusing him despite the spirit's previous confident attitude greatly afterward. After learning Second's birthday connected with 7, Enrollment jokingly decided, calling him 7, from now onward instead humorously. Second sensed Sylvia discovering his secret connection ability. He carefully warned her not revealing his true identity anywhere publicly. Sylvia understood Second's concern immediately. Second felt relieved while nearby students remained confused about their unusual silent interaction there. Second tested the strange unity skill further. He realized both minds could communicate directly through telepathic synchronization abilities perfectly. Sylvia successfully answered through telepathy. Second confirmed their connection worked clearly, strengthening trust between both companions during dangerous situations. Second and Sylvia enjoyed their growing unity connection. Their synchronized thoughts created stronger teamwork before approaching future battles together, successfully. Second realized the telepathic unity system never existed inside Mobion. He immediately understood its enormous strategic potential for advancement. Second believed mastering this mysterious ability would greatly support his journey toward becoming the world's strongest player again someday. Second studied Enrollment carefully and discovered lightning possessed special elemental properties, surpassing ordinary elemental limitations within magical combat systems. Because of the unity connection, Second suddenly understood lightning magic naturally. He considered it an extremely powerful broken ability. After checking his magic skills, Second discovered multiple lightning attributes already unlocked, proving his rapid growth through unity powers. Second became shocked after realizing lightning magic never existed inside Mobion. He could not understand this sudden abnormal development. Second explained their strong affinity connection with Angolmoy. He believed their unity caused his incredible lightning magic, awakening abilities. Unable understanding the exact reason, Second stopped overthinking temporarily. Instead, he celebrated his unexpected magical growth with excitement enthusiastically. Angelmas shared Second's excitement completely. Their similar personalities strengthened mutual trust, allowing both companions becoming closer through shared ambitions together. While Second and Angelmoy laughed together happily, nearby students watched silently, confused by their strange growing friendship inside academy halls. Sylvia and another student discussed Second's unusual telepathic abilities carefully. They suspected Angelmoy or powerful spirits caused everything recently. While everyone discussed seriously, Angelmoy secretly remained nearby beside Second. The others failed noticing his hidden presence inside classrooms. Second suddenly mentioned Earl Lumberjack visiting recently. Sylvia became completely shocked after hearing the unexpected famous name mentioned suddenly. Sylvia explained Earl belonged to the respected Lumberjack house. Second mocked the strange nickname while listening carefully beside Angelmoy, quietly there. Sylvia revealed Lenador originally prospered through forestry industries. The Lumberjack house greatly contributed toward transforming the town into modern civilization. Sylvia explained the Lumberjack house possessed strong martial traditions. Their family members were respected adventurers and highly educated individuals everywhere. Second became interested after hearing Earl's children worked as adventurers. He considered their household unusually independent and extremely capable overall. Sylvia revealed Jerez Lumberjack excelled greatly in swordsmanship. He once fought evenly against Crown Prince Klaus Kastal during competitions successfully. When Second asked about Sherry Lumberjack, Sylvia mentioned she carried the title Genius Spirit User throughout Lenador among adventurers. Sylvia explained Sherry mastered powerful spirit techniques early. She achieved high adventurer ranking surprisingly young, earning widespread recognition across Lenador quickly. Second compared everyone's ages while thinking about Sherry's achievements. Her young success increased his interest toward the Lumberjack family. Yukari revealed she was 19 years old. The others shared their ages casually while continuing discussions inside the academy room. After learning Yukari was oldest, everyone reacted playfully. Yukari became embarrassed while Echo innocently called her older sister repeatedly nearby. Yukari defended herself using dark elf customs humorously. Meanwhile, Second felt isolated watching their cheerful interactions continue without him nearby. Feeling lonely, Second summoned Angelmoth for company. Angelmoth immediately approached calmly while asking the reason behind the unexpected sudden call. Second apologized after summoning Angelmoth carelessly. Angelmoth then explained his past conflict against the rebellious Earth Spirit King seriously. Second accepted spirit conflicts calmly until Angelmoth complained emotionally about ruined pajamas and damaged favorite cups caused during battles previously. Angelmoth described destroying the Earth Spirit instantly using thunder magic. Afterwards, he appointed the spirit's daughter as successor peacefully afterward. Their conversation ended. Suddenly after Earl's steward arrived, he informed Second about an important meeting invitation nearby immediately from Earl. Second prepared leaving for the restaurant meeting. Inside, luxurious meals and elegant surroundings awaited the arriving guests quietly during evening. Earl Babel welcomed Second's group warmly into the restaurant. Everyone enjoyed the luxurious dinner, while discussing tomorrow's important gathering together peacefully. Second carefully observed Earl Babel during dinner. He recognized the experienced merchant possessed intelligence, strength, and the presence of seasoned leadership. Despite Earl's high status, he treated Second respectfully. Second suspected the mithril alloy greatly influenced this unusually generous hospitality tonight there. Earl proudly introduced Lenador's famous mushroom stew. He explained the special dish remained his children's favorite meal for many years. Earl asked Second protecting his tomboy daughter during tomorrow's dinner party. Second listened seriously while understanding the request's hidden importance completely. After dinner ended, Second shook hands with Earl Babel politely. Both promised meeting again tomorrow for further important discussions together. While leaving the restaurant, Second questioned Earl's excessive humility carefully. Someone possessing authority and strength normally would never behave similarly before. Earl noticed Second's suspicious expression immediately. He calmly invited Second sharing whatever concerns remained hidden inside his thoughts. Regarding negotiations afterward, Second directly questioned Earl's true intentions behind the generous agreement. Earl listened quietly without showing frustration toward the unexpected suspicion calmly. Earl finally explained his personal conviction sincerely. He believed strong soldiers protecting prosperous citizens ultimately strengthened the kingdom's future stability permanently. Earl Babel explained stronger weapons improved national military power. Lenador's commercial influence made these developments extremely important for kingdom prosperity overall. Second questioned whether everything served only the kingdom. Earl answered his business protected citizens, soldiers, and the kingdom equally together. Earl clarified strength included ordinary adventurers, besides official soldiers. Second respected his fair distinction between civilians and professional warriors, greatly afterward. After hearing Earl's reasoning, Second trusted him more deeply. He believed supporting the agreement would benefit his future plans considerably later. Their negotiations concluded peacefully with mutual understanding established. Second promised attending tomorrow's important meeting, while Earl awaited his arrival confidently afterward. The next morning, Second's group traveled toward Lenador. Peacefully, Yukari and Echo slept quietly, while Second observed scenery silently nearby. During the carriage ride, Second asked Yukari's opinion regarding Earl Babel's business proposal, involving mithril alloy distribution arrangements carefully afterward. Yukari advised avoiding continuous wholesale agreements completely. Instead, she recommended temporary contracts selling limited mithril alloy quantities, every few months strategically. Second immediately calculated production speed carefully using provided documents. He estimated daily transportation efficiency and overall mithril alloy gathering amounts accurately there. After reviewing Second's calculations, Yukari estimated reaching 300 million CL required, approximately 20 days of continuous production successfully afterward. Second calculated enormous profits from mithril alloy sales. The rare material generated unbelievable daily earnings throughout the kingdom's expanding markets rapidly. Second remembered mithril remained extremely rare because Prolene's dungeon stayed unconquered. Even ordinary golems rarely dropped valuable mithril materials consistently there. Yukari considered Second's dungeon clearing speed completely abnormal. Clearing difficult dungeons 5 times daily exceeded ordinary adventurer capabilities, significantly everywhere. While traveling onward, Yukari warned mithril prices might collapse eventually. However, their current agreement guaranteed financial stability for several months comfortably ahead. Second decided balancing dungeon work and personal relaxation carefully. Yukari accepted responsibility, handling negotiations, while Second focused maintaining efficient dungeon farming schedules afterward. After their long journey, the carriage finally reached Lenador peacefully. Yukari informed Second about their safe arrival immediately upon entering town. The carriage advanced slowly toward the busy city center. Second silently observed Lenador's expanding streets while preparing for upcoming important negotiations ahead. Second arrived at Lenador, observing crowded streets carefully, while searching for opportunities connected to the city's growing expansion. Second reached the noble estate alone, studying the surroundings silently before preparing himself for an important political gathering. Second and Yukari entered the conference room together as nobles gathered, beginning discussions regarding Lenador's future development plans. During the meeting, Second quietly nodded beside Yukari, leaving negotiations and complicated administrative matters entirely under her responsibility. Although Second maintained a calm expression throughout discussions, he secretly failed understanding the complicated political conversation surrounding Lenador's management. Yukari successfully completed negotiations with Lenador merchants, while Second listened quietly beside her during the productive business meeting. After leaving the meeting room, Second confirmed Yukari secured a profitable agreement worth 300 million CL successfully. Feeling relieved after hearing the results, Second praised Yukari sincerely and gently patted her head for encouragement afterward. Yukari remained calm, despite Second's praise, reminding him the contract process remained unfinished until official signatures were completed later. Following their discussion, Second prepared attending an important dinner party, while realizing Yukari still carried many difficult responsibilities ahead. Second attended the noble banquet beside Sylvia, carefully observing influential guests while searching quietly for potential allies tonight. Several Firstus members loudly praised Second during dinner, embarrassing him while nobles nearby watched their unusual friendship closely. Sylvia became nervous after aristocrats recognized her family background, while Second silently monitored the gathering around them carefully. Second realized Sylvia's parents approved his guidance, causing her embarrassment while he remained serious throughout the formal banquet. Meanwhile, Yukari discussed difficult topics with elderly nobles, determined to learn important knowledge before future battles with Second. Second wandered alone through the banquet hall, while Iko happily received attention and food from several maids nearby tonight. Feeling uncomfortable among nobles, Second considered joining Iko, instead of remaining awkwardly inside the luxurious banquet gathering alone. While Second hesitated quietly, an unfamiliar noblewoman suddenly approached him and requested a private moment together during dinner. The noblewoman introduced herself as Sherry Lumberjack, daughter of the Earl, surprising Second with her confident formal appearance completely. Sherry proudly continued speaking with Second, treating their conversation seriously while he nervously accepted her unexpected noble attention politely. Sherry warned Second not to misunderstand her intentions, maintaining strict pride while continuing their unusual conversation during dinner tonight. Second's indifferent reaction irritated Sherry greatly, causing her frustration to grow while he remained completely confused beside her. Sherry suddenly ordered Second follow her, then walked away proudly, while he silently waited without understanding her strange behavior. After noticing Second never followed properly, Sherry angrily dragged him herself, while he secretly laughed at her embarrassment afterward. Outside the crowded banquet hall, Sherry calmly questioned Second about spirit users, while finally beginning a serious discussion together. Sherry became confused after Second denied being a spirit user, despite clearly possessing unusual spiritual abilities beside her tonight. Believing Second misunderstood her intentions, Sherry quickly warned him not to become arrogant, because her father noticed him recently. Sherry proudly revealed her rank achievements, demanding respect from Second, while confidently comparing their adventurer accomplishments together outside tonight. After hearing Sherry succeeded independently, Second quietly assumed her difficult personality developed, because she spent most years alone socially. Second kindly offered advice for Sherry's hidden troubles, but his sympathetic expression only irritated her even more afterward. Sherry suddenly struck Second after he mentioned her personal problems, angrily refusing his unnecessary concern during their discussion outside tonight. Second questioned Sherry's behavior calmly, but she proudly insisted punishment was necessary because he ignored proper noble respect completely. Sherry explained she invited Second outside to demonstrate the overwhelming difference between their adventurer ranks through direct comparison personally tonight. Although confused initially, Second finally understood Sherry intended proving her superiority through combat experience and higher adventurer status outside tonight. Second accepted Sherry's challenge seriously, realizing her proud attitude would probably lead toward an unexpected competitive battle between them soon. Sherry confidently summoned her spirit before Second, believing her powerful companion would finally overwhelm his calm attitude completely tonight. A large magic circle appeared beside Sherry, releasing bright energy while a beautiful spirit slowly emerged before Second silently. The spirit introduced herself respectfully, awaiting commands from her master while observing Second with calm curiosity during the tense meeting. Sherry proudly ordered Terra to demonstrate her greatness, hoping Second would finally understand the enormous difference between their abilities tonight. Terra politely greeted Second afterward, introducing herself as a great earth spirit, while maintaining graceful manners toward him respectfully. Terra apologized politely to Second for cooperating naturally with him, causing Sherry to become embarrassed and frustrated immediately afterward. Second calmly analyzed Terra's impressive spiritual strength, realizing Sherry possessed an extremely rare and powerful earth spirit companion already. Confident after seeing Second smile, Sherry challenged him to summon his own spirit, expecting complete victory against him tonight, completely. Second accepted Sherry's challenge confidently, believing the situation would soon reverse, despite her current overwhelming confidence toward him completely. Ignoring everyone's confusion, Second prepared his own summoning spell, while nearby nobles suddenly reacted with surprise toward his serious expression. During the banquet commotion, Sylvia suddenly informed Second that Iko collapsed unexpectedly after eating excessive food inside earlier tonight. Second immediately rushed toward Iko's room while Sherry followed behind, where doctors confirmed she only needed proper rest afterward. After learning Iko simply overeated, Second carefully reflected on controlling her future meals to protect her natural combat abilities properly. The following morning, Second attended an important business meeting discussing mithril alloy profits alongside Yukari and several influential nobles together. Although uncertain about every detail involved, Second decided handling the negotiations directly remained the safest choice for everyone involved afterward. After completing negotiations successfully, Second planned returning to dungeon exploration in order gaining more practical combat experience afterward. One noble warmly bid farewell to Second and the Firstest members, hoping they would eventually meet together again someday peacefully. While preparing transportation home, Second suddenly felt he forgot something important before deciding everyone should quickly return together immediately. Before departing, Sherry unexpectedly announced she would accompany Second personally, shocking both him and the nearby companions completely afterward. Hearing Sherry's sudden decision, Second realized an uninvited guest had now joined his future adventures without permission permanently. Earth spent hours arguing with Sherry inside the carriage, while the others silently watched their endless competitive discussion together. Despite constantly complaining about Earth's attitude, Sherry secretly enjoyed their strange rivalry and continued staying close beside him. While traveling together through the peaceful landscape, Earth questioned why Sherry suddenly decided following their journey without hesitation recently. Sherry proudly challenged Earth into a serious spirit user competition, determined proving herself stronger and more talented than him completely. Earth calmly reminded Sherry he was not actually a spirit user, leaving her frustrated after proposing the unnecessary competition. After challenging Earth confidently, Sherry suddenly hesitated because she realized deciding proper competition rules was unexpectedly difficult for her. While the carriage continued moving forward, Earth noticed Sherry struggling seriously while thinking carefully about suitable competition methods alone. Sherry finally proposed comparing guild contribution points, proudly believing the challenge would perfectly determine their overall abilities and achievements. Earth questioned Sherry's strange logic because guild contribution points were unrelated to direct battles between spirit users entirely anyway. Sherry relaxed confidently after remembering Earth could not use spirit techniques, believing victory already belonged completely to her from beginning. Sherry confidently established competition rules, giving Earth one full day collecting guild contribution points before sunset arrived officially later. After reaching Bad Gordo safely, Sherry stayed beside Earth's group, joining dinner, while preparing seriously for tomorrow's upcoming challenge together. Inside the crowded restaurant, many adventurers immediately recognized Sherry as a famous genius spirit user admired throughout the surrounding region. Earth casually mentioned Sherry's popularity, causing her embarrassment because she disliked receiving unexpected praise directly from him publicly afterward. Although Sherry constantly interrupted Earth's jokes seriously, he slowly became comfortable around her energetic and stubborn personality during their travels. Earth realized Sherry perfectly balanced his unusual party, because her serious personality matched everyone else's strange attitudes surprisingly well together. Later that night, Earth rested alone inside his room before suddenly remembering someone important he had not contacted recently. Using a summoning technique, Earth called his second companion, who finally appeared again after remaining absent for a very long time. The summoned companion questioned Earth seriously about his recent activities, after hearing he had been constantly busy traveling and adventuring elsewhere. Earth learned the companion already met Nomides and discovered she also used another mysterious name called Terra during previous encounters. Earth discussed Terra's past actions calmly, learning she completely erased Sherry's father without showing any hesitation or guilt afterward. Although Terra appeared cold-hearted, she explained, Sherry's mother willingly became a powerful Earth spirit without regrets, before eventually disappearing. Terra suggested surprising Sherry personally, believing there would be no serious problem meeting her directly during their current stay nearby. Excited by the unexpected opportunity, Earth immediately decided visiting Sherry next door, while the situation still remained favorable for everyone. Terra suddenly realized Earth intended visiting Sherry's room directly, causing confusion after misunderstanding which neighboring room he actually meant completely. Earth discovered Sherry and the others mysteriously disappeared during nighttime, making him suspicious something unusual already happened around the inn. While reconsidering Sherry's challenge carefully, Earth suddenly realized her strange behavior and timing felt extremely unnatural and suspicious recently. Earth questioned why Sherry approached him personally, followed his group, and insisted competing despite barely knowing him beforehand at all. After hearing Terra's opinion, Earth considered jealousy as the possible reason behind Sherry's sudden interest toward him recently. Instead, Earth convinced himself Sherry envied his abilities as a spirit user and wanted defeating him to satisfy her personal frustrations. Earth finally realized Sherry's jealousy was genuine, making him remember dangerous incidents already happening recently around Bad Gordo during their stay. After understanding her true feelings, Earth angrily wondered how far Sherry would recklessly go just attracting his attention personally anymore. Earth became seriously worried because Sherry's reckless behavior could eventually place her life in extreme danger during future conflicts ahead. Frustrated by the troublesome situation, Earth immediately rushed outside, determined finding Sherry before another dangerous misunderstanding happened again nearby immediately. Watching Earth hurry toward Sherry despite complaining constantly, Terra smiled proudly after recognizing his genuine concern hidden beneath irritation and anger. Inside the dangerous dungeon, Sherry vowed capturing it first, believing success would finally prove her worth before everyone important nearby. Sherry decided transforming her jealousy toward Earth into motivation, hoping strength and achievements would prevent her loneliness from returning again. While exploring deeper underground, Sherry quietly asked Sylvia, convincing Earth becoming her companion after conquering the dungeon successfully together afterward. Although surprised by Sherry's request, Sylvia promised continuing supporting her, encouraging Sherry, gaining confidence pursuing her personal feelings toward Earth seriously. Meanwhile, Earth hurried toward the dungeon, determined stopping Sherry from recklessly fighting dangerous golems completely alone before disaster eventually happened there. Earth feared Sherry reaching the dungeon boss alone, because the powerful mithril golem had already killed countless inexperienced adventurers before. Most adventurers misunderstood the mithril golem completely, believing magic attacks worked better against it than ordinary physical attacks during battles. However, both magic and physical attacks barely affected the mithril golem, trapping careless players into hopeless, exhausting battles without escape afterward. After wasting excessive mana against the boss, weakened adventurers eventually became unable resisting before getting crushed and killed mercilessly inside underground. Earth worried Sherry lacked the overwhelming physical strength necessary defeating the mithril golem, making her dangerous dungeon challenge nearly impossible alone. Earth hurried deeper inside the dungeon with Terra, following Anglamaise's ability locating Nomide's presence somewhere ahead within dangerous underground paths. Meanwhile, Sherry continued advancing fearlessly beside Sylvia, unknowingly racing against death, while Earth desperately searched for her inside the dungeon. Second, escaped dangerous monsters carefully, avoiding battles while searching deeper paths through ruined caverns beside Sylvia tonight, silently. Eiko remembered childhood isolation, realizing villagers avoided the Earl's daughter because her constant insults pushed everyone away completely. Sitting alone beside swinging branches, Eiko accepted her cruel personality naturally, believing noble blood determined everything afterward forever. While quietly holding the swing ropes, Eiko finally admitted loneliness overwhelmed her, despite pretending confidence before others daily. Eiko studied spirit arts obsessively, summoning loyal spirits beside her, hoping their companionship would finally erase loneliness permanently. Eiko convinced herself her noble status, beauty, and summoning talent allowed her surviving loneliness without depending on anyone else. After meeting Second, Eiko discovered genuine comfort beside someone accepting her difficult personality without fear, changing her feelings completely. Walking beside her spirit companion, Eiko treasured Second deeply, considering him the first true companion throughout her lonely 16 years. Eiko strengthened her determination daily, refusing surrender, while promising herself she would eventually earn Second's complete recognition and admiration. During battle inside rocky ruins, Eiko commanded Terra, confidently crushing approaching enemies while protecting allies beside her loyal spirit. Eiko and Terra explored deeper cavern paths carefully until they discovered enormous stone walls blocking the dark underground chamber. Suddenly, Terra sensed danger immediately, warning Eiko, while massive rocks descended violently from above the mountain-like cavern walls, nearby unexpectedly. Shaking sounds echoed everywhere as gigantic stone masses gathered together, causing Eiko and Terra realizing something dangerous awakened beneath them. A massive stone golem appeared before Eiko and Terra, towering above them while blocking every possible escape route completely. Although Terra feared the powerful boss monster, Eiko decided confronting the golem alone could finally prove her worth successfully. Eiko ordered Terra, preparing the fifth form of Earth, concentrating carefully, while the massive golem approached their dangerous battlefield rapidly. Using her strongest, newly learned sorcery, Eiko launched a powerful attack, while Terra reinforced the destructive earth magic completely. Huge stone masses crashed violently onto the golem, burying its enormous body beneath countless shattered rocks inside the cavern completely. Dust filled the underground chamber afterward, leaving Eiko and Terra anxiously wondering whether their combined attack finally succeeded against enemies. After surviving the battle successfully, Eiko celebrated proudly because she conquered the Proline boss before Second achieved that accomplishment himself. Eiko realized the golem survived completely unharmed, while Terra became exhausted after casting their strongest earth sorcery attack unsuccessfully afterward. The massive golem counterattacked immediately, swinging enormous stone fists toward Eiko before she could recover from exhaustion completely afterward. Suddenly, explosions shattered the cavern walls violently as Eiko froze momentarily, overwhelmed by fear after witnessing the golem's terrifying destructive strength. The golem charged directly toward Eiko aggressively while Terra shouted desperately, fearing her weakened master could no longer escape safely anymore. Injured and disoriented afterward, Eiko struggled understanding passing time until Terra stared toward her with visible shock and deep concern. Terra protected injured Eiko desperately, while the massive golem approached closer, preparing another deadly attack against both helpless companions immediately. weakly smiling through injuries, Iko thanked Terra sincerely. Understanding her loyal spirit continued protecting her despite overwhelming danger surrounding them. Believing death approached inevitably, Iko tearfully ordered Terra returning safely, while expressing gratitude for never abandoning her lonely life before. Before the golem attacked again, Second suddenly appeared inside the cavern, blocking danger while protecting Iko and Terra immediately afterward. Second confronted the giant golem directly, dodging heavy attacks skillfully, while preparing his counterattack against the powerful stone monster alone. Second struck the massive golem repeatedly, his overwhelming swordsmanship forcing the enormous stone monster backward across the collapsing cavern rapidly. Watching Second dominate effortlessly, Iko realized his strength completely surpassed ordinary adventurers, overwhelming the giant golem without hesitation whatsoever. Terra comforted crying Iko gently while assuring her survival, allowing exhausted emotions and lingering fears finally disappearing from her heart. Holding Terra tightly afterward, Iko regretted selfishly risking both their lives simply because she desperately wanted proving herself worthy once. Alone with painful thoughts afterward, Iko realized her reckless pride made her appear foolish despite everyone's sincere concern for safety. Quietly lowering her eyes, Iko accepted her mistakes, honestly understanding arrogance and desperation nearly caused losing Terra forever beside her. Elle and Keijiru entered the cave after sensing danger nearby. Elle quickly realized that Sochih was close to death while trapped beside a giant stone monster. He used the experience points he collected earlier to upgrade spirit possession to a usable level. Elle activated spirit possession without hesitation. Dark energy surrounded his body as he prepared to rescue Sochih before the monster could attack again. The skill fully awakened and greatly increased Elle's power. His body became lighter and faster, allowing him to move through the cave at high speed. Elle charged forward while calculating the short duration and cooldown of the skill. He knew he only had one chance. Before the stone monster could crush Sochih, Elle reached her position and blocked the attack in time. Elle stopped the stone giant's attack with his enhanced strength, and immediately countered with a powerful strike. The monster's body cracked apart from the impact as debris scattered across the cave. Using the predictable attack pattern of the boss, Elle continued attacking without hesitation. His physical strength, boosted by spirit possession, allowed him to destroy the monster piece by piece. The stone giant finally collapsed and lost its core. Elle calmly watched the defeated monster while thinking that most people in this world died before understanding how simple its movements really were. After the battle ended, spirit possession wore off. Elle felt exhausted but satisfied after experiencing the overwhelming power of the skill for the first time. Sochih safely approached Elle and expressed her gratitude. Elle remained calm, while the cave slowly returned to silence after the battle. After saving Sochih, Elle scolded both girls for acting recklessly inside the dangerous cave. He knew they would have died if he had arrived any later. Elle quickly remembered that the injured girl still needed treatment. He took out a high potion and carefully made her drink it, while Sochih watched beside him. As the potion healed her wounds, Elle realized the girl was not truly evil. Despite her reckless behavior, he believed she was kind at heart. Elle quietly analyzed her personality and understood that she had become lonely after growing up without close friends. Her actions came from isolation rather than cruelty. Sochih agreed with Elle's thoughts and revealed that the girl had slowly become attached to him after the rescue. Elle listened to Sochih explain the girl's feelings toward him. He slowly realized that the girl's strange actions came from emotions she had never experienced before. Sochih continued, explaining that the girl also wanted recognition from her parents, but loneliness remained the main reason behind her unstable behavior. After hearing the full story, Elle suddenly lost his patience and angrily scolded Sochih for failing to properly care for the girl. Sochih immediately apologized while trying to calm him down. Although Elle complained about how troublesome the girl was, he admitted that he did not truly hate her. He then decided to summon the Spirit's Master. Dark energy gathered around the cave as the Spirit Master finally appeared before them. Sochih stood frozen after sensing the overwhelming presence. The Spirit Master appeared with an overwhelming presence and questioned why Sochih was still standing before him. His pressure alone filled the cave with fear. Unable to withstand the Spirit Master's aura, Sochih collapsed onto the ground as cracks spread across the cave walls from the intense energy. Sochih trembled in fear, while the Spirit Master calmly looked down at her. Even Elle noticed how terrifying the Spirit's power truly was. Before the situation became worse, Elle quickly stopped the Spirit Master from attacking further. The Spirit Master immediately apologized, confused by Elle's reaction. As Sochih slowly recovered, The spirit master explained that his emotions were connected through their spiritual unity. Elle listened carefully while trying to understand the strange bond between them. The spirit master explained that spirits and their masters slowly became one over time. Because of that bond, Gnome's daughter had been deeply influenced by the lonely girl she served. He admitted that a great spirit should never allow its master to reach the verge of death. The spirit master believed the bond had grown too emotional and personal. Elle questioned whether such unity would only make spirits obey their masters more easily. The spirit master corrected him and explained that true unity meant mutual understanding, not control. After hearing the explanation, Elle began to understand the girl's loneliness and pity her situation. He realized anyone would want to protect a child who had no friends. The spirit master noticed Elle's sudden sympathy toward the girl, and calmly pointed out that Elle's compassionate side had finally appeared. The spirit master jokingly declared that he would take the lonely girl for himself after hearing Elle's sympathy toward her. Elle immediately questioned whether he was being serious. The spirit master quickly admitted that he was only teasing Elle for fun. Elle silently realized that the spirit master had a far worse personality than he expected. With the situation finally calming down, Elle carried the unconscious girl on his back and prepared to leave the cave together with the others. While carrying her, Elle suddenly noticed something warm and wet on his clothes. He quickly realized that the frightened girl had accidentally wet herself during the terrifying encounter. Elle froze in embarrassment while So Cherai and the spirit master quietly watched him from a distance inside the cave. After returning from the cave, Elle contacted Sylvia and ordered her to prepare hot water and fresh clothes for the unconscious girl before she woke up. Elle quietly looked at the sleeping girl and thought that she seriously needed to take better care of herself after causing so much trouble during the expedition. When the girl finally woke up inside the room, she looked around in confusion and panic while trying to remember what had happened. Tara immediately rushed toward her master, in relief, after seeing her awake. The girl slowly began recalling her reckless actions inside the cave. Feeling guilty, the girl apologized to Tara for worrying everyone. Tara gently comforted her and admitted that she should have warned her master much earlier. The girl quickly defended Tara and insisted that everything was her own fault. Tara then happily revealed that her master had already started developing feelings toward Elle. Hearing Tara's words, the girl immediately panicked and shouted in embarrassment. She could not believe anyone would misunderstand her feelings that badly. Tara calmly pointed out the girl's red face as proof, while asking why she had acted so recklessly around Elle. The girl desperately denied everything but failed to hide her reaction. As Tara continued explaining what taking a liking truly meant, the girl slowly realized that she really did want Elle's attention and recognition more than anyone else's. The girl finally understood the embarrassment she had caused herself. Tara quietly regretted not explaining those feelings to her master much earlier. Tara explained that Elle had rescued her master, carried her back safely, and even used an expensive potion to heal her while she was unconscious. Hearing all of it made the girl even more aware of Elle's kindness. The girl started thinking about how valuable the potion must have been, and wondered how she could properly repay Elle for saving her life. As she remembered Tara mentioning Elle's nosebleed, the girl suddenly realized she had been wearing a skirt the entire time while Elle carried her back to town. Tara then calmly revealed the truth that the girl had accidentally wet herself during the incident in the cave. The girl froze in complete shock after hearing it. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, the girl screamed loudly, while Tara innocently repeated the terrible truth without understanding why her master reacted so strongly. Second awoke inside the quiet apartment building after hearing repeated knocking echoing loudly outside his unfamiliar bedroom door. Second opened the apartment entrance cautiously, immediately noticing strange visitors waiting silently beyond the hallway during early morning. Sylvia nervously carried several documents while avoiding Second's eyes, struggling desperately to explain her sudden unexpected arrival today. Second listened quietly as Sylvia apologized repeatedly, then promised they would certainly meet again after leaving together outside. The mysterious priestess thanked Second respectfully before departing beside Sylvia, leaving him confused about their unusual coordinated behavior. Second read Feirei's detailed letter carefully before returning upstairs, realizing her apology and gratitude seemed completely sincere afterward. Sylvia celebrated excitedly after hearing Second's decision, while he immediately prepared another serious strategy meeting inside the crowded inn. Second learned Feidri finally returned safely to Arfaidmard after leaving her package with the inn receptionist before departing. The package contained valuable gold coins, convincing Second that Feidri honestly repaid him before discussing future plans with Sylvia. Sylvia listened eagerly to Second's training instructions, feeling highly motivated after improving rapidly through their recent adventures together afterward. Second instructed Sylvia carefully, explaining advanced offensive skills and difficult requirements necessary for strengthening her magical archery abilities further. Sylvia questioned Second's contradictory advice, but he clarified those difficult skills only benefited experienced warriors after extensive training. Second explained that mastering every skill completely was mandatory before obtaining powerful titles and advanced archery abilities successfully afterward. Sylvia reacted with complete shock after Second declared she personally possessed the potential necessary for achieving an extraordinary future title. Second revealed Sylvia's ultimate objective involved earning the legendary Demon Piercer title, before eventually claiming that achievement himself afterward. Second assigned Iko advanced shieldsmanship training first, causing Iko to celebrate enthusiastically before listening carefully to further instructions. Afterward, Second explained Iko's future training goals seriously, while Iko confidently accepted every confusing instruction without fully understanding their importance. After finishing Iko's explanation, Second finally turned toward Yukari, who immediately approached him respectfully while awaiting her personal training guidance. Second nervously explained Yukari's blacksmithing growth path while she stood unusually close beside him during their strategic discussion afterward. Yukari listened carefully as Second described endowment skills, understanding their powerful equipment enhancement abilities after reaching the highest mastery grade. Yukari confidently accepted Second's difficult assignment, already imagining how powerful her enhanced equipment crafting abilities could eventually become. Yukari asked about Second's personal goals, leading him to explain several advanced combat skills he planned mastering carefully. Second continued outlining future objectives, including transformation abilities, legendary titles, and dangerous missions connected to meaning afterward. Eventually, Sylvia and Iko became overwhelmed, listening to Second's complicated strategy, while Yukari worried about his unusually detailed preparation plans. Second secretly prepared for an important target by pursuing transformation abilities, capable of dramatically increasing his combat statistics, temporarily. Second assigned everyone intense training missions around Proline, while Iko enthusiastically promised the group he would work extremely hard. Sylvia secretly watched Second from outside the building, nervously wondering whether he already finished reading her heartfelt personal letter. Yukari noticed Sylvia acting strangely beside her. Immediately realizing Sylvia remained deeply concerned about Second's honest reaction afterward, a cheerful stranger suddenly approached Sylvia and Yukari outside, introducing himself unexpectedly while praising Fairy with excessive excitement loudly. Serum proudly explained his background enthusiastically, but Sylvia became irritated quickly because his interruption disturbed her important moment completely. Serum excitedly praised Nomides enthusiastically, while Sylvia silently ignored his exaggerated admiration toward powerful earth spirits nearby afterward. Nymph introduced herself respectfully before Nomides recognized her immediately, surprising Serum with their unexpectedly friendly interaction during the strange encounter. Nomides happily admitted enjoying the meeting, causing Nymph to realize their connection developed surprisingly well, despite their different elemental origins. Nymph suddenly revealed she recently met Angelma, the legendary great ruler of spirits, completely shocking Serum and everyone nearby afterward. Serum eagerly asked about Angelma afterward, while Nymph described the terrifying spirit ruler with unusually intense admiration and respect completely. Nymph casually revealed Angelma served Second directly, causing Serum to panic immediately after hearing the unbelievable shocking information afterward. Sylvia became frustrated after learning Terra hid important information about Second, possessing an extraordinary spirit, serving directly under him afterward. Sylvia loudly demanded proof regarding Second's overwhelming status, terrifying Serum completely while forcing him toward absolute panic and desperation immediately. Terra innocently admitted, forgetting crucial details, while Sylvia realized Second's influence exceeded everything she previously imagined about spirit summoners entirely. After spotting Serum nearby again, Sylvia hurried away nervously beside Terra, fearing Second might eventually discover their embarrassing misunderstanding afterward. Second finally encountered Serum directly outside, calmly confirming his identity while noticing the stranger's unusually excited reaction afterward. Immediately Serum enthusiastically introduced himself to Second, proudly explaining Fei personally arranged their unexpected meeting earlier before arriving nearby today. Nymph respectfully greeted Second afterward, explaining her connection toward Angelmoss, while Second noticed her strangely formal speaking manner immediately. Second quietly analyzed Nymph's overwhelming spiritual strength, while suspecting Serum approached him only for personal advantages and opportunities afterward. During the strange meeting outside, Second suddenly received an urgent team message from Yukari, and immediately checked its contents. Second received Yukari's warning seriously, immediately suspecting Serum's strange behavior, possibly connected toward dangerous assassination techniques afterward completely. While observing Serum carefully, Second questioned why someone like him desperately wanted meeting Angulmus, despite gaining no obvious advantages afterward. Second confronted Serum directly about his intentions, while Serum calmly denied possessing suspicious motives related toward assassination activities whatsoever afterward. Serum explained genuine spirit summoners naturally desired meeting powerful spiritual rulers, causing Second to partially accept his explanation afterward cautiously. After considering Serum's request carefully, Second suddenly formed another strategy, and finally agreed to arrange the important meeting afterward. Angulmoi suddenly appeared before Serum, releasing overwhelming spiritual pressure, while preparing to demonstrate terrifying domination abilities immediately afterward. Following Second's command, Angulmoi unleashed immense pressure, forcefully, causing the surrounding ground and atmosphere to tremble violently afterward. Serum collapsed helplessly onto the ground immediately, completely overwhelmed by Angulmos's terrifying domination power and immense spiritual authority afterward. Second carefully analyzed the domination ability afterward, realizing its overwhelming battlefield potential, despite many dangerous unknown limitations, remaining afterward completely. Angulmoi explained domination only affected fearful spirits, causing Second to jokingly criticize the terrifying ability's cruel psychological effects afterward. After surviving Angulmoi's domination pressure, Serum respectfully thanked the great ruler, while struggling painfully to recover afterward completely. Angulmoi ordered everyone to raise their heads proudly, while Serum reacted excitedly before the overwhelming spirit ruler's intimidating presence afterward. Angulmoi quietly warned Second about Serum's suspicious behavior, then decided investigating further personally through Nymph immediately afterward. When Serum attempted escaping suddenly, Angulmoi immobilized him, instantly using terrifying spiritual pressure before demanding absolute obedience afterward completely. After completing the investigation, Angulmus revealed Serum secretly worked as a spy connected toward the dangerous Marble Empire afterward. Second explained the Marble Empire's aggressive reputation carefully, warning everyone about future conflicts threatening the kingdom of Castal afterward. While questioning Serum's intentions carefully, Second suspected the Marble Empire possibly wanted recruiting him for dangerous future operations afterward. Serum panicked emotionally after hearing Second's suspicions, desperately wondering whether he accidentally ruined their relationship completely afterward immediately. Second remained cautious despite Serum's behavior, realizing skilled Imperial spies could easily manipulate others through convincing emotional performances afterward. Although respecting the Marble Empire's military strength, Second recognized their ruthless philosophy and dangerous expansion ambitions afterward completely. Second decided releasing Serum afterward, wanting the Imperial spy remembering forever the future world champion's overwhelming presence and strength. Before leaving, Second praised Serum mockingly as the Empire's loyal dog, completely terrifying him with overwhelming confidence afterward. A spy infiltrated the kingdom of Castal for 3 months, gathering information about the Marble Empire and its movements. While observing Feirai Lumberjack closely, the spy realized the Great Spirit of Earth could influence future conflicts. Hidden nearby, the masked observer focused on a greater target, believing another important figure deserved attention first. After investigating further, the observer confirmed Feirai possessed unusual importance and could become a key factor. The observer discovered Earth was secretly present within the enemy nation and decided immediate action was necessary. Earth suddenly appeared before the Imperial spy, praising his efforts and revealing that his infiltration had already failed. The spy froze in confusion as Earth calmly watched him, making him suspect powerful spirits revealed everything. Feirai and the others gathered nearby while the spy panicked, unable to understand how his identity surfaced. Accepting defeat, the spy realized Earth had completely outmatched him and destroyed every possible escape route. Knowing his mission was over, the spy chose to report the truth before surrendering and accepting fate. Earth clarified that he never intended to kill the spy, leaving the defeated operative completely confused and cautious. To the spy's surprise, Earth even offered cooperation during the upcoming raid on Proline Dungeon afterward. The spy stared silently, struggling to understand why someone holding every advantage would show unexpected mercy. Reflecting carefully, the spy realized Earth had exposed, manipulated, and tested him from the very beginning. Unable to comprehend Earth's calm attitude, the desperate spy questioned how he could treat everything casually. Earth permitted the spy to leave freely, but the terrified operative remained shaken by the overwhelming encounter. Before departing, the spy recovered his companion, while Earth delivered a message intended for Marbel's leadership. The spy accepted the request and understood Earth was indirectly addressing the Emperor through those words, leaving Castle behind. The spy swore never to forget the frightening man known as Earth. Afterward, Phaedri questioned the decision, while Earth remained confident that releasing the spy was worthwhile. Earth revealed that Angelmoy exposed the spy's identity by extracting memories from spirits under his control. Proud of the outcome, Earth believed the encounter had left a strong impression on the Empire. Angelmoy happily agreed, while Earth admitted he actually held favorable opinions about the Marbel Empire. Shveirai and the others listened quietly as Earth and Angelmoy continued praising aspects of the Empire. Despite that admiration, Fairy warned that provoking the Emperor further could create consequences beyond their control. Shairi's warning lingered in Earth's mind, and he reluctantly admitted that her criticism was completely justified. Wanting to avoid further discussion, Earth quickly changed subjects and directed everyone toward Proline Dungeon. Over the next 2 months, Earth planned to gather mithril while earning large amounts of experience. However, the expedition progressed faster than expected, and the group collected all required mithril surprisingly early. With abundant experience gained and unexpected free time available, Earth decided to pursue a new opportunity. With their objectives completed early, Earth gathered everyone together and proposed learning valuable new abilities. Earth explained that they would study advanced promoted bishop and promoted rook skills while time allowed. Each companion focused on different skill paths, selecting abilities that matched their talents and combat roles. Earth planned for everyone to reach the 16th class and acquire useful skills before needing them. Among all options, Earth became especially interested in promoted rook swordsmanship because of its practical applications. The companions prepared eagerly, and Earth anticipated that archery skills would excite Sylvia, most during training. Earth explained that acquiring promoted bishop archery required defeating a dragon, emphasizing simplicity in terms of goals. Sylvia reacted with shock at the mention of a dragon, realizing the challenge would be formidable. Earth clarified that each skill would be used strategically, with all companions participating at least once. Shachefrey questioned the approach, pointing out that such moves might be ineffective against a dragon in combat. Earth revealed to Sylvia that additional challenges remained, preparing her for the rigorous steps required to acquire promoted bishop archery. Earth explained that they needed to defeat 5 different dragons, repeating the sequence to fully learn the skill. Sylvia and the companions were shocked at the difficulty, realizing the challenge demanded careful preparation and coordination. The map showed more than 20 dragon types in Mobion, illustrating the complexity of their task. Earth concluded that starting with weaker dragons for promoted rook archery would make acquiring it more manageable. Earth explained that promoted rook archery could be learned by defeating 10 dragons using only castle archery. Appearing simple, Sylvia panicked, overwhelmed by the challenge, believing that such a task was nearly impossible to complete. Earth clarified that swordsmanship skills had similar requirements, and he would accompany Sylvia to support her. Sylvia questioned whether Earth was intentionally placing her in danger, while he outlined conditions for promoted bishop shieldsmanship. Earth instructed that promoted rook shieldsmanship required parrying 100 hits, reassuring companions that he would guide them. Before departing, Earth entrusted Feirai with handling matters involving Earl Barrel while the group hunted dragons. After completing preparations, the Proline expedition officially ended, and Earth launched the group's next operation, traveling north from Bad Gold. The party advanced toward a vast ravine while searching for dragons. Earth revealed that Medio Dungeon contained countless dragons and several species, making it an ideal destination. Sylvia was surprised to learn Medio remained unconquered, realizing they were entering a dangerous dragon territory. Earth reminded Fairy to manage the Earl while the group hunted dragons, ensuring smooth coordination in his absence. The Proline expedition ended successfully, allowing the group to start the dragon hunting operation confidently. Traveling north, the companions reached a ravine while searching for dragons, and Eco wondered about their first target. Earth explained that Medio Dungeon contained swarms of powerful dragons, making it effectively a dragon's den. Sylvia was surprised to learn Medio remained unconquered, realizing they would face the most challenging second-rank dungeon. Earth activated spirit summoning and called Angolmai. The powerful spirit accepted immediately, preparing to lend strength for battle. Using spirit possession, Earth merged with Angolmai. Dark energy surrounded him as his abilities increased dramatically. Earth focused on his objective. After activating the skill, he knew every second mattered during combat. Facing a dragon, Earth reviewed the requirements for promoted bishop archery. He needed attacks using 7 different skills. Earth began the challenge with pawn archery. The attack struck the dragon successfully, advancing his progress toward completion. Earth followed his plan and used spear archery, The attack struck the dragon directly, forcing the creature backward. Without hesitation, Earth activated Gold General Archery. The powerful shot slammed into the dragon and disrupted its movement. Earth continued the sequence with Bishop Archery. The dragon suffered another hit as he steadily fulfilled requirements. Observing carefully, Earth noticed the dragon's breathing pattern. The strange sound revealed an incoming breath attack. After the dragon exhaled, its body briefly stiffened. Earth seized the opening, unleashing Knight Archery and Castle Archery. Earth reviewed the progress bar. He completed 6 out of 7 archery skills and prepared to finish the challenge. He aimed precisely and activated Bishop Archery. Dark energy surrounded him as the final skill prepared to strike. Earth unleashed Bishop Rush. Multiple arrows struck the dragon simultaneously, hitting all critical points with perfect timing. The dragon collapsed, heavily injured. Its body lay motionless after Earth's combination of 7 archery skills completed the trial. With the dragon defeated, Earth walked forward confidently. The challenge was complete, and he calmly explained the process to observers. Earth explained that the previous battle was only a demonstration. From now on, the group would fight together. Earth immediately began teaching strategy. He explained how white dragons attacked and how their assaults should be handled. Aoi and the cat-eared companion stared at him in disbelief. Earth had defeated a dragon completely alone. The two worried about his calm attitude. Earth realized they misunderstood the situation and tried reassuring them. Earth remained confident and composed. Having mastered the enemy's patterns, he believed there was nothing worth fearing. Earth calmly explained the dragon's weaknesses. Following specific tactics, anyone could defeat them regardless of previous achievements. He reminded the group of their goal. Team Fastest aimed to become the world's strongest adventuring party. Earth suddenly realized his explanation sounded frightening. He apologized after mentioning surviving several dragon attacks casually. Aoi and the cat-eared girl scolded him for downplaying the danger. Earth immediately apologized for his mistake. After sharing all available information, Earth explained Methio Dungeon contained 7 dragon types, including the Rainbow Dragon. Earth analyzed dragon strengths. White Dragon equals 10, Gold 80. Rainbow Dragon estimated 666. The power differences were immense. Earth calculated battle difficulty. Red dragons were manageable, but the Gold Dragon could pose problems for Sylvia and Eiko. He realized he could defeat the Rainbow Dragon alone, but the process would take considerable time and effort. Earth planned carefully. Teamwork against Rainbow or Gold Dragons was nearly impossible unless coordinated perfectly, so caution was required. The goal remained clear: acquire promoted Bishop and Rook Archery efficiently in Methio Dungeon to advance their skills and objectives. Earth outlined the acquisition conditions. Each promoted skill required specific tasks against White Dragons to complete objectives. He emphasized avoiding Gold and Rainbow Dragons. Their immense power made direct engagement unnecessary and extremely dangerous for the group. Earth explained that Red Dragons were the strongest standard enemy, despite their power. He believed these could be handled efficiently. The team acknowledged the plan. Earth decided coordinated teamwork and avoiding unnecessary risks would maximize skill acquisition and survival. After a long day, everyone rested. Sylvia, Eiko, and Earth learned the promoted skills, completing multiple White Dragon encounters successfully. After training all day, Earth and his companions gathered for a meal. Earth explained only 4 dragons remained. Aoi questioned the plan. Since Red Dragons were much stronger than White Dragons, she worried about tomorrow's battles. Earth calmly repeated his principle. He believed dangers could be avoided entirely by refusing unnecessary confrontations from the start. Aoi disagreed with his reasoning. She thought Earth should consider the concerns of companions following his decisions. Earth listened quietly before responding. He maintained his viewpoint, while Aoi continued challenging his unusual way of thinking. Aoi finally lost patience and struck Earth. She insisted that teaching proper evasion was more important than boasting. Earth immediately became serious. He warned Sylvia that hesitation during battle could be fatal and stressed constant caution. Earth gave Eiko the same warning. He explained that 3 essential evasion methods had to be memorized. He carefully taught the techniques. Running around breath attacks, avoiding stomp sideways, and ducking tail strikes were crucial. Earth revealed this knowledge came from experience. Countless battles against dragons had taught him the safest survival methods. Earth explained that mistakes against dragons could not be undone. Survival knowledge was valuable because death was unacceptable. Sylvia listened carefully and memorized every instruction. Earth noticed her determination and felt reassured by her response. Earth observed Sylvia quietly accepting his advice. Although she had doubts, she chose not to question him further. The briefing continued during dinner. Earth reminded everyone to follow the same tactics practiced against White Dragons. Eco asked whether they would conquer Methio Dungeon. Earth immediately denied it, keeping the team's objective unchanged. Eco and Sylvia became excited after hearing the dungeon could be conquered. Earth explained there was no benefit yet. Sylvia found Earth strange. Despite chasing the title of world's #1, he ignored achievements and rewards. Earth reflected on her comment. He accepted that reaching the highest rank required an unusual mindset and dedication. Earth explained his motivation. Honestly, becoming world's #1 remained his goal, so efficiency guided every decision. Sylvia remained unconvinced. She believed Earth's calm confidence and lack of hesitation were far from normal. The discussion ended peacefully. As night settled over the town, the exhausted group rested before tomorrow's hunt. Second faces a massive red dragon, sword ready, while Sylvia watches cautiously behind him. Sylvia and Eco prepare their skills, recalling all promoted abilities they recently acquired under Second's guidance. The group coordinates expertly, attacking 3-on-1. Even dragons of different colors are no match for them. Second steps forward alone, having learned new archery techniques. Raising questions about why he fights now, he approaches the red dragon confidently, seeking to master promoted swordsmanship, taking on the challenge entirely solo. Second rushed toward the red dragon alone, testing his newly learned techniques while carefully observing every movement closely. The dragon attacked fiercely, but Second's precise actions controlled the battle, leaving Sylvia watching in amazement. Using perfectly refined swordsmanship, Second pressured the red dragon continuously, preventing it from escaping or recovering. After defeating the dragon, Second calmly confirmed success and obtained promoted bishop swordsmanship, completing his objective. Returning to his companions, Second smiled with satisfaction, while Sylvia noticed his unusually cheerful expression afterward. Sylvia watched Second leave the battlefield, feeling deep admiration after witnessing his determination and remarkable growth. The group began returning through the dungeon together, satisfied after achieving their objective and defeating the dragon. A distant disturbance echoed ahead. Second immediately noticed unusual activity and decided to investigate the source. While approaching carefully, the group realized another person was fighting inside the unconquered Methio dungeon alone. Second discovered a skilled swordsman battling independently. The stranger's swordsmanship impressed him and sparked curiosity immediately. A swordsman appeared, confronting a massive dragon with calm determination, poised to strike with his long blade. He advanced while a maid watched from a distance, assessing his strength and the dragon's movements carefully. Second observed silently, noting that the newcomer had defeated a yellow dragon alone, showing remarkable solo skill. The dragon lay defeated, and Second realized the swordsman's firepower might even exceed his own capabilities. He prepared for another battle, this time against a green dragon, while Sylvia and Eco watched, astonished. The mysterious swordsman launched another attack, striking the green dragon directly, while maintaining relentless pressure throughout battle. Sylvia watched closely and realized the swordsman possessed strength, yet his fighting style lacked Second's refinement. Comparing both fighters, Sylvia concluded that although capable, the stranger's combat ability remained far below Second. Second evaluated the situation calmly, believing the swordsman could not survive against stronger dragons appearing suddenly. After finishing their business, the swordsman and his maid departed the dungeon, leaving Second's group behind. After leaving the dungeon, Second, Sylvia, and Eco headed home, planning to regroup with Yukari afterward. Meanwhile, Yukari arrived at Earl Lumberjack's mansion after the others departed for their dragon hunt. She received responsibility for valuable mithril alloy payments and remained inside the mansion protecting the funds. Knowing the fortune was worth 30 billion CL, Yukari decided staying near Second's property was safest. Without wasting time, Yukari arranged negotiations for purchasing the large mansion the group had selected earlier. Yukari gathered famous developers, builders, and carpenters, hoping they could fulfill Second's ambitious requirements successfully. After returning, Second reviewed the proposed mansion plans and carefully considered the available properties presented. When shown the selected mansion, Second inspected it briefly and found the scale unexpectedly insufficient. Yukari explained the mansion was already among the largest and most expensive around the capital. Unimpressed, Second proposed purchasing 9 neighboring mansions and combining everything into one enormous estate instead. Second enthusiastically described his grand vision, while Yukari briefly questioned the practicality of his ambitions. Despite her doubts, Yukari resolved to fulfill Second's wishes and present his demands without hesitation. The assembled experts listened silently as Yukari revealed plans requiring massive reconstruction, land acquisition, and investment. After calculating the enormous costs, Yukari remained composed and prepared the next stages of development. With construction arrangements completed, Yukari turned her attention toward recruiting servants before someone unexpectedly arrived. While organizing the mansion project, Yukari learned that Philip from the Maurice Slave Company had arrived unexpectedly. The news troubled Yukari because her former slave contract had been managed through that company before. Unsure how to respond, Yukari contacted Second through team chat and explained the situation carefully. Although she remained uneasy, Yukari trusted Second's judgment and decided to follow his recommendation completely. After preparing herself, Yukari permitted Philip to enter, ready to confront whatever business he had brought. Philip entered the mansion, surprising Yukari, who remained composed but alert for any unexpected behavior. Philip spoke casually about illegal slave trade, revealing he understood the situation and was not there to threaten Second. Yukari realized Philip recognized that she was no longer a slave, and her contract was now invalid. Philip praised Second for handling everything perfectly and managing the situation with exceptional skill and foresight. Yukari reflected on her freedom, feeling relieved and acknowledging that Philip's presence confirmed her former master's careful planning. Yukari recognized her former master's influence when Philip handed her a sealed letter unexpectedly. Philip explained he was instructed by the late Duchess Lucia Icing to deliver the letter to Second. Yukari confronted Philip, realizing he knew everything and confirming the letter was genuine and intended for Second. Philip clarified that he only acted as messenger, emphasizing that Second had managed everything perfectly as expected. Yukari understood the Duchess had planned carefully, pretending ignorance until the right moment to ensure the message reached Second. Yukari reflected on the events that led her to the Maurice Slave Company and why her life was spared. She realized the letter she received explained the true reason for her survival and the company's role. The purpose of delivering the letter was the late Duchess Lucia's true goal, guiding events to protect her. Second and Sylvia arrive at a massive mansion. The elf guides them, revealing their new residence for strategic purposes. The mansion's scale shocks the group. Second observes the luxurious estate, understanding it exceeds all ordinary expectations completely. Iko plays excitedly across rooms and balconies. The team explores interiors, amazed at the space and elaborate structure. Second evaluates the mansion carefully, considering its potential. Sylvia stands nearby, assessing how they will manage daily life. They begin unpacking, still overwhelmed. Second notes the grandeur, acknowledging it may be excessive, yet sees opportunities within the estate. Second decides the mansion will be the summer home. He plans seasonal rotations to make use of all estates efficiently. Sylvia observes quietly while Second laughs confidently, expressing optimism. They discuss finances, confirming their income will support multiple homes. Second peeks outside the mansion gate, contemplating inspecting other properties. He considers expanding their options beyond the initial residence. The southeast mansion appears imposing. The team notes its temporary designation, evaluating it as a potential base for their activities. Second explains all properties are his homes. Sylvia and Iko react, astonished, realizing they will live in multiple estates simultaneously. Second assigns the mansion for servant quarters. Sylvia observes silently, considering the logistics and daily operations of managing staff. Sylvia insists on overseeing servant training. Second watches, trusting her judgment to manage household labor efficiently and correctly. Sylvia requests permission to handle all training. Second agrees, noting it may require significant effort but supports her authority. Second instructs Sylvia to proceed carefully. She acknowledges respectfully, ready to organize the servants while maintaining the mansion's order. Thanks to Sylvia's planning, the team completes inspections of all 9 mansions. Purchases finalize smoothly, ensuring each property is secured. Iko informs Second they can move into the Eastern Mansion tonight. Second smiles, quietly pleased with the new arrangement. Second reflects on his previous life as a loser. Gaming in Mobion had been his only escape from reality. The mansion stands as proof of success. Second's confidence and mood improve, realizing the fantasy world has become real. The team celebrates with a barbecue on the mansion terrace. Iko jumps excitedly, sharing in their enjoyment and success. Second wakes after overindulging, feeling the effects of the previous night. Sylvia and Yukari appear, prepared to assist calmly. Second enters the mansion kitchen the next morning. Sylvia asks him to wait while she prepares something inside. Second notices Sylvia wearing a maid outfit. The uniform suits her perfectly, leaving him quietly surprised and impressed. Yukari proudly presents Sylvia's new appearance. Second watches the scene, realizing Yukari played a major role. Before the discussion continues, Iko rushes toward Second from outside. She urgently tries to get his attention. Iko reports discovering enormous fruit in the garden, excited by the unexpected find. She leads Second outside immediately. Iko proudly shows the giant fruit she discovered. Second explains they are coconuts, though their shells are difficult. Sylvia calls everyone back inside for lunch. Wearing her maid outfit, she serves the meal efficiently and calmly. After lunch, Second drinks coffee while observing the others outside. He spends a quiet moment organizing his thoughts. A letter arrives at the mansion. Second examines the envelope carefully, wondering why someone has contacted him. Yukari explains the contents of the message. The late Duchess Lucia Isane has requested Second's assistance with a matter. Second realizes the letter may indicate manipulation by the Duchess. He wonders if Philip has been brainwashed previously. Sylvia repeats the word brainwashed, troubled by the implication. Second carefully considers the potential meaning behind the message. Second examines the letter thoroughly. He reflects on the unusual situation of receiving a direct request from a duchess. Reading the contents, Second finds it worse than expected. His expression shows concern and growing unease regarding the duchess's instructions. Second explains to Sylvia that the situation is serious. He struggles to describe the complexity, preparing her for the challenges ahead. Second reassures Sylvia, telling her not to worry and that he will handle the situation. Sylvia listens carefully, showing trust. Sylvia responds softly, agreeing to follow Second's instructions. Second prepares to examine the letter further, maintaining calm focus. Second opens the letter and discovers 4 main topics. He begins analyzing the detailed contents systematically for understanding. The letter details trustworthy individuals, untrustworthy individuals, kingdom affairs, and brainwashing magic. Second notes the gravity of the information. Second learns from the first 3 sections. The Prime Minister of Castal, Bal Moreau, is secretly affiliated with the Marbel Empire. Second learns the kingdom has been heavily infiltrated. Imperial spies manipulate public opinion while informed citizens remain powerless. Reviewing the details, Second connects the information to suspicious figures he encountered earlier near Bad Gold Village. The letter reveals a grim reality. Castle stands dangerously close to falling under the Empire's control and influence. Second discovers the Prime Minister supports Prince Klaus. If Klaus becomes king, the Empire's plans will advance. The promised reforms appear attractive on the surface. However, Second realizes the kingdom would become an imperial vassal. Second reviews the letter's final section. The Empire has absorbed neighboring regions, exploiting treaties and small nations. He learns that the second Prince Mine leads Castal's loyalists, but the kingdom is heavily outmatched by imperial forces. Citizens oppose war but remain unarmed. They face invasion without preparation, increasing Castal's vulnerability to external conquest. The letter details methods for brainwashing magic. The technique exploits the kingdom's instability, raising serious concerns for Second. The Duchess Isane's family recorded these secrets to protect Castal. She requests that Second change the kingdom's fate directly. Second understands why the Duchess chose him. His ability to resist and remove brainwashing makes him uniquely qualified. He realizes the plan depended on his success. Otherwise, Yukari would have been returned to Philip once again. Despite his indifference toward politics, Second remains concerned about Yukari and Prince Mine's uncertain future within Castal. Considering solutions, Second wonders whether removing Prime Minister Bal Moreau and the First Queen would resolve matters. He rejects the idea after further thought. Such actions would strengthen enemy propaganda, turning public opinion against him. Second admits he has considered many options but cannot decide on a final plan. He remains deep in thought. He reflects on his experience and decides to postpone involvement with brainwashing magic for now. Focusing on other priorities, Second plans to organize his own affairs first. He recognizes that acquiring brainwashing magic would be difficult and troublesome. He contemplates the necessary steps to secure his position as the indisputable world's #1 in skill and strategy. Second instructs Sylvia to manage the servants. He plans to take Sylvia and Iko to practice transformation skills immediately. Second apologizes for handling matters separately. Sylvia reassures him, showing confidence and a willingness to act independently. He notices Sylvia's dedication to training the servants. Her commitment indicates she cares deeply for their welfare. Second observes her maid outfit. He interprets it as a reflection of her feelings and professionalism toward her role. Sylvia stands silently, her expression serious yet calm. Her presence reinforces her reliability and the respect she inspires. She thanks Second, acknowledging his guidance. Second watches her leave the kitchen, satisfied with her dedication and poise. Second, Sylvia and Iko enter Slime Forest. Iko asks if they can also learn transformation and Second encourages her eagerly. Sylvia wonders about the transformation skill. Second explains, it is unique and potentially undiscovered in this world. Second outlines 4 conditions for learning transformation. He prepares to explain them clearly to Sylvia and Iko. Condition 1. deal 1111, Fe 9999 damage on the same type of monster, with all 4 digits matching at least once. Conditions 2 Fe 4 involve repeating the damage process on dungeon bosses, completing the tasks within 1 week, and striking while yelling transform. Simultaneously, Sylvia questions the final requirement for transformation. Second, confirms the unusual step is absolutely necessary for success. Iko immediately imitates the pose and shouts the activation phrase. Her enthusiasm surprises Sylvia and amuses Second. Sylvia realizes Second's recently purchased weapons were intended to help achieve the required matching damage values efficiently. Second explains the preparation further. The special spears make dealing exact damage possible against suitable low-ranked monsters. Before arriving, the group studied pawn spearmanship at the Grand Royal Library. They completed every preparation needed for training. Second explains why they chose Slime Forest. The area contains only slimes, making it ideal for precise damage training. He instructs Sylvia and Iko to record every matching damage number. Both agree and prepare their notebooks. The group equips their spears and reviews the plan. Iko appears excited, while Sylvia remains slightly uncertain. Second notices the difference in attitude. Iko embraces the challenge enthusiastically, but Sylvia still approaches it cautiously. That night, Sylvia repeatedly practices the transformation pose alone. Second imagines her becoming completely invested in training. With preparations complete, Second signals the start of the challenge. The matching digit hunt officially begins in Slime Forest. Second and Sylvia celebrated acquiring the new skill, transformation, after 3 days of intense training and preparation. Sylvia raised her hand, activating the skill, her expression determined as she focused on her nightly duty. Her body glowed with energy as transformation took effect, her armor and appearance shifting into a new, stronger form. She practiced tirelessly outdoors, refining her abilities, while Second observed, noting her unwavering dedication and relentless improvement. Sylvia chose fire transformation, igniting her gear in red flames, ready to face stronger challenges and unknown adversaries ahead. Second analyzed the 4 great elements diagram. Discovering lightning transformation was a previously unknown choice available to him. He activated the lightning transformation, his cloak and mask changing into new designs, electricity crackling across his armor. The world began updating around him, suggesting hidden features and secret elements were being added silently into the game. He walked cautiously, aware that more undiscovered elements might appear, mixing unease with curiosity about future possibilities. Meanwhile, Sylvia trained diligently, practicing advanced special moves, demonstrating skill mastery while Second observed, noting her continuing growth and determination. 2 weeks passed as Second and his companions trained continuously, accumulating experience while preparing carefully for their next objective. After completing every necessary arrangement, Second reviewed his progress, satisfied that his long preparation period was finished. He raised transformation to 9th grade, strengthened multiple abilities and unlocked taming, gaining control over monsters. Second studied the taming skill, learning weakened monsters could be captured, though success depended on strength. All preparations targeted a specific Magin, whose companion was the powerful darkness wolf that Second intended to tame. Second located Iserois, a rare wolf Magin descended from the Blackfire wolf after centuries of isolation and evolution. He revealed his true objective, explaining that taming this creature was the key to his former success. Although bosses were considered impossible to tame, Second had once achieved the impossible with the darkness wolf. Because of its overwhelming strength, players avoided taming attempts, viewing the wolf as far beyond reach. However, Second understood the truth. The darkness wolf was not a boss, making it a tameable creature. Second focused on reducing the darkness wolf's HP to 20%, hoping it might still be young enough to tame. Despite countless failures, Sylvia refused to give up, observing that the wolf's corpses vanished like ordinary monsters. She continued the hunt tirelessly, attempting thousands of times every day, until finally, the moment of success arrived. After surpassing 4,600 attempts, Sylvia successfully tamed the darkness wolf, achieving what seemed virtually impossible. The probability of taming the wolf was only 0.0001%, and improving skill had no effect on success. Players attempted to tame the darkness wolf after news spread, but none succeeded, despite all efforts to approach it. Online, many ranted it was impossible or fake, spreading disbelief and doubt across the gaming community. Second prepared meticulously, planning to challenge the impossibility with skill and strategy, having considered every necessary detail. He adapted to the world's differences from Mobius Online, confident his method could achieve absolute victory. He knew the danger. Failure could mean death, yet he pressed on, willing to risk everything. Second had prepared for every worst-case scenario, yet fear remained as he considered the dangers ahead carefully. Despite reducing risks wherever possible, he could not shake the feeling that death remained a real possibility. Clenching his fist, Second resolved never to retreat, choosing determination over fear and uncertainty. Meanwhile, tensions between the Kingdom of Castal and the Marble Empire continued growing, threatening future stability. Knowing conflict was approaching, Second decided his only chance was taming a darkness wolf before disaster arrived. Second finalized his preparations, commissioning Yukari to craft powerful mithril weapons and high-grade armor for the team. Recognizing Yukari's importance, he requested additional enhancements while realizing he relied heavily on her abilities. To repay her efforts, Second decided Yukari deserved a peaceful vacation while he confronted the darkness wolf. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Iko enjoyed comfortable mansion life, prompting Second to design a harsh training program. With preparations nearly complete, Second planned a strategy meeting to explain upcoming missions and responsibilities. Second, explained to the team what to do in the absolute worst-case scenario if he were to die unexpectedly. He required them to report daily via team chat, ensuring communication and accountability during his absence. Second instructed Sylvia and Iko to perform intensive training alone in limped fath, while covering each other's back. He acknowledged that Sylvia would face the hardest challenges, though Iko's limitations required different support and strategy. Despite the difficulty, Second provided clear instructions, ensuring the team would manage risks and prepare for dangerous encounters. Second believed the harsh training would strengthen Sylvia and Iko, teaching teamwork, positioning, and battlefield awareness. Meanwhile, Yukari received a holiday, though Second entrusted her with one important long-term responsibility beforehand. After finishing his arrangements, Second said farewell to Yukari, Sylvia, and Iko before departing alone. As he left, numerous maids lined up respectfully, surprising Second with how many had gathered. Following his plan, Second headed toward Piho Town, then Port City Kula, beginning his journey to Issarois. While traveling toward Issarois, Second planned to spend a night in Piho and visit Asiasparn Dungeon first. Riding across the plains, Second decided to share important information with a trusted companion who would assist him. He summoned Angelmoi and asked the spirit to enter mana mode, expecting abilities similar to Mobion. Angelmois transformed into a hidden, formless state, allowing private telepathic communication while remaining unseen by others. Second revealed details about the powerful enemy ahead, ensuring Angelmois understood the dangerous battle they would face. Second explained that the darkness wolf possessed terrifying strength, making any direct confrontation unbelievably dangerous and reckless. After hearing the explanation, Angelmois became excited, intrigued by an opponent powerful enough to challenge Second. Second revealed his plan to weaken the darkness wolf, tame it, and repeat the process until successful. Angelmois admired his determination, while Second calmly accepted that countless failures might await before victory arrived. Reaching Asiasparn Dungeon, Second began gathering a Goblin Mage's Horn, an important component for his trump card. After clearing Asiasparn Dungeon, Second successfully obtained the Goblin Mage's Horn and completed an important preparation. Returning to Piho, he purchased every available high potion, gathering supplies necessary for the dangerous mission ahead. Although his inventory overflowed with potions, Second expected to consume them rapidly during upcoming battles. The following day, he continued toward Port City Kula, while sharing valuable knowledge with Angelmois during travel. Second then synchronized information with Angelmois, reviewing everything known about the darkness wolf before confronting it. The main character acquires a new skill, transformation. After 3 days of effort, surprising Sylvia with unexpected results. Sylvia activates her transformation, calling out a spell, determined to uphold justice and demonstrate her new power. Sylvia successfully transforms, her armor now glowing red, fully embracing the fire transformation skill she selected, focused on improving. Sylvia practices her abilities, counting sins and honing chivalry, showing dedication to mastering her new skill. Sylvia's fire transformation is now enhanced, her equipment and abilities reflecting the chosen element, advancing her combat readiness significantly. Angelmois explained the rare sorcery that could reduce a target's stamina to 1, confirming its existence and frequent use. He revealed that after using dark sorcery, the attacks followed recklessly, covering a wide area which required careful preparation and understanding. Angelmi emphasized the importance of safe healing, instructing that immediate recovery after attacks could be dangerous and strategically unwise. He clarified the roles of advance and rear guards, showing how dark sorcery was often followed by dark summoning or staffmanship attacks. Finally, Angelmois called the fundamental information of the darkness wolf to mind, preparing himself for the challenges that awaited in battle. Second continued explaining the Darkness Wolf's abilities, describing powerful combat modes that combined relentless attacks with shadow movement. As the explanation continued, Angelmoise learned that Empty Shadow could activate unexpectedly, making the wolf even harder to defeat. After hearing every detail, Angelmoise finally understood why Second considered the Darkness Wolf an extraordinary threat. Remembering the creature's terrifying power, Second reflected on how even the great ruler of spirits acknowledged the Darkness Wolf as a true monster. Second recalled the Darkness Wolf, a feared monster whose overwhelming strength came from relentless attacks rather than stats. Knowing its potential, Second decided to tame the Darkness Wolf, remembering its dangerous dark sorcery staffmanship combination. Second prepared carefully, using potions on the Darkness Wolf while planning ahead in case taming unexpectedly failed. He remembered taming required reducing a monster's health below 20%, making careful damage management essential. Instead of waiting naturally, Second healed the Darkness Wolf completely, then repeatedly weakened it for efficient taming. Second chose healing potions over killing the Darkness Wolf, knowing another one might never appear again there. After settling the matter, Second traveled toward Port City Kula, heading for the fortress named Isarois. Arriving at Isarois, an enormous ruined fortress dungeon, Second examined the structure and prepared for exploration. Ignoring the highest floor boss, Second focused on reaching the underground Grand Library hidden deep below. Before advancing further, several armored guards suddenly appeared nearby, blocking Second's path inside the fortress. Second decided to hurry toward the underground library, preparing to continue his exploration of Isarois' dungeon. Suddenly, an armored guard lunged at Second, forcing him to anticipate and react to the attack immediately. Second activated a transformation skill, altering his form to gain enhanced abilities for navigating dangerous situations. The transformed Second skillfully dodged multiple guards, moving efficiently through the fortress while maintaining focus on his goal. With his transformation complete, Second advanced deeper into the dungeon, ready to confront challenges guarding the library ahead. Second understood Mobian's transformation template, gaining temporary invincibility while automatically knocking back nearby enemies around him. He calculated the timing carefully, knowing transformation consumed most invincibility duration but still left opportunities afterward. Using those remaining seconds, Second rushed forward and repeatedly knocked armored enemies away from his path. After creating distance, Second prepared a ranged skill, exploiting Night Monster's weakness against powerful sorcery attacks. Drawing his bow, Second unleashed Castle Archery Curl form of lightning combination toward the approaching enemy. Second's attack struck the armored enemy directly, earning the nickname Cast Arch Cour Light for his powerful skill. He observed two remaining enemies from a distance, maintaining control while preparing his next attack with precision. Second unleashed Cast Arch Cour Light again, knocking back the second armored opponent and clearing his path effectively. Floating nearby, his Mobian companion reacted, noting the overwhelming effectiveness of the attack and analyzing the encounter's efficiency. Second confirmed his critical strike, defeated both enemies instantly, then continued deeper into the dungeon hallway toward the library. Second reached the underground Grand Library entrance and decided to establish a temporary camp before proceeding further. Using his knowledge, Second selected a safe zone where nearby ghost monsters could not reach him. After preparing everything, Second stood before the entrance and instructed Mobian to use possession immediately. As the library door opened, a powerful reaction occurred, signaling the start of the planned operation. Dark energy surrounded Second as spirit possession activated, granting him the power needed to enter safely. After entering the library, Second suddenly noticed a Darkness Wolf standing atop a massive pile of books. Recognizing the creature immediately, Second was shocked by its unexpected appearance deep inside the library. The Darkness Wolf silently watched the surroundings, radiating a presence that made the entire area tense. Mobian quickly warned Second that confronting the Darkness Wolf now would be far beyond his abilities. Second agreed with the assessment, acknowledging the danger while carefully observing the great ruler of spirits. Despite the danger, Second remained confident, treating the encounter as a challenge that could be analyzed. He stepped into the library's center, watching the Darkness Wolf carefully while preparing his strategy. As expected, the Darkness Wolf charged first, and Second immediately launched Cast Arch Cour Light in response. Knowing physical attacks were ineffective, Second targeted the wolf's legs with magical combination attacks instead. Second identified the charge pattern instantly, sidestepping before impact and accurately predicting the wolf's next movement. Second anticipated the Darkness Wolf's pattern, knowing it would teleport, transform, and summon when its initial attack failed. The wolf teleported across the room, positioning itself strategically on the pile of books while following its predictable attack pattern. Dark transformation activated, revealing a familiar female figure, and Second recognized her immediately as a significant presence in the world. The transformed figure floated above the book pile, radiating overwhelming power, while Second observed cautiously from below. Despite the danger, Second smiled, identifying her as his girl, unchanged even in this new world environment. Second analyzed the battlefield, noting the enemy hadn't reached empty shadow state yet, preparing mentally for the upcoming confrontation. Sylvia Virginia stood at a distance, her dark transformation forming, and Second calculated precise timing for his counterattack. As black flames dispersed around her, Second planned the perfect moment to unleash promoted rook swordsmanship during her landing. He braced himself, aware the preparation would leave him vulnerable for 4 seconds, executing his plan with full focus. The strike connected just as she landed, landing a powerful skill, demonstrating Second's mastery over timing and strategy. Second successfully stunned Sylvia Virginia, halting her movements and creating an opening for the next phase of his strategy. He calculated that critical hits were necessary while she remained stunned, aiming precisely to secure a down state. Second adjusted his position, understanding that missing the sequence would require extra shots to achieve the downed condition. He fired 2 shots of castle archery, landing critical hits on both, guaranteeing Sylvia would fall completely. Despite her changing form, Sylvia could perform dark transformation and return, forcing Second to anticipate a repeated sequence carefully. Second intercepted Sylvia Virginia's charge with Cast Arch Corelight, stopping her advance and forcing her attack pattern to change. Watching carefully, Second noticed Sylvia lowering her head. He immediately recognized the sign of her biting attack. Sylvia rushed forward in wolf form, but Second focused entirely on movement, sprinting away before the attack connected. After missing her target, Sylvia unleashed Dark Roar. The attack ended with her beginning another transformation sequence. Second observed the ground beneath Sylvia and confirmed the appearance of an empty shadow. With the condition fulfilled, he prepared promoted rook swordsmanship for the next decisive strike. Second activated promoted rook swordsmanship and struck Sylvia Virginia during her vulnerable moment, successfully stunning her again. He immediately followed with castle archery, hoping to secure enough damage, but only one attack became critical. As the stun neared its end, Sylvia began dark summoning. Second knew she would escape if the process completed. Dark energy gathered around Sylvia, taking shape into a shadow staff. Second carefully observed the result of the summoning. Recognizing the shadow staff form, Second remained calm. The weapon changed Sylvia's fighting style, but his strategy remained effective. Second struck Sylvia Virginia with promoted rook swordsmanship, stunning her instantly and creating another opening for follow-up attacks. He attempted castle archery to inflict further damage, landing only 1 critical hit but weakening her effectively. Sylvia began dark summoning, threatening to recover and counterattack if her stun expired, forcing Second to plan his next move. The summoning produced a shadow staff, changing her combat mode and altering the dynamics of the battle. Second observed the change with excitement. His strategic precision and repeated godlike techniques kept him unscathed while controlling the fight's pace. Second leapt into action, positioning himself perfectly to continue controlling the flow of the battle against Sylvia Virginia. He moved instinctively, focusing on the moment without conscious thought, relying on his training and experience to guide him. A distant throne symbolized his ultimate goal, representing the power and status he aimed to regain in the world. Observing the throne, Second's intent to reclaim the world's #1 position motivated every precise and risky maneuver he executed. Even against overwhelming odds, Second repeatedly applied flawless techniques, remaining unharmed while systematically outmaneuvering the Darkness Wolf in combat. Anglemois watched Second's relentless struggle and became deeply moved by his determination, resilience, and unwavering pursuit of strength. As Second continued fighting without hesitation, Anglemois realized he alone truly understood the resolve driving him forward. Inspired by that resolve, Anglemois decided to stand beside Second, choosing to share the dangerous path ahead. The decision filled Anglemois with joy. He laughed openly, feeling liberated after finally reaching his conclusion. Hearing the strange reaction, Second looked annoyed and confused. Unaware of Anglemois's decision, he remained focused on battle. Second observed the Darkness Wolf cautiously, calculating how long its HP would take to fall past 20%. The black flames erupted violently as the wolf entered berserk mode, eyes glowing fiercely with uncontrolled aggression. Second analyzed the battle mathematically, determining the exact number of attacks required to reach the critical 20% threshold. When the wolf charged, Second executed the precise timing, casting the tame technique to attempt to control it successfully, despite careful calculations and timing. Second's effort failed, leaving the wolf untamed, and the situation growing dangerously unstable. Second threw several special bottles at the darkness wolf. The containers shattered, covering its body with liquid instantly. The darkness wolf remained standing after the attack. Its dark aura weakened slightly while Second observed carefully. Second concluded that this method produced better results than taming directly. He trusted his accumulated game knowledge. Time passed slowly as Second maintained distance. The darkness wolf wandered nearby while he endured patiently alone. After the exhausting wait, Second finally reached his limit. Fatigue overwhelmed him, leaving him completely drained. After another failed taming attempt, Second returned to his tent exhausted. The darkness wolf remained beyond his control. Second reviewed the situation calmly. Since the wolf could not leave Isorois's underground library, escape remained unnecessary. An elf companion noticed his condition. After 10 hours confronting the monster, Second's growing fatigue became obvious. While drinking quietly, Second reached a firm conclusion. He decided to repeat the strategy every day. Inside the tent, Second explained his reasoning. If battles continued similarly, persistence would eventually overcome the darkness wolf. Second explained that his success resulted from luck. The darkness wolf couldn't use empty shadow during dark summoning. A diagram illustrated the relationship. Dark transformation led to either dark summoning or dark sorcery. Second analyzed the pattern. Second described a strategy: strike the wolf during transformation, use promoted rook swordsmanship, then 2 critical castle hits. The elf confirmed understanding. If the wolf remained in shadow state, stunning it would be impossible and dark attacks riskier. Second concluded that dark sorcery posed no major threat. Staffmanship mode, after summoning shadow staff, would still allow safe control. The elf asked about the worst possibility. Second considered the darkness wolf summoning the powerful Blackfire Spear. After evaluating every outcome carefully, Second admitted he might need to reveal his strongest hidden trump card. The elf listened silently while examining several cards. The discussion shifted toward preparations for future confrontations. Meanwhile, the darkness wolf remained alone within the library. Countless books filled her surroundings without answers. As centuries seemed to pass endlessly, the wolf questioned her imprisonment and reflected on her awakening consciousness. The darkness wolf noticed a human nearby. Its body instinctively resisted commands, preparing for a potential attack immediately. The wolf acted violently, killing another intruder. Bloodlust consumed it as centuries of confinement heightened its ferocity. Time passed endlessly. Each century increased the wolf's thirst for blood and desire for new life force. It anticipated the arrival of the next human. Every approach excited the wolf, making its body feel alive. Finally, Second appeared. The wolf recognized a destined opponent, feeling a compelling connection, almost like a long-lost companion. Upon seeing Second, the darkness wolf welcomed the encounter. Her instincts immediately ordered her to kill him. As the battle began, the wolf experienced excitement unlike anything felt during centuries of isolation and boredom. To her shock, Second launched a powerful attack. The impossible happened as a human successfully struck her. The darkness wolf felt genuine danger for the first time. Fear and confusion overwhelmed her confidence completely. Severely wounded, she realized her limbs were failing. Meanwhile, Second advanced steadily, maintaining pressure across the battlefield. The darkness wolf collapsed from accumulated injuries. Despite the pain, she experienced emotions she had never known. As suffering intensified, excitement overwhelmed her. For the first time in centuries, she truly felt alive. The wolf realized her endless imprisonment had led to this encounter. She believed destiny had brought Second. Even while approaching defeat, she welcomed every attack. Greater pain and suffering only deepened her exhilaration. At last, the battle ended. Returning to her wolf form, she quietly accepted the conclusion of that precious moment. The darkness wolf expressed a wish to die at Second's hands. Her face showed calm acceptance and trust. Suddenly, Second healed the wolf. She was astonished, unable to believe her life had been restored. Another character recognized the miracle. The wolf confirmed Second as her true master and destined partner. The wolf finally met her master. She expressed overwhelming joy and relief, feeling fulfilled at last. Despite her happiness, she noticed Second leaving. She understood he would not abandon her and silently vowed loyalty. After Second departed, the darkness wolf smiled quietly. She believed her master would eventually return for her. She imagined a future beside Second. Yet another desire remained, a glorious death delivered by his hands. Watching his figure disappear, the wolf repeatedly called him master. She hoped to learn his true name someday. Lost in affection, she wished for a name from Second himself. Her devotion and longing only deepened. 2 months after Second departed for Iserois, Alan's group continued their activities while monitoring developments across regions carefully. Elena, Millis, and their beastkin companion gathered for their weekly meeting, reviewing information and planning future actions. The three members focused seriously on the discussion, organizing reports and evaluating important events collected recently together. After sorting the essential intelligence, they prepared a concise weekly report and sent it to Second. When considering additional procedures, Elena objected immediately, while the others agreed those extra measures seemed unnecessary. The group discussed manpower shortages. Elena rejected male workers, while Millis suggested alternatives to support ongoing projects. Although Elena disliked the idea, she admitted hiring workers remained preferable to creating unnecessary enemies elsewhere. After consideration, Elena proposed expanding her maid unit, believing trained personnel could solve their staffing problems. Elena explained her unit contained 10 members. She envisioned increasing their numbers and extending operational reach. When everyone imagined multiple Elenas working together, the beastkin companion became frightened by the overwhelming sight. Iko quickly apologized for her reaction. Elena calmly reminded her that such behavior was inappropriate and disrespectful. Millis considered Elena's proposal carefully. Despite its frightening image, she recognized the plan's practical advantages. Elena explained that trained maid commanders could greatly strengthen Alan's estates and improve overall security management. Millis pointed out that commanders alone were insufficient. Effective operations required enough personnel to follow instructions. Elena concluded that additional female servants should receive maid training, allowing the unit to manage broader responsibilities. Millis accepted Elena's proposal as a compromise. Female servants would join the maid unit while others remained male. Elena proudly rejected the suggestion of sharing her responsibilities, remaining fully devoted to Alan's entrusted duties. Millis continued questioning Elena's motives, seeking a deeper understanding behind her strong attachment to the work. The discussion shifted toward Elena's personality. Millis teased her, suggesting certain habits might disappoint Second. Elena appeared pleased by the compliment, but Millis quickly exposed her act, leaving Iko silently observing. Millis teased Elena relentlessly, revealing private messages and poems that exposed her growing affection toward Alan. The teasing escalated as Millis mocked Elena's behavior, turning the discussion into a personal rivalry. Both women exchanged sharp insults. Neither wanted to back down, and the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Their arguments continued regularly during meetings, while Iko watched nervously as the conflict repeated itself. Meanwhile, far away, Alan narrowly avoided a dangerous attack. Realizing the threat, he immediately regained focus. After months of observation, Alan finally discovered the pattern he sought while sparring against his transformed companion. Alan realized attacking during her empty shadow state was dangerous, leaving him vulnerable to devastating counterattacks. Understanding the risk, Alan avoided direct offense and carefully studied her movements from a safe distance. Instead of activating promoted rook swordsmanship, Alan canceled the technique and rushed closer to her. As dark transformation ended, his companion immediately cast Dark Summoning, unleashing a powerful weapon-based magic attack. Alan failed to stop the summoning technique. With no counter available, he could only prepare himself mentally. His companion successfully summoned a shadow staff. Alan recognized the next combat phase had already begun. Alan quickly calculated the damage required for victory, estimating several accurate strikes would bring her down. His companion then activated Dark Sorcery, spreading a dangerous darkness that threatened everything within range. Alan remembered old strategy records describing the spell, realizing survival depended heavily on timing and luck. Alan dismissed the strategy guide's advice, believing many recommendations came from unreliable players lacking real experience. Ignoring the warning, Alan launched Castle Archery. The attack landed successfully and scored a critical hit. Even within the spreading darkness, Alan confirmed the strike connected exactly as he had intended. Alan reconsidered the situation. He realized avoiding the attack was less effective than confronting it directly. Having reached his conclusion, Alan activated a transformation skill. Preparing for the next stage of battle, Alan activated Transform and gained temporary invincibility, allowing him to break through another stage of battle. He fired Castle Archery again. The attack connected successfully, though this time it failed to score a critical hit. Alan calculated the remaining damage and realized only one more successful strike was needed for victory. Confident in his plan, Alan ignored the danger of Dark Sorcery and released another Castle Archery attack. The final exchange ended the battle. Alan's companion collapsed while his own health dropped to a single point. After surviving the battle, Alan healed himself safely. With another barrier broken, the difficult training continued. Alan knew his companion would recover and attack again. He prepared to repeat the exhausting process. Staring at the training room, Alan wondered how much longer this endless routine would continue. Months passed as Alan repeated the challenge daily. After more than 2,000 attempts, success finally arrived. Having achieved his objective, Alan prepared to leave. He turned toward Second and suggested returning together. Alan noticed Second repeatedly, urging him to return home. He realized the concern came from genuine worry. Although grateful, Alan refused to leave. He claimed everything remained stable and promised to retreat if needed. Privately, Alan admitted he had not been completely honest. The weekly reports contained several serious concerns. Political changes accelerated in the royal capital. With Klaus promoted, major developments seemed ready to unfold. Alan also worried about Sylvia and Eco. Their growth and future roles required attention before events advanced further. While away, Alan worried constantly about his allies, unfinished projects, and the responsibilities he had left behind. Despite wanting to return immediately, Alan remained where he was, unable to abandon his current objective. Alan searched for a convincing reason to go home, yet no answer seemed strong enough to stop him. Realizing his judgment had become clouded, Alan compared his obsession to an addiction he could not ignore. Even so, Alan continued taming the darkness wolf, believing he had no choice but to finish. Alan compared taming monsters to an addiction. He knew success only encouraged him to pursue even greater challenges. Despite recognizing the problem, Alan believed the only solution was continuing the taming process until completion. Exhausted from training and constant effort, Alan finally decided to rest while Second remained nearby. Alan closed his eyes and fell asleep, hoping the difficult period would finally come to an end. Ares faced a familiar opponent after countless attempts, realizing the decisive battle had finally arrived before him. Studying her movements carefully, Ares predicted every skill she would use and prepared his strategy accordingly. As the battle continued, her health dropped dangerously low, yet Ares understood the real threat remained. The fox-eared girl entered berserk mode, releasing overwhelming power that transformed her into her strongest state. Wielding the black flame spear, she unleashed devastating attacks, forcing Ares to confront her ultimate strength. Ares realized the black flame spear carried a deadly curse, making direct contact impossible during battle. Facing the berserk fox girl, Ares understood neither attacking recklessly nor retreating could ensure his survival. He carefully analyzed her behavior, knowing she would never waste such overwhelming power on simple attacks. After considering every possibility, Ares finally decided to use the special item he had prepared. Drawing the goblin mage horns from his cloak, Ares activated his countermeasure and prepared his response. Ares revealed the goblin mage horn, a hidden item designed as a last resort escape during impossible battles. He remembered that goblin mages possessed a rare transfer spell learned from a powerful dungeon boss. The horn could trigger random teleportation when it pierced a target, instantly relocating the affected individual. Although the method was unreliable and unpopular among players, Ares considered it his only remaining option. Planning carefully, Ares decided to use the item on himself, creating an escape without removing his companion. Ares steadied himself, recalling the countless attempts that had led him to this desperate moment. Holding the goblin mage horn, Ares watched the berserk fox girl approach while preparing his final gamble. The fox girl understood the horn's danger and realized she could neither retreat nor avoid confronting Ares. Determined to survive, Ares raised the horn above his head and committed to his risky plan. Seeing his resolve, the fox girl's fierce expression softened as she silently accepted his decision. Ares suddenly heard Mevion's desperate plea, causing him to hesitate despite already committing to his escape. Holding the goblin mage horn overhead, Ares struggled between survival and the responsibility he could not ignore. As Mevion approached through the black flames, Ares questioned why she was leaving herself exposed. Realizing her intentions, Ares understood that abandoning Mevion would lead to her certain death afterward. Mevion stepped forward without hesitation, choosing to face the danger herself while blocking Ares' escape route. Mevion reminded Ares that becoming the world's strongest required facing impossible battles, rather than avoiding them. Accepting her words, Ares abandoned thoughts of escape and charged directly toward the overwhelming enemy instead. While rushing forward, Ares activated a transformation skill, determined to create a path through sheer force. The transformation granted temporary invincibility, giving Ares precious seconds to execute his dangerous counterattack plan. Filled with confidence, Ares laughed fearlessly as he advanced, finally committing everything to a single gamble. Ares and Mevion faced each other across the ruined hall, both recognizing the battle's decisive moment. Excited by the challenge, Ares praised Mevion's strength and rushed forward without fear or hesitation. Using flying archery, Ares launched a powerful attack while taking advantage of his temporary invincibility. The attack struck Mevion directly in the head, dealing critical damage and reducing her remaining health. Seeing her weakened state, Ares pressed forward aggressively. Knowing his limited invincibility time was running out, Ares activated the Tame skill, placing everything on a single chance that seemed almost impossible to succeed. While Mevion remained surrounded by dark flames, Ares calmly accepted the possibility of failure and death. After using the skill, Ares turned away and waited silently for the result of his gamble. The berserk state disappeared, and Mevion collapsed to her knees, as the battle finally came to an end. Looking at Ares with relief and affection, Mevion expressed her joy after being reunited with him. Hearing her words, Ares realized he had finally achieved the goal he had pursued for so long. Second approached Iko, who had finally calmed down after her berserk state. The impossible success felt miraculous today. Iko's recovery shocked everyone. Reaching her during berserk mode should have been impossible under normal conditions. Using his knowledge, Second carefully weakened Iko while avoiding every attack, guiding her through the dangerous shadow state. Step by step, he reduced her strength below the critical limit, creating the only chance for success. Second used a brief transformation effect to approach safely and activated Tame. Iko recognized him and recovered. After being tamed, Anko knelt before Second and devoted herself completely, promising to remain beside him forever. Second was stunned when Anko suddenly spoke clearly. Her behavior differed completely from everything he expected. Only minutes earlier, Anko had acted like a mindless monster, repeating programmed actions without independent thought. As Second observed the change, he realized it seemed as though Anko had gained a genuine soul. Thinking carefully, Second questioned whether Anko was still merely a tame or something entirely different. Now, Second questioned Anko about her consciousness. To his surprise, she revealed she had been aware for centuries. Hearing that answer, Second asked why Anko had behaved violently and attacked everyone before being tamed. Anko explained that a divine curse controlled her actions. The god's power forced her against her will. Second realized Anko had always been conscious but could not freely control her own actions during battle. After the taming succeeded, Anko immediately stopped fighting. Second suspected the process weakened the curse's influence somehow. Second considered many explanations for Anko's change. However, none could fully explain what had happened. Putting those thoughts aside, Second called Anko by her name and waited for her response. Carefully, Anko immediately answered him. Her reaction was quick, sincere, and filled with unexpected happiness. Second introduced himself properly. Anko promised she would never forget his name and kindness again. With their understanding deepened, Second decided to leave. Anko gladly followed him as they moved forward together. Anko happily followed Second outside. After more than 100 years, she finally experienced the outside world. As they walked through the library corridor, Second suddenly noticed something unusual ahead and became alert. Anko explained that the hallway was known as Black Ghost, a place filled with dangerous monsters. Soon, several black ghosts appeared together. Their numbers and coordinated attacks made the situation more threatening. Despite limited resources, Second remained calm. He prepared himself confidently, believing the approaching monsters were manageable. When the black ghosts approached, Anko calmly stepped forward. She showed no fear toward the monsters. To Second's surprise, Anko touched one black ghost directly. The monster instantly lost its strength. Second discovered every black ghost had only one health point remaining. The strange situation shocked him greatly. Anko continued striking the creatures one after another. Each touch destroyed a black ghost with ease. After clearing the path, Anko summoned her shadow staff. She prepared to face any remaining threats ahead. Anko summoned her shadow staff and stood calmly before the black ghosts, ready to eliminate every threat. Watching Anko fight, Second felt reassured. For the first time, he could rely on her strength. Anko swung her staff with ease. The incoming black ghosts were struck before reaching her position. The shadow staff released a wide attack that targeted multiple enemies simultaneously, overwhelming the entire group. However, the defeated black ghosts began melting into shadows. Seeing this, Second realized a new problem. Seeing the shadows dissolve after defeat, Second immediately realized the situation was becoming unexpectedly complicated. Second reflected on Anko's overwhelming magic. Even in the game, he had never witnessed such power. The more he observed, the more convinced he became that this Anko was completely different from before. Pleased with the outcome, Second praised Anko's performance. She quietly accepted his recognition and approval. Wanting answers, Second decided to inspect Anko's status and compare her current condition with her past. When Second asked to inspect her status, Anko stepped closer and invited him to examine it. Anko moved so close that Second became distracted for a moment, before forcing himself to focus. After calming down, Second carefully reviewed the information and searched for the source of her changes. The status screen revealed new restrictions. Anko's dark magic now worked only against weaker opponents. Second discovered additional limitations, including a long cooldown period. Even so, Anko remained exceptionally powerful. While reviewing Anko's status, Second discovered new skills and major adjustments to her overall abilities. Compared with her condition before taming, many abilities had weakened. However, her growth potential improved significantly. The unusual changes puzzled Second. He felt the modifications were deliberate rather than random or accidental. After examining everything, Second became convinced that a higher existence had carefully altered Anko's status, rejecting the idea of a simple god. Second suspected a mysterious producer was controlling events behind the world. After hearing Second's thoughts, Anko asked whether the information she provided would be useful to him. Second gave a joking answer. Anko listened closely while standing near him with obvious interest. Unable to hide her feelings, Anko embraced Second tightly. Her happiness at being with him was clear. With their investigation finished, they left the dungeon together. Second realized 4 months had already passed. As they traveled outside, Second enjoyed the peaceful scenery and looked forward to seeing autumn with Anko. As they traveled outside, Anko suddenly apologized. She seemed to realize an important weakness she possessed. Second was surprised by her sudden reaction and immediately paid attention to what troubled her. The moment Anko stood beneath direct sunlight, her strength faded rapidly and exhaustion overwhelmed her body. Second analyzed the condition and discovered that sunlight greatly weakened Anko, while shadows preserved her power. After understanding the limitation, Second concluded that Anko was strongest at night or in shaded areas. After learning Anko's weakness, Second accepted it calmly. Every powerful ability came with an unavoidable cost. Although Anko could not fight well under strong sunlight, Second believed her strength would greatly help future adventures. Second walked across the barren land with Iko beside him. After recent battles, they traveled quietly while observing the ruins. Iko moved closer and hugged Second. Her energy gradually stabilized, and she felt relieved knowing he cared about her. As they continued their journey, Iko remained beside him. She enjoyed the closeness and stayed attached throughout the walk. Second noticed Iko's affection growing stronger. He realized her behavior was very different from Sylvia's usual reactions. While thinking about the difference, Second watched Iko cling to him again. He wondered if her wolf nature influenced it. Second carried Anko across the barren land. They headed toward the port, planning to leave the island soon. Anko stayed close to Second during the journey. His presence comforted her, and she remained cheerful, despite exhaustion. After boarding a boat, Second watched Isorius Island fade into the distance. The place still left him uneasy. Elsewhere, a mysterious dark sphere appeared. It mocked someone harshly, showing contempt toward their weakness and failure. The cruel words continued to echo. Anko lowered her eyes quietly while listening, unable to respond immediately. Anko remained beside Second during the journey. Meanwhile, the Spirit King continued demanding a response from her. Unable to tolerate the insults anymore, Anko finally shouted back. Second immediately noticed the sudden outburst nearby. While riding toward Pareho, Second analyzed the summoning incident. The Spirit King seemed unusually competitive and proud. The Spirit King complained about unfair treatment. Anko calmly pointed out that the Darkness Wolf shared responsibility. Ignoring the explanation, the Spirit King remained angry. He insisted Anko deserved punishment for attacking Second previously. Anko explained that part of Lord's soul already existed within her. Second finally understood the Spirit King's concern. Anko calmly pointed out that punishing her would be equivalent to punishing a part of Lord himself. Second agreed with Anko's reasoning. However, the Spirit King dismissed the argument and refused to accept it. To prove her point, Anko suggested a punishment against herself. She demonstrated the idea with unsettling confidence. Second immediately became uncomfortable with the discussion. Meanwhile, the Spirit King demanded Angelmoss handle the situation. The Spirit King admitted Second's point was reasonable. However, he still expected Angelmoss to handle the matter. Second urged Angelmoss to act quickly. Meanwhile, Anko remained attached to him and showed no concern. Angelmoss suddenly changed the subject and admired the surrounding autumn scenery. His attention drifted elsewhere completely. The Spirit King criticized Angelmoss for avoiding the issue. Second continued riding while Anko quietly stayed close. Anko finally showed irritation. She warned Engelmus not to interfere with her relationship and loyalty toward Lord. Anko challenged the Spirit King directly. She offered him a choice and showed no fear whatsoever. The Spirit King laughed at Anko's bold attitude. Their argument continued until the summon was finally dismissed, after the spirits disappeared. Second sighed in relief. He decided never to summon both together again. By nightfall, Second arrived safely in Pei Di Ho. He ate, rested, bathed, and went to sleep. The next morning, a knock interrupted his rest. Second got out of bed and opened the door. Second opened the door and found a young man waiting outside. The visitor introduced himself politely and formally. The man identified himself as Chibero, newly assigned as the butler serving the firstest family under Second. As Chibero spoke, Second carefully observed him. His instincts warned him that the butler was unusual. Although accepting the introduction, Second questioned why his family was suddenly called the firstest family. Chibero calmly explained that Yukari had personally ordered it. Second was surprised by the unexpected answer. Second listened to Chibero's explanation because of his missing memories. The recent changes still felt unfamiliar. After thinking about it, Second decided the situation was not entirely bad. He accepted it jokingly. Curious about the visit, Second asked Chibero why he personally came to meet him. Chibero explained that he served as both butler and attendant. Escorting Second was part of his duties. Before leaving, Chibero apologized for disturbing Second's sleep. He also arranged additional rest with the innkeeper. Chibero promised to prepare a proper breakfast later. After receiving the offer, Second returned to rest. As Chibero walked away, Second admired his professionalism. The butler's attention to detail seemed remarkably advanced. Second slept peacefully for several more hours when he woke up refreshed. Another knock reached his room. Chibero arrived with chocolate cake and black coffee. Second appreciated the thoughtful snack before departing soon. To spend some time together, Second suggested playing cards. Chibero immediately accepted and produced a deck. After their card game, Second praised Chibero's abilities. The butler respectfully dismissed the compliment and remained humble. Later they boarded a carriage together and departed. During the journey, Chibero quietly observed Second's behavior. Inside the carriage, Chibero politely asked whether Second needed anything. His serious attitude never seemed to change. Second declined the offer, but a strange feeling lingered. Something about Chibero continued to attract his attention. As the trip continued toward the capital, Second carefully watched Chibero. He became convinced something was wrong. Second decided not to question the matter further. However, one detail suddenly caught his attention during travel. Looking carefully, Second noticed Chibero's dry lips and trembling fingers. The butler appeared extremely nervous underneath. Despite his condition, Chibero never tried avoiding responsibility. He continued performing every duty without hesitation. Second realized Chibero was suppressing his anxiety through sheer determination. His strong will prevented any visible mistakes. The discovery impressed Second greatly. He admired Chibero's mental strength and respected the effort behind his composure. Chibero noticed Second laughing unexpectedly. Concerned by the reaction, he carefully asked whether something was wrong. Still amused, Second openly praised Chibero. He admitted that the butler's character left a strong impression. Chibero misunderstood the compliment and became flustered. Second immediately realized his words sounded misleading. Second quickly clarified his meaning. He simply respected Chibero's personality and dedication, nothing more. After the misunderstanding passed, Chibero relaxed slightly. The two continued their card game and enjoyed the journey. While playing cards, Second continued observing Chibero. Despite his skill, the butler's movements remained slightly stiff. Second reflected on Chibero's role as both butler and attendant. The thought made him smile confidently. As the carriage rolled toward the capital, Second decided to build a friendship with Chibero and looked forward to their future together. Earth met Cubello privately and noticed the young man's determination. He offered support whenever serious troubles appeared ahead. Seeing Cubello's resolve, Earth assured himself that he would take action and provide meaningful assistance when needed. Afterward, Earth reflected quietly. He felt unusually generous toward Cubello and respected the strong will displayed before him. Earth's words deeply moved Cubello. Overwhelmed with gratitude, he bowed repeatedly and engraved the moment into memory. Later, Cubello regained composure and approached Earth again. Determined to discuss an important matter, he requested guidance privately that night. After leaving Cubello, Earth reflected on the young man's struggles. He decided to support him during nightfall. Earth returned home expecting familiar surroundings. However, he arrived at the lakeside estate instead of another residence. Remembering past plans, Earth realized Yukari and the others had adopted his seasonal estate rotation idea. As Earth approached the estate, Yukari hurried outside. She warmly welcomed him back after his journey. Yukari embraced Earth immediately upon his return. Surprised but pleased, he settled into the estate for autumn. Yukari continued, holding Earth tightly. Embarrassed by her actions, she apologized, yet remained close beside him. Yukari admitted her worries during Earth's absence. Relieved by his return, she cherished the reunion moment. Earth understood her feelings. Despite regular contact, he had entrusted Yukari with managing every estate. After calming down, Yukari suggested discussing accumulated matters. Before they proceeded, another familiar presence suddenly arrived. Anko rushed toward Earth with excitement and welcomed him home repeatedly. Earth smiled, noticing her unchanged energy. Earth greeted Iko after returning home. Curious about the child's growth, he noticed subtle changes immediately. While speaking with Yukari and Iko, Earth spotted Sylvia approaching. Her arrival quickly drew everyone's attentions. Sylvia looked relieved after seeing Earth safely return. The sight erased the worries she carried. Earth and Sylvia exchanged cheerful remarks. Both eagerly anticipated exploring dungeons together during future adventures. To celebrate their reunion, Earth and Sylvia clasped hands firmly. Their friendship remained strong despite separation. Yukari agreed that many matters required attention. She proposed holding a meeting before dinner began. As everyone prepared for discussions, Earth remembered someone important and announced a new companion's introduction. The peaceful atmosphere immediately changed. Yukari and Sylvia reacted with visible suspicion toward Earth's announcement. Both women assumed Earth had become involved with another woman again. They demanded to meet her. Realizing the misunderstanding, Earth hurriedly tried to explain. He prepared to summon the woman immediately. Earth activated a summoning spell to call the mysterious companion. Dark energy gathered before everyone nearby. The summoned woman appeared elegantly. Anko introduced herself proudly and immediately pledged loyalty to Earth. Yukari and Sylvia were stunned by Anko's appearance. The enormous difference left both completely speechless. Anko approached the group with confidence. Sensing danger ahead, Earth hurriedly tried stopping her actions. Before Earth could intervene, Anko unleashed a playful attack. Yukari, Sylvia, and Iko suffered instantly. Earth immediately stopped Anko's reckless attack. Angered by her behavior, he demanded an explanation from her. Anko honestly admitted she acted on murderous impulses. Her answer left Earth deeply concerned and uneasy, confused by the sudden conflict. Yukari, Sylvia, and Iko watched silently. Anko apologized before Earth. Anko promised to reflect on her actions. She vowed obedience and swore never to act independently. Earth recognized a serious problem within Anko's mindset. He began considering how to address it. Earth realized Anko had spent centuries alone underground. Isolation had shaped her dangerous view of life. While considering her past, Earth struggled to find a proper solution. Correcting Anko seemed extremely difficult. Earth finally established strict rules. Anko could no longer act independently without receiving his permission first. Anko accepted the order immediately. Instead of resisting, she appeared relieved and unexpectedly pleased by it. Earth became confused by her reaction. Despite the harsh restrictions, Anko looked genuinely happy afterward. Earth accepted Anko's obedience and allowed her to speak. He confirmed she intended to follow orders. Anko expressed gratitude for Earth's leniency. She even requested stricter discipline until her judgment improved. Unable to address everything immediately, Earth ordered Anko to wait. She obediently returned to standby. After dismissing Anko, Earth reflected on the situation. Her unstable mindset created another difficult problem. While Earth considered future risks, Yukari questioned the incident. He worried similar troubles would happen again. Earth explained Anko's identity to the group. She was a powerful dungeon boss he had tamed. The explanation only increased everyone's concern. Earth revealed that Anko still withheld much of her power. Yukari postponed further questions and prepared for the upcoming meeting. Earth promised detailed explanations later. After Yukari departed, Sylvia predicted the meeting would become chaotic because of Anko's presence. Earth reflected on his companion's remarkable determination. Even frightened, they continued facing difficult situations without retreating. Earth apologized to Iko for the frightening incident. Iko accepted calmly and showed no lingering fear. To cheer Iko up, Earth spent time playing together indoors. Their carefree activities quickly restored happiness. Later, Earth joined Yukari, Sylvia, and Iko around the table. The group gathered peacefully before dinner. The evening passed pleasantly with food and drinks. Everyone relaxed and enjoyed the welcoming atmosphere together. After dinner, Earth reflected quietly in the living room. He appreciated everyone's forgiveness regarding Anko's behavior. While resting after dinner, Earth continued thinking about Anko. Her fundamental problems remained completely unresolved. Earth decided the matter required future discussion. However, another important issue demanded his immediate attention first. Just then, Cubello arrived as promised, determined and serious. He requested a private consultation with Earth, leaving the estate behind. Earth accompanied Cubello toward a secluded location beside the quiet lakeshore. Under the moonlit sky, the two stood alone. Cubello prepared himself before revealing the reason for meeting standing beneath the moonlight. Cubello gathered his courage. His determined expression revealed the seriousness of his request. Earth remained silent and attentive. The atmosphere grew tense as both men faced each other seriously. After composing himself, Cubello finally spoke. With unwavering resolve, he formally challenged Earth to a duel. Second noticed the young man's frustration. Remembering how he rescued him before, he recognized a chance for growth. The young man stopped complaining about his weakness. He understood the situation required action, making him nervous yet determined. Recalling Second's teachings, he decided to solve the problem himself. His confidence slowly grew through reflection. Second met him in the forest and presented a competition crown, preparing a fair challenge between them. After witnessing the young man's progress, Second was surprised. The young man smiled proudly, earning his admiration. Cubello watched Second's excitement with surprise. Seeing his enthusiasm, Cubello realized this challenge meant far more than expected. Second praised Cubello's determination, feeling respected by his master. Cubello politely accepted the recognition and opportunity. Gathering his courage, Cubello formally challenged Second. He resolved to prove himself and pursue his lifelong dream. As the contest began, Cubello carefully held the crown. He refused to make Second approach him first. Determined to uphold his duty, Cubello rushed forward himself. His sudden movement caught Second completely off guard. While charging forward, Cubello suddenly felt resistance on his leg. Realizing something was wrong, he became alarmed, unable to stop himself. Cubello crashed directly into Second. The unexpected collision ended the contest immediately there. Embarrassed by the accident, Cubello quickly apologized and stepped back. Second remained calm while observing him closely. As Cubello reviewed what happened, he realized something impossible occurred. A slave should never harm their master. Second confirmed Cubello's discovery with satisfaction. The young servant had finally noticed the hidden truth himself. Cubello questioned the strange phenomenon. Watching Second smile calmly, he suspected his master had caused everything. Second revealed that Cubello had broken free from slavery. The unexpected explanation left him completely stunned. Although aware of similar techniques, Cubello had never heard of liberation happening instantly through such methods. When Cubello asked why, Second explained simply. He wanted a genuine contest without restraints or limitations. Understanding Second's intentions at last, Cubello laughed softly. He realized his master was an extraordinarily powerful person. Second told Cubello to relax and focus. Since the battle had already started, hesitation was unnecessary. Cubello respectfully voiced his concern. He believed canceling the slave contract so casually could create risks. Thinking like a loyal butler, Cubello warned that a traitor could exploit such freedom against Second. Second dismissed the concern confidently. Trusting Cubello completely, he explained that freeing him was a reward. Moved by Second's faith, Cubello renewed his determination. He vowed to prove that trust was deserved. Cubello clenched his fists and recalled his past. He decided to demonstrate the strength he had earned, taking a fighting stance. Cubello prepared seriously. He aimed to land at least one strike on Second. Second remained relaxed and motionless. Watching Cubello carefully, he questioned why preparations were taking so long. Second advised Cubello to act naturally. He explained that a prolonged standoff would reveal the outcome. Thankful for the guidance, Cubello refused to underestimate himself. He steadied his resolve and focused ahead. Cubello rushed forward without hesitation. Second warned him again not to underestimate his opponent's strength. Before Cubello could react, Second's fist struck his face directly. The attack landed with overwhelming force. The powerful blow launched Cubello through the air. His body spun helplessly before crashing across the ground. Cubello slid several meters before stopping. Pain spread throughout his body as dust rose around him. Struggling to understand what happened, Cubello looked up. He had not even seen Second's attack coming. Lying defeated on the ground, Cubello believed he was hopelessly outmatched. He feared Second had given up. Instead of leaving, Second demanded that Cubello stand. He challenged him to fight with everything he had. Second questioned Cubello's determination. Refusing to accept defeat, he pushed Cubello to confront his weakness directly. Hearing those words, Cubello realized his doubts were mistaken. Ashamed, he regretted, losing faith in himself. Driven by renewed determination, Cubello forced himself upright. He understood that Second still believed in him. Cubello released a fierce shout. Gathering every remaining ounce of determination, he forced himself beyond his limits. Bruised and exhausted, Cubello rose again. Second watched quietly as his resolve finally solidified into action. Ignoring the pain, Cubello charged forward. He decided to risk everything rather than surrender without proving himself. With a powerful cry, Cubello launched a direct punch. He poured all his conviction into the attack. Second reacted instantly and caught the incoming fist. Cubello's strongest strike was stopped with ease. Second held Cubello's fist effortlessly. Despite using all his strength, Cubello could not break free. With a calm smile, Second released his grip. Cubello staggered forward, exhausted from the exchange. Before Cubello could recover, Second caught him gently. Acknowledging his effort, he praised Cubello's exceptional determination. Second opened his eyes in an unfamiliar room. Noticing his injuries remained, he calmly examined the situation before him. A young man sat beside the bed, watching quietly. Second realized someone had rescued and sheltered him. The caretaker kindly offered a healing potion, but Second declined, choosing not to erase his wounds. Second believed his injuries were valuable reminders. His unusual decision left the caretaker confused and speechless. Understanding the caretaker's help, Second expressed sincere gratitude. The young man wondered why he received thanks. Second explained his gratitude awkwardly, recalling how the young man rescued, accepted, and supported him despite everything. The young man listened carefully but struggled to understand. Second's unusual reasoning only increased his confusion further. Noticing the strange reaction, the young man became curious. Meanwhile, Second remained serious, despite appearing embarrassed. After reflecting quietly, the young man concluded that Second possessed remarkable mental strength beyond ordinary expectations. Second admitted confidence in his abilities before the battle. The young man wondered about their earlier connection. Second revealed his past involvement with R6, a notorious group operating near the royal capital for years. He explained that the Robin Hood party stole from corrupt elites and redistributed wealth among struggling citizens. Second recalled reports describing the Robin Hood party as powerful, despite claims they were eliminated completely. He further explained that wealthy nobles often became targets, causing authorities and aristocrats to resent them. Second described how R6 fought against suppression forces, pushing powerful knightly orders toward near destruction. Second revealed new information, believing R6's downfall was caused specifically by the kingdom's first chivalric order. The young man questioned that conclusion, finding it unusual because other military forces seemed more suitable. Second explained the first chivalric order was corrupt. He suspected hidden motives guided their actions throughout. Recalling the past, Second described how Reemsma offered his own life to protect loyal followers. Although an agreement seemed possible, the first chivalric order intervened immediately, appearing prepared from the start. Second explained the massacre was carefully planned. The first chivalric order secretly directed events behind the scenes. When asked about his survival, Second revealed loyal subordinates sacrificed themselves, allowing him to escape safely. The painful memories overwhelmed Second. He broke down, burdened by loss, guilt, and lingering sorrow. He remembered surviving members still hiding across the kingdom, struggling while avoiding enemies searching relentlessly. Second believed those survivors continued enduring hardships, trusting their young commander to fulfill Reemsma's final wish. The young man asked whether Second desired revenge and wished to save his remaining subordinates. Second agreed, seeing Second's determination. The young man decided to help, recognizing the former commander's unwavering resolve. The young man offered guidance and support. After hearing the proposal, Second immediately accepted gratefully. Later, the young man stood alone outside, quietly considering everything he had learned from Second, remembering his many responsibilities. The young man organized his thoughts and prepared for future actions. Walking alone, the young man reviewed numerous promises and responsibilities. Each unresolved matter weighed heavily upon him. He realized every issue involved complicated politics. Finding a proper starting point seemed increasingly difficult, remembering past mistakes. He understood strength alone could not solve problems affecting an entire kingdom. He considered eliminating responsible individuals, but recognized the true enemy lacked a single identifiable target. Unable to determine the correct course, the young man remained deep in thought beneath the forest trees. While thinking alone, the young man suddenly found an idea. He decided to seek advice from others. Returning home, he gathered his companions and asked whether anyone understood politics and government affairs. The group carefully considered the question. However, nobody could confidently recommend a trustworthy political expert. Sylvia mentioned her father, but his experience centered on military matters rather than political strategy. After hearing everyone's suggestions, the young man remained unconvinced and continued searching for another solution. While others searched for contacts, the young man decided to consult a spirit who might help. Using spirit summoning, he called forth a familiar spirit, hoping it possessed useful political knowledge. The summoned spirit appeared but immediately acted distant, drawing confused attention from everyone present nearby. The young man realized the spirit still held a grudge and continued ignoring him deliberately. Remembering Anko's actions against Second's group, the spirit considered its cold behavior completely justified. The young man worried the spirit's resentment had deepened. He feared cooperation would become increasingly difficult, trying to improve relations. He respectfully requested tolerance and assistance regarding Anko's recovery and situation. Angelmois acknowledged Second's suffering and agreed to cooperate, though trust and friendship remained impossible for now. Relieved by the response, the young man appreciated Angelmois's willingness to help despite lingering grievances. With tensions eased, the young man finally asked Angelmois whether anyone knowledgeable about politics could assist. Angelmois immediately confirmed he knew someone suitable. The young man became interested and asked for details. Angelmois introduced Winfield, a trusted governor and tactician responsible for handling important governmental matters. Surprised, the young man learned the spirit world maintained its own government and administrative structure. Angelmois explained that mixed spirits managed affairs by combining strengths from multiple elemental backgrounds effectively. The young man gained new respect for Angelmois, realizing the spirit ruler actively fulfilled his responsibilities. The young man asked whether Winfield could be summoned directly. Angelmois suggested using an indirect method. Angelmois explained that Winfield only needed a contract. He promised to arrange everything personally. Hearing this unexpected explanation, the young man stared silently, struggling to understand what was happening. Angelmois casually revealed he could choose spirit summoning targets himself, shocking the young man completely. Realizing the possibilities, the young man became excited. Now he only needed suitable spirits to summon. The young man asked whether Winfield possessed great power. Angelmois unexpectedly described the spirit as weak. Despite lacking combat strength, Winfield excelled in strategy and politics, managing nearly all governmental affairs. Angelmois proudly explained Winfield's influence, claiming the spirit effectively governed the entire spirit world. Hearing this, the young man became convinced. He decided Winfield was exactly the advisor needed. After choosing a summoner, the young man selected Yukari, surprising everyone gathered around the table. The young man rejected Sylvia as summoner. He wanted stronger spirits reserved for future opportunities instead. Confirming Yukari's qualifications, he learned she had already acquired spirit summoning through advanced class progression. The group reviewed the requirements, explaining that spirit summoning demanded specific sorcery skills before use. After discussing the process further, they discovered a spirit ticket was necessary for summoning spirits. Learning tickets came from monsters or dungeons. The young man immediately considered how to obtain one. The young man concluded obtaining a spirit ticket would be difficult. Both available methods seemed extremely unreliable. Considering his wealth, he decided purchasing one at auction offered the fastest and safest solution. Before he could continue, Yukari suddenly interrupted excitedly, drawing everyone's attention toward her unexpectedly. Yukari proudly revealed a spirit ticket she already possessed, immediately shocking the young man and others. Sylvia proudly showed Second, a rare card she had obtained during special training with Eco in the Limthart dungeon. The discovery surprised everyone, and she eagerly explained how the item had dropped from a rock turtle. Second listened carefully while recognizing that the card could be valuable for future adventures. After showing the card, Sylvia approached Second with a request. She appeared slightly nervous as she prepared to explain what she wanted from him. Sylvia handed the card to Second and suggested using it to summon a spirit for Yukari. Although the gift was valuable, her true purpose was still hidden. Gathering her courage, Sylvia finally revealed what she really wanted. She hoped to spend time with Second outside of training and missions. Second quickly understood her intention. Realizing that Sylvia wanted to go shopping together, he accepted the idea and began thinking about how to make the outing successful. Second thanked Sylvia for the card and promised to buy any weapon or armor she wanted later. Sylvia looked confused because Second misunderstood her intention. He explained that Eco also deserved part of the reward. Eco immediately became excited after hearing Second's decision. The unexpected reward made her eyes shine with happiness. Sylvia accepted the arrangement, and Second finalized the decision. He returned the card and settled everything. Second clarified the card's purpose. Yukari would use the ticket for a spirit summoning in future. The summoned spirit informed Yukari that permission had already been arranged. She could call upon him whenever needed. Second handed the ticket to Yukari and encouraged her to begin the summoning. The spirit watched quietly. Yukari accepted the ticket and activated the ritual. Magical energy gathered as the summoning circle appeared. Powerful winds spread through the room during the ritual. Second remained calm and carefully observed the process. The summoning reached its climax as light surrounded the area. A new spirit manifestation gradually appeared before everyone. The summoned spirit fully appeared before the group. Everyone examined the newcomer as the summoning concluded successfully. The spirit introduced himself as Winfield. Second, Yukari, and the others listened carefully to his brief greeting. Yukari expected a longer introduction, but Winfield remained concise. Second recognized his exceptional abilities, despite his silence. Seeing Winfield's talents, Second invited him to become a political advisor. Winfield considered the proposal seriously. Before answering, Winfield required his master's approval. Yukari immediately granted permission and encouraged his future service. Second quickly shared important information with Winfield. The two reached an understanding and agreed to cooperate. Before Second could continue, Sylvia reminded him about the discussion regarding her and Iko's recent progress. Second recalled the conversation and understood the situation. He decided that the three would visit the dungeon. Winfield interrupted with another suggestion. He reminded Second about a task entrusted to Yukari months earlier. After hearing the reminder, Second changed his plans. He decided to examine Yukari's progress before anything else. Second brought up the matter of the wolf and decided it should no longer be ignored. Everyone gathered. Before the discussion continued, Iko excitedly suggested visiting Lake Mizumi. Second agreed to accompany her there. A servant noticed Second's exhausted condition and advised him to rest. The recommendation seemed reasonable. Second accepted the advice after realizing his fatigue. He decided that a short nap would help. After informing everyone of his decision, Second headed to his room. The others watched as he left to rest. While resting, Second wondered how useful Winfield would truly become. The spirit remained difficult to evaluate completely. Later that afternoon, Winfield visited Second after his nap. He checked whether Second had recovered sufficiently. Second noticed an unusual silence among the group. Their behavior differed greatly from their energetic attitude earlier. As Winfield walked through the mansion, Second suspected that the spirit had secretly arranged something beforehand. Observing the situation, Second concluded that Winfield possessed remarkable strategic talent. The spirit had skillfully influenced events behind the scenes. While following Winfield, Second wondered about the spirit's true nature. Many details about him remained unclear. Winfield guided Second to a quiet location overlooking the lake. There, the two began a private discussion. Without hesitation, Winfield brought up sensitive political matters. He even mentioned Duchess Lucia Icing and related affairs. Second was surprised by the topic. He had never personally explained his connection with the Duchess to Winfield. As Winfield continued speaking, Second became increasingly impressed. The spirit had uncovered confidential information through pure reasoning alone. Second questioned how Winfield had reached such accurate conclusions. Winfield calmly denied using any special ability. Winfield explained that everything was merely deduction. Information gathered from Yukari, Sylvia, and the servants guided him. Second admitted that the deduction was nearly perfect. Only a small detail differed from reality. With the misunderstanding resolved, Winfield redirected the discussion. He encouraged Second to reveal his actual concern. Winfield quickly identified Second's objective regarding the second prince. Before discussing strategy, he asked about Second's priorities. Second explained his concern about Castal Kingdom becoming a subordinate state of the Maribel Empire. The possibility troubled him. Winfield did not immediately agree. He suggested that the situation was more complicated than Second believed. Second clarified his concern and described the kingdom's likely future. Winfield listened without interrupting the explanation. Winfield argued that peaceful submission might prevent bloodshed. However, Second remained concerned about the royal family's fate. Winfield revealed a darker possibility. Rather than the empire, the first prince could eliminate rivals during succession struggles. Second finally understood the scale of the threat. The empire was undermining the kingdom through political influence. As the discussion continued, Second admitted that the empire seemed less militaristic than he had expected. Winfield explained that the empire likely reserved its harshest actions for nations that openly resisted its authority. The answer impressed Second greatly. Winfield's balanced analysis exceeded what he had anticipated from the spirit. Winfield then presented two possible paths. Second had to choose between saving the kingdom or supporting the second prince's ambitions. Second made his decision clear. He wanted the Castall kingdom to remain independent and preserve its future. Winfield asked for the reason behind that choice. Second explained that maintaining the current system was important. Second pointed out that becoming a subordinate nation could change the kingdom's traditions, including the title battles. He explained that title battles might disappear entirely. Losing them would interfere with his goal of collecting titles. After hearing the explanation, Winfield immediately adjusted his strategy. He agreed to support that objective moving forward. Second realized the new plan would make supporting mine more difficult. The kingdom's future became increasingly complicated. Winfield remained confident despite the challenge. He assured Second that success was still possible with him involved. When Second questioned that statement, Winfield revealed his true feelings. He admitted feeling genuinely excited about the situation. Winfield's unexpected confession left Second completely confused. He could only stare at the spirit in surprise. Akira listened carefully as the mixed spirit explained his origins, revealing he was born from water and earth. The spirit continued explaining that his mixed heritage weakened both elemental abilities, leaving him far below others. Akira recalled Angelma, describing mixed spirits as failures, individuals unable to fully inherit either element's potential. Despite being rare, the spirit explained his circumstances honestly, including adoption by the great ruler. After hearing everything, Akira considered the spirit as past while discussing the great ruler's reputation and character. Akira immediately understood the implication, realizing the great ruler's harsh personality was widely acknowledged among spirits. Imagining the ruler constantly insulting others, Akira pictured how difficult life must have been for his deputy. The mixed spirit explained that despite his weakness, he served as the great ruler's deputy and tactician. Akira finally understood part of the reason behind the spirit's feelings, though another reason still remained. When the spirit mentioned Akira's involvement, he became confused while the spirit quietly laughed with amusement. Winfield admitted that having Akira beside him felt special, seeing him as an exceptionally powerful and reliable pawn. Akira reflected on the situation, realizing Winfield viewed him as a pawn within this world's game. Understanding Winfield's perspective, Akira admitted their thoughts were similar, making the comparison surprisingly reasonable. Winfield happily pointed out that Akira understood his hidden side, which explained his comfortable attitude toward him. The tension disappeared as both laughed together, sharing mutual understanding and strengthening their growing relationship further. After their discussion, Winfield brought up Akira's priorities, mentioning brainwash sorcery and the second prince. Akira immediately requested details about brainwash sorcery and examined a letter that contained important information. While reading, Akira discovered a strange requirement involving repeated attacks from an assassin-class slave. Winfield calmly confirmed the condition and claimed Akira could learn the skill before the day ended. Surprised by the explanation, Akira questioned the unusual requirement and doubted the method's practicality entirely. Akira explained that slaves could not attack their masters, making the required condition impossible to complete directly. Winfield described a complicated alternative plan, involving another master ordering an assassination-skilled slave to attack Akira. Akira recalled avoiding brainwash sorcery before because obtaining it required conditions involving killing and danger. Learning that the skill could be acquired immediately, Akira became excited and praised Winfield's helpful solution. Before Winfield finished explaining, Akira understood enough, then learned about Eve San, a servant with assassination. After hearing about Eve, Akira happily realized he had finally found an easier way to obtain brainwash sorcery. Akira quickly proposed a plan involving Yukari controlling Eve and directing her to attack him. Winfield confirmed the idea, explaining that nightstring manipulation could temporarily control another person's actions. Akira understood that Eve could be treated like Yukari's puppet, bypassing restrictions imposed by her contract. Reviewing the acquisition method, Akira appreciated Winfield's clever shortcut and recognized its remarkable effectiveness immediately. Winfield praised Akira's clever thinking, and together they decided to visit the servant's estate immediately. Before leaving, Akira sent a message to Yukari, then wondered why her reply seemed unusually flustered. While walking, Akira reflected on his responsibility as master and felt satisfied with purchasing the estates. Their conversation shifted topics as Akira asked whether spirits possessed genders like humans did. Winfield explained that spirits could freely choose their gender and revealed she had chosen to be female. When Akira asked why Winfield chose to be female, she avoided answering and kept the reason secret. Upon arriving at the servant's estate, Akira and Winfield were unexpectedly greeted by a shocked maid. The maid stared in disbelief and nervously questioned why her master had suddenly appeared there. After learning Akira wanted to meet Eve, the maid hurriedly guided them toward the dining hall. While leading the way, the nervous maid introduced herself as Marina, the vice captain of S Unit. Akira asked about Marina's unit, while quietly realizing Yukari's original maids had become organized groups. After estimating their numbers, Akira concluded his servant population had grown significantly across the enormous estates. Noticing Marina's extreme nervousness, Akira offered advice, causing her to panic and misunderstand his intentions. Akira quickly clarified himself and explained that confidence often requires deliberate effort during unfamiliar situations. To help Marina further, Akira introduced a simple routine involving prayer, autosuggestion, and consistent practice. Akira shared a lesson from his gaming past, explaining that complete dedication overcame nervousness and hesitation. Marina listened carefully as Akira summarized his philosophy, emphasizing determination and unwavering professional commitment. Taking the explanation further, Akira described absolute focus, using extreme examples to stress total immersion. Winfield interrupted, noting that such behavior would be excessive unless extraordinary circumstances truly demanded it. Although Akira clarified his point, Marina began wondering whether she had been the target of a joke. After finishing their discussion, Marina thanked Akira respectfully and guided him toward the dining hall. Marina announced Akira's arrival, instantly drawing the attention of every servant gathered inside the room. The entire hall reacted at once, with servants and workers hurriedly standing to greet their master. Embarrassed by the overwhelming reception, Akira reminded himself that he was not royalty or a king. Akira quickly eased the atmosphere, encouraging everyone to continue eating before their meals became cold. As everyone resumed eating, Akira noticed a composed chef at the back and became curious about him. While others remained nervous, Akira approached the chef directly and asked for his name. The chef introduced himself as Sobra, the head chef, though he seemed uneasy speaking casually. To Sobra's surprise, Akira invited him to smoke together after the meal, easing the tension. Akira recalled that tobacco existed in Mobion and admitted he had once been heavily addicted. Thinking about tobacco production, Akira remembered the many established plantations and specialized growers across the world. Elma noticed Lily refusing more food during the meal. Lily acted reserved, making everyone believe he was already full. After observing quietly, Elma realized Lily was simply being modest. Sobra recognized him and revealed his usual appetite. Wanting to know more, Elma asked for his name. Lily introduced himself as the second lady's head gardener. Elma encouraged everyone to speak naturally around him. The servants relaxed, and the atmosphere became much friendlier afterward. While talking further, Elma praised Lily's impressive muscles. The unexpected compliment overwhelmed Lily, leaving him deeply moved. Lily reflected on his past embarrassment about his physique. Elma's sincere praise changed his perspective completely today. Inspired by Elma's words, Lily declared his dedication to training harder and building the strongest body possible. Filled with determination, Lily rushed away dramatically. Elma watched silently, surprised by his overwhelming enthusiasm afterward. After Lily left, Elma asked a maid about him. She confirmed Lily often behaved that way. The maids introduced themselves to Elma. Essie politely presented herself and introduced her older sister, Elle. Elle nervously introduced herself to Elma. Despite his request for informality, she still treated him respectfully. Elma noticed the sisters acting awkwardly. He pointed out how their behavior constantly shifted between extremes. Remembering Marina's guidance, Elma mentioned methods for overcoming nervousness. Essie and Elle listened with great interest. The sisters became excited by Elma's knowledge and attention. Their admiration left him feeling slightly overwhelmed. Wanting to understand the household better, Elma gathered the maids and servants to learn their duties. Elma asked about the servants' responsibilities. Each maid described different training, duties, studies, and combat preparation. One maid proudly explained that they were warrior maids. She demonstrated fighting spirit while presenting their role. Rather than being surprised, Elma found the idea fascinating. Curious, he became interested in testing their abilities. A stern butler immediately intervened. Concerned for Elma's safety, he attempted to stop the proposed match. The butler then revealed the reason for his concern. He had challenged Second Sama the previous night. The butler revealed his impressive past achievements. Before serving here, he had been a renowned unarmed fighter. Everyone listened in surprise as Elma recalled the man's questionable reputation and unusual leadership background. The butler described his battle against Second Sama. The fight ended instantly before he understood what happened. Analyzing the encounter carefully, the butler concluded no special technique was used. Elma confirmed it was only a punch, accepting the overwhelming difference in strength. The butler warned others to prepare seriously. The warrior maids renewed training. A maid informed Elma that her master had arrived. She asked him and Eve to follow immediately, before leaving. Elma said goodbye to everyone. Secretly, he focused on obtaining a rare sorcery skill. As Elma departed through the corridor, the servants watched him leave and anticipated their next meeting. Elma walked alongside Eve and the maids during the quiet journey. He noticed Eve's unusual silence. One companion explained that Eve struggled with strangers. Embarrassed by the attention, Eve lowered her gaze. As they walked, Eve shared advice about dealing with reserved people. Elma appreciated her surprisingly useful guidance. Eve immediately noticed Elma was distracted. Her sharp observation skills impressed him once again. The group arrived at a secluded room. Eve confirmed that nobody else should be able to find them. Without explaining much, the head maid prepared Eve for a secret procedure. Eve obediently accepted the blindfold. Watching the scene unfold, Elma became concerned. Eve seemed completely unaware of what the blindfold actually meant. The head maid revealed a special tool prepared for the procedure. She assured everyone it would cause no pain. Although skeptical about the unusual equipment, Elma realized the maid had deliberately chosen it for this task. The ritual began as the head maid activated her skill. Invisible strings connected to the blindfolded Eve. Watching nervously, Elma urged them to finish quickly. Eve remained cooperative, despite not understanding everything happening. The training continued for nearly an hour. Under careful supervision, Eve endured repeated strikes to develop resistance. After the lengthy training session ended, Elma successfully acquired brainwash sorcery and considered the effort worthwhile. That evening, Elma visited the servant's estate. He intended to keep a promise he had made. Upon entering the kitchen, Elma asked for Sobra. The workers immediately panicked after recognizing Second Sama. Sobra hurried forward and apologized for the disorder. He offered to accompany Elma, despite being occupied. While waiting, Elma noticed an unfamiliar product nearby. Curious, he examined the mysterious Carmelia package closely. After the lengthy training session ended, Elma successfully acquired brainwash sorcery and considered the effort worthwhile. That evening, Elma visited the servant's estate. He intended to keep a promise he had made. Upon entering the kitchen, Elma asked for Sobra. The workers immediately panicked after recognizing Second Sama. Sobra hurried forward and apologized for the disorder. He offered to accompany Elma, despite being occupied. While waiting, Elma noticed an unfamiliar product nearby. Curious, he examined the mysterious Carmelia package closely. The first puff shocked Elma immediately. Instead of nostalgia, the cigarette triggered violent coughing and confusion. After recovering slightly, Elma examined the cigarette again. Sobra laughed, assuming he had simply forgotten the sensation. Comparing it with his memories, Elma realized tobacco in this world was noticeably different from what he knew. Curious about the unusual flavor and smell, Elma questioned Sobra about the Carmelia brand's growing popularity. Sobra explained that Carmelia produced a pleasant feeling and increased motivation, making it highly sought after. After learning the cigarette's effects, Elma encouraged Sobra to focus on studying and improving his cooking skills. Pleased by Elma's encouragement, Sobra accepted the advice. The two quietly relaxed together beneath the night sky. An elf secretary cheerfully reports the master's schedule, mentioning morning progress checks and meeting the second prince later. Winfield happily enjoys becoming secretary, while former secretary Yukari watches from afar with obvious jealousy brewing beneath silence. Yukari glares intensely after discussions fail, prompting concerns about her hostility and unsettling demeanor throughout the day-to-day. The protagonist notices Yukari's frightening expression, comparing her appearance to a vengeful ghost lurking ominously somewhere nearby today. Asked about Sylvia and Iko, Winfield explains assigning missions involving organizational contacts and important tasks requiring attention today. Winfield refuses to reveal organizational details, suggesting secrecy protects both the prince and protagonist from trouble. The protagonist grows increasingly curious, wondering whether the mysterious organization resembles a guild and its purpose. Winfield finally reveals the truth. A large-scale wargame is beginning, speaking confidently and mysteriously about events. The protagonist accepts participation, suspecting Winfield means a literal game while seeking absolute victory without compromise. Winfield smiles brightly and enthusiastically, confirming the arrangement while appearing delighted by the protagonist's response. Yukari proudly presents 4 months of work, showcasing results from dedicated labor and specialized magical crafting. Numerous enchanted equipment pieces display Yukari's progress, demonstrating successful endowment techniques and multiple powerful effects. The protagonist explains endowment requires advanced blacksmith skills and sorcery, creating dangerous yet powerful enhancement paths. The protagonist praises Yukari's achievement enthusiastically, while she remains composed, quietly accepting the impressive compliment. Endowment is described as extremely difficult, tedious work that even patient individuals generally avoid pursuing regularly. Endowment works through repeated cycles of enchanting, dismantling, and manufacturing until obtaining desired item effects successfully. Failures occur frequently during enchanting, requiring repeated attempts before the desired enhancement effect finally appears. Unwanted results: force dismantling equipment into materials, then manufacturing replacements before attempting enchantment again repeatedly. Each failure increases material consumption, creating an expensive endless loop of crafting, dismantling, and enchanting. Previously gathered dungeon materials eliminate extra costs, allowing continued endowment experiments without additional resource expenses. Using second-class materials produced successful equipment, representing lower risk and return compared with first-class crafting. The protagonist admits expectations were modest, then praises Yukari for exceeding them through exceptional blacksmith growth. Yukari proudly presents enchanted rockshell boots, crafted from materials harvested from the dungeon boss. The boots possess a powerful endowment effect, increasing the wearer's vitality and physical defense significantly. Another enchanted equipment piece appears, the badger's rock shell armor, matching the defensive-themed gear. The defensive badger armor suits Eco perfectly, providing exceptional durability and tank-focused protection during battles. Yukari's final showcased item is the Bishop Exchange rock earrings, an enchanted accessory with unique benefits. Bishop Exchange grants 5% critical rate, seemingly modest alone but highly valuable when stacked repeatedly. Players can equip 10 relevant gear slots, allowing Bishop Exchange effects to accumulate across equipment. Stacking Bishop Exchange bonuses can dramatically increase critical rates, potentially reaching 100% circumstances permitting. The protagonist praises Yukari's outstanding work, expressing sincere appreciation for her achievements and dedication recently. Privately, he hopes Yukari continues enchanting items continuously, impressed by producing 3 successful results already. Yukari acknowledges instructions to distribute the defensive gear and enchanted earrings to designated companions appropriately. The protagonist considers rewarding Yukari too, avoiding jealousy and interpersonal friction among party members afterward. Yukari shyly declines additional rewards, mentioning she already received the opportunity to summon a spirit. The protagonist offers Yukari any reward she desires, grateful for her loyalty and extraordinary contributions recently. Yukari hesitates nervously before deciding on her request, while the protagonist casually agrees to anything. Blushing intensely, Yukari asks him to visit her room that evening and wait there privately. The protagonist awkwardly confirms her meaning, and Yukari silently nods while maintaining determined resolve. Throughout realizing Yukari's seriousness, the protagonist decides he should reciprocate her feelings after such vulnerability displayed. The protagonist passionately promises attendance regardless of obstacles, surprising Yukari with his enthusiastic commitment afterward. Later that afternoon, the scene shifts as characters travel across open plains toward their destination. While riding together, Winfield questions why they avoid scheduling a formal appointment before visiting anyone. The protagonist explains their surprise visit, while Winfield discusses Zepang's prestige compared against neighboring kingdoms. The protagonist recalls the forgotten nation Zepang, impressed by Winfield's knowledge of obscure historical details. The travelers arrive at a grand cliffside estate, with Winfield interrupting sightseeing to announce their destination. A detailed view reveals the enormous academy-like palace, featuring towers, ornate architecture, and noble grandeur. Students react with shock as the second prince unexpectedly rides through the gates without prior notice. The prince loudly calls for mine, searching the grounds while remaining mounted beside Winfield confidently. A surprised student recognizes the second prince, rushing forward while struggling to believe his sudden appearance. Manon scolds the prince for riding horses through campus. Though relieved their reunion begins peacefully overall, the protagonist requests a private discussion, while Manon struggles processing the sudden chaotic arrival and horse. Maine criticizes the prince's recklessness, complaining about receiving no warning before his dramatic entrance today. Inside a reception room, the prince apologizes casually, easing tension while preparing for serious conversation. The friends share a playful fist bump, restoring familiarity and warmth. After their unexpected reunion today, the protagonist introduces Winfield as his strategist, leaving Maine confused about missing companions and identities present. Maine awkwardly greets Winfield, surprised by the strategist title, while attempting polite conversation despite confusion. Winfield requests privacy, prompting the maid to leave while signaling the discussion's sensitive importance immediately. The protagonist recognizes Winfield's concern, concluding the matter is serious enough to require complete privacy. Joking mischievously, the protagonist suggests brainwashing the maid, referencing a newly learned magical technique recently. Winfield rejects brainwashing casually, explaining the rare spell possesses extremely limited uses and strict constraints. The protagonist questions the restriction, while Winfield describes previous brainwashing cases involving influential political figures. Winfield theorizes brainwashing permits only 4 total uses, citing severe consequences from repeated applications previously. Officially accused of treason, the Icene Duchy collapsed, though Winfield suspects deeper political manipulation underneath. Former Prime Minister Bal Moreau allegedly used brainwashing on a king, influencing major international politics. The official story claims players exposed brainwashing, removed corruption, and overthrew the manipulative prime minister. Winfield explains circumstances changed because Lucia's brainwashing remained hidden, preventing later political exploitation entirely. Lucia carefully planned succession matters, even spending precious brainwashing uses to secure her duchy's future. The protagonist questions whether the 4-use limit truly exists, suggesting possible misunderstanding or misinformation instead. Winfield remains cautious, deciding to assume 4 maximum uses until stronger evidence proves otherwise conclusively. The protagonist accepts caution, while Winfield decides secrecy is impossible and prepares revealing critical information immediately. Winfield calmly proposes placing Mine upon the throne, astonishing everyone present with the bold suggestion. Maiden stares blankly in confusion, struggling to comprehend the shocking proposal directed toward him personally. Winfield explains achieving succession requires removing major political obstacles, including powerful royal and governmental figures. Main reacts with complete panic and disbelief, while even the maid appears utterly shocked nearby. Second, met with Main and several allies in a private room. They reviewed recent political developments and threats. Second explained that removing 3 obstacles would not solve everything. Additional factions could still create instability. The group revealed their true objective. They wanted Mainan to secure succession and become the kingdom's next ruler. Mainan was completely shocked by the proposal. He never expected himself to be considered for the throne. Second reminded Main that the first prince becoming king would endanger the country. Main began seriously considering responsibility. Second pressed Main for a direct answer. He wanted the prince to stop avoiding his true ambition. Main admitted he wished to become king. However, concern for his older brother still held him back. After a moment of hesitation, Main finally accepted his feelings and acknowledged his desire for the throne. Second confirmed Main's decision and treated it as a firm commitment. Main explained his confidence remained weak. With Main's consent secured, the group moved forward. They decided to strengthen his confidence during preparations. The elf strategist outlined the next phase of their plan. He explained that 3 major actions were required. The first action focused on investigating the Robin Hood Party R6 incident, which remained unresolved despite prior agreements. Main recalled that official records regarding the case should still exist somewhere within government institutions. As details emerged, Main connected the incident to a past military operation targeting anti-government organizations throughout the kingdom. The strategist explained that the Robin Hood groups had strong public support. Their suppression damaged efforts for cooperation. The elf strategist revealed that the prime minister secretly supported the first prince. Main learned new details. Main reacted with complete surprise. He had never realized the political connections operating behind recent events. Second evaluated the information carefully. The group planned to obtain official documents and expose hidden actions. Second questioned the reliability of those records. The strategist proposed securing original copies alongside altered documents. The strategist confidently accepted responsibility for obtaining the evidence. Second understood the task would be difficult. Mains raised another concern. He wondered what would happen if every document and original record disappeared. The strategist explained that missing records would still imply guilt. Destroying evidence would effectively confirm the accusations. Expecting that possibility, the strategist revealed a third plan. The group would gather surviving witnesses instead. Second immediately understood the idea. The witnesses would be former members and survivors connected to R6. The strategist warned those witnesses would attract attention from the first prince's faction. Second recognized the decoy purpose. The strategist assured Main that their plan would damage the first prince's faction if opponents acted carelessly. Confident in the 3 strategies, the strategist believed the first prince's supporters could be cornered politically. Second asked about his role. The strategist instructed him to infiltrate the royal palace first. Main worried about how long Second could remain inside the palace. the mission appeared increasingly difficult. The strategist remained calm and hinted that preparations were already underway. Everyone waited for the next step. While discussing the operation, Second heard a disturbance at the door. He wondered who had just arrived. Sylvia and Iko entered the room cheerfully. Both were surprised to find Second already present there. Manon welcomed the newcomers warmly. Sylvia politely greeted everyone and apologized for any trouble caused recently. Second dismissed the apology, though Sylvia teasingly suggested he often created problems without realizing it himself. Winfield confirmed that Sylvia had brought the guests. Second immediately returned focus to the palace infiltration plan. Sylvia presented recommendation letters and student signatures. Second was confused and wondered how those documents would help. Winfield revealed the target location he intended for Second to enter the Royal Court's Mage Division. Manon quickly understood the idea. He suggested Second could enter as a special substitute instructor. Mine listed Second's achievements and reputation. With such credentials, rejecting his appointment would be difficult. Despite the strong proposal, Winfield expected opposition from powerful figures. The group reviewed the plan carefully. Second questioned why the academy headmaster supported him. Winfield explained the endorsement came through Mine's faction. Still suspicious, Second asked about the student signatures. The others avoided revealing every detail behind them. Second suggested joining the division directly instead. Sylvia insisted an instructor position would provide greater authority. Winfield encouraged Second to stop hesitating. He urged him to accept the substitute instructor role fully. After considering everything, Second accepted the mission. He prepared for a detour before pursuing his ultimate goal. While preparing for future conflicts, Second reflected on upcoming title battles. He needed to resolve political issues first. Second accepted that the kingdom's political struggle was unavoidable. Before acting, he received an invitation from Yukari that evening. Second visited Yukari's room. He realized an important and decisive moment had finally arrived. The next morning, Second appeared exhausted and distracted. The previous night's events clearly weighed on his mind. Noticing Yukari was absent, Sylvia found the situation unusual. She decided to prepare breakfast for everyone. At breakfast, Second looked completely exhausted. His unusual condition immediately caught the attention of everyone present. Second recalled the previous night with Yukari. Her overwhelming energy had exceeded all of his expectations. Despite preparing thoroughly, Second found himself trapped in a long battle of endurance that never eased. After exhausting every option, Second finally overcame Yukari. Even then, the effort left him completely drained. Remembering the experience, Second admitted he had never felt such exhaustion before. Yukari's strength amazed him. Second suddenly asked Sylvia about her connection with the Third Chivalric Order. The question surprised everyone nearby. Sylvia explained she had recently reported to the Third Chivalric Order. She believed the connection remained active. Winfield asked Sylvia about the details of her contract. The discussion shifted toward her official obligations. Sylvia confirmed that her assignment as Second's bodyguard would continue for approximately 2 more years. After hearing this, Second realized the order had assigned Sylvia to influence him toward joining their ranks. Winfield proposed using Sylvia's connection with the Third Chivalric Order. It could help uncover hidden evidence. Second finally understood why Winfield arranged today's meeting. Sylvia's report would provide an important opportunity. As preparations continued, Second reflected on the risks ahead. He would need to deceive influential figures. Considering the complexity of the situation, Second jokingly suggested directly brainwashing the Prime Minister instead. Winfield rejected the idea immediately. The Prime Minister was already cautious and protected against such interference. Second explained why influencing the Prime Minister would be difficult. The man already feared brainwashing techniques greatly. The group concluded the Prime Minister likely possessed magical defenses. Such precautions would block mental interference attempts. Second suggested a forceful alternative. Even after hearing it, Winfield remained doubtful about its effectiveness. Winfield pointed out another problem. The Prime Minister could have hidden measures capable of removing brainwashing effects. After considering every obstacle, Winfield recommended bypassing the Prime Minister entirely and focusing on winning public support. Second praised Winfield's careful planning. He admitted reckless shortcuts could create unnecessary dangers for the mission. Soon afterward, the group approached the royal capital. Their long-prepared operation was finally about to begin. Inside the palace, Mayan greeted Second before the audience. Second remained calm despite the important occasion. The royal audience commenced before the king. Powerful nobles and influential figures gathered throughout the grand hall. As Second observed the assembly, he identified several important officials. Each would influence the mission ahead. Second and Mainin formally greeted the king. Following palace etiquette, they bowed before presenting their request. The king allowed them to speak. Remembering Winfield's advice, Second carefully followed the proper procedure. Mine introduced Second and explained the proposal. They requested his appointment as a substitute instructor. While observing the king, Second recalled knowledge from the game. He knew this ruler's future fate. Second remembered that King Boel Castal would eventually abdicate the throne. However, that event remained far away. While observing the king, Second considered how events differed from the original timeline. Unexpected changes remained possible. A high-ranking official openly opposed Second's appointment. He questioned Second's background and suitability for the position. Another noble joined the criticism. He argued that Second lacked loyalty and had rejected previous invitations. Second listened silently as the objections continued. Even Mayan seemed surprised by the noble's behavior. The opposition grew louder inside the audience chamber. Several influential figures demanded that Second be removed immediately. Second realized the opposition originated from the first queen's side. Their hostility now made perfect sense. Rather than backing down, Second considered confronting them directly. Menon immediately tried to stop that idea. Before tensions escalated further, another official interrupted. He challenged the arguments being used against Second. The elderly minister argued that rejecting Second was unreasonable. Success and independence did not make him unqualified. Second recalled Winfield mentioning this minister before. He recognized Hai Lai as an ally of Mind's faction. An opposing noble questioned Second's motives. He demanded an explanation for seeking the instructor position. Supporters responded by highlighting Second's friendship with Main. They argued his intentions were sincere and reasonable. Minister Hai Lai defended the proposal strongly. He emphasized the trust between Main and Second before the court. Meinen personally endorsed Second's abilities. He stated that no better candidate existed for the instructor role. Hai Lai then reminded the king of Second's accomplishments. The court awaited the king's final judgment. Mine made a final appeal to the king. He personally guaranteed responsibility for Second's performance and conduct. Instead of immediately answering, the king addressed Second directly. He had a different matter to discuss. The king questioned Second about incidents connected to the Grand Library. The unexpected topic surprised everyone. He continued asking about Second's repeated visits with his companions. The interrogation became increasingly specific. Second quickly realized the king already knew something important. He prepared himself for a careful response. Ares returned home and found Yukari had prepared a large meal. The food was ready for everyone there. Ares tasted the dish while Iko enjoyed eating. Yukari quietly watched their reactions and awaited judgment. After the meal, Yukari apologized for delaying the day's schedule. She prepared to discuss planned activities. Ares told Yukari and Iko to rest today. He planned inspections and an audience with the king. Yukari accepted Ares's decision after hearing the situation. Meanwhile, preparations continued for business in the capital. Yukari reminded Ares that meeting the king was important. She seriously considered the responsibilities awaiting him. Ares listened calmly and instructed Yukari to bring someone out. He prepared for the next matter. Sylvia appeared with excitement and eagerly joined the plan. Ares and Yukari watched her energetic response. Shortly afterward, the group departed from the house. Their journey toward the next destination began. Traveling by carriage, Ares, Sylvia, and their companions arrived together. They gathered and reviewed their objectives. During the carriage ride, Ares asked Cubello about survivors from the former R6 group and their whereabouts. Cubello recalled a survivor called B-Side, someone he treated like a younger brother despite age differences. Ares revealed he had already assigned Yukari's information network to search for B-Side immediately afterward. Hearing Ares's confidence, Cubello regained hope. He believed the long search might finally succeed soon. As the carriage continued onward, Ares explained their strategy, planning to use an R6 survivor as evidence. Cubello expressed deep gratitude to Ares. He viewed the operation as a long-awaited chance to achieve revenge. Ares redirected the praise toward Winfield. He explained that the entire strategy had been her design. Sylvia quickly interrupted before the gratitude continued. She wanted the group's true intentions understood correctly. Sylvia explained that revenge was never her objective. Her actions were guided by Second San's future plans. After hearing Sylvia's reasoning, Cubello reconsidered the situation. The carriage continued through peaceful countryside scenery. Earth entered the royal chamber and faced the king. He carefully observed the situation and sensed hidden scrutiny. The king revealed reports about Earth's achievements. He suspected Earth possessed an unusual method behind his rapid growth. Earth realized his secret might be exposed. Sylvia, Iko, and Yukari had learned skills unusually quickly. While considering his next move, Earth remained calm. The king appointed him as a special substitute teacher. Earth accepted the assignment without hesitation. The gathered officials reacted differently as his influence continued growing. Earth left the audience chamber with his companion. Both walked quietly through the palace while considering recent events. Earth reflected on King Bawal's intentions. He could not determine whether the king sought answers or trust. Remembering the meeting, Earth concluded Bawal acted honorably. The king seemed different from past expectations and rumors. As they exited the palace, Earth remained thoughtful. His companion appeared relieved after the tense audience. Elsewhere in the capital, a hooded figure moved through crowded streets. Their presence suggested new developments ahead. In a narrow alley, a hooded figure approached a ragged man. The stranger seemed interested in his identity. The hooded figure quickly exposed the man's disguise. The unexpected observation left him visibly surprised and cautious. As they walked together, the disguised man wondered how his secret had been discovered so easily. The hooded figure continued analyzing him calmly. The man realized his profession and background had been identified. The disguised reporter grew uneasy under the scrutiny. Meanwhile, the hooded figure confidently revealed the clues behind it. In the capital, the hooded figure approached the reporter confidently. He offered information that seemed valuable and important. Meanwhile, Earth visited the royal court library. Mind guided him toward restricted books as promised. Earth examined the grimoires carefully and acquired advanced knowledge. He successfully studied the 4th forms of magic, using accumulated experience. Earth planned further growth. He intended to strengthen multiple elemental disciplines simultaneously. After reviewing his progress, Earth stopped at the 1st grade of the 5th form. Further advancement required enormous experience and preparation. Earth arrived at the 1st Royal Court Mage Division training grounds. Manon introduced him to the gathered mages. The division members listened as Earth was presented as their instructor. They formally acknowledged the announcement. After the introduction, an awkward silence spread across the training grounds. Earth noticed the unusual atmosphere. The mages showed clear dissatisfaction toward their new instructor. Their expressions revealed strong resistance and doubt. Earth quickly understood their reaction. The elite royal mages struggled to accept a young outsider leading them. Seeing the hostile atmosphere, Main attempted to leave confidently. Earth immediately stopped him before he could escape. Main laughed awkwardly while avoiding responsibility. Earth pointed out that the situation clearly was not improving. Main encouraged Earth to handle the problem himself. At that moment, Commander Zephyr stepped forward to object. Zephyr respectfully addressed Main and explained that many division members opposed Earth's appointment as instructor. Main refused to interfere directly in the dispute. He declared that resolving the division's dissatisfaction belonged to its manager. Commander Zephyr hesitated to continue arguing. Several mages openly agreed that Earth's appointment was the real issue. Earth decided to settle the matter directly. He challenged anyone dissatisfied with his position to face him. The challenge shocked everyone present. Earth compared his age with Zephyr's experience and prepared to prove himself. Confident in his abilities, Earth declared he would reveal the results of Zephyr's long years of training. Zephyr stared at Earth in surprise before laughing loudly. The commander became intrigued by Earth's bold confidence. A young mage named Cherry stepped forward confidently. She accepted Earth's challenge on behalf of the division. Cherry argued that a commander should avoid personal disputes. She sought a solution that preserved order. Cherry proposed treating the contest as official training. Zephyr considered her reasoning and found it acceptable. Zephyr approved Cherry as Earth's opponent. She immediately warned Earth not to underestimate the division. Cherry proudly described the strength of the royal mages. Meanwhile, Earth listened calmly as her confidence continued growing. Earth accepted the situation and decided to act as a proper instructor. The gathered mages watched attentively. Cherry confidently declared herself Earth's opponent. She warned him that talent alone would not earn respect. Earth responded with a lesson instead of anger. He pointed out that Cherry's attitude revealed limited perspective. Cherry became irritated by Earth's remarks. Earth calmly explained that emotional reactions only created weaknesses. Continuing his lecture, Earth emphasized mental discipline during combat. Cherry struggled to remain composed as his words proved effective. Earth accurately described the thoughts of the dissatisfied mages. His words immediately caught Cherry's attention. Cherry was surprised when Earth understood her feelings perfectly. She unintentionally confirmed his observations about the division. Earth explained that both arrogance and insecurity created conflict. Cherry listened while struggling to accept his reasoning. Earth bluntly stated that the division's failures came from their own weaknesses. The surrounding mages fell silent. Cherry lost her composure and became angry again. Earth calmly pointed out her mistake before Menon warned him not to push further. Eri approached Cherry and handed her an item. Earth watched curiously, wondering what had suddenly happened. Cherry proudly revealed a special competition crown. The unexpected item immediately caught Earth's attention. Without hesitation, Cherry handed the crown to Earth. She declared that their match would proceed officially. Earth burst into laughter after receiving the crown. Cherry froze in shock, completely confused by his reaction. Second, watched the trainees' unusual exercise, and laughed openly, amazed that they seriously considered such methods effective. The trainees grew irritated by his reaction, while Second calmly examined their routine and questioned its purpose. After observing longer, Second realized nobody challenged him despite their confidence, making the situation increasingly strange. Second dismissed their excuses and demanded a straightforward match, believing actions would reveal their true abilities. Facing the group, Second praised only Zephyr and Irie, while the commander carefully observed without lowering vigilance. Irie handed the competition crown to Cherry. Cherry looked confused, while Second understood her innocent sincerity completely. Second examined the surrounding trainees and noticed most remained uninvolved, treating the event as somebody else's concern. Seeing their poor attitude, Second decided improving every trainee quickly had become his immediate responsibility and mission. Second explained that harmless simulated matches created bad habits, preventing trainees from understanding real combat pressure. Remembering Mobius Online, Second recalled that defeat carried consequences, making every battle meaningful and serious. Second explained that death in Mobius Online reduced stats, creating constant tension and forcing players to stay alert. He warned that repeated safe matches encouraged carelessness, allowing dangerous habits to develop during ordinary training. Second pointed out that this mindset quietly remained within trainees, gradually weakening the seriousness of every battle. The students listened silently as Second explained that a single mistake in real combat could prove fatal. Second concluded that careless fighters focused only on avoiding attacks, leaving openings that experienced warriors would exploit. Second finished his explanation calmly, while Irie remained thoughtful and continued considering the meaning behind his words. Second reminded everyone that training matches were experiments, not real battles where hidden abilities should be revealed. The trainees laughed and dismissed his lesson, leaving Second convinced that his efforts achieved little. Today, as Second prepared to leave, Irie stopped him. Determined to learn the true extent of his strength, Second paused and considered demonstrating something extraordinary, hoping a clear example would finally convince the trainees. Second decided a simple demonstration was necessary, then confidently raised the competition crown into the air. Before Irie understood his intention, Second hurled the crown upward and prepared a powerful technique. Second unleashed the fourth form of lightning, creating a brilliant flash that stunned every watching trainee. The overwhelming strike shook the area, forcing the students to crouch and shield themselves instinctively. As everyone stared in disbelief, Second casually departed, leaving behind a lesson nobody would forget. The trainees remained stunned by Second's display, while Mine hurried after him, seeking answers about the lightning. Mine asked whether the lightning was Second's doing, and Second calmly confirmed without showing any surprise. Second explained that the lightning technique came from Angelmos, the great ruler of spirits, during a summoning. Mine carefully considered the unfamiliar name and wondered whether such a powerful spirit truly existed. Second recalled his spirit summoning knowledge and assumed information about Angelmos could probably be found somewhere. Second summoned Angelmois before Mine, causing a powerful spirit to appear suddenly within the academy corridor. Angelmai introduced himself as the great ruler of spirits, leaving Mine completely shocked by the revelation. The unexpected appearance frightened Mine so badly that he stumbled backward before Second helped him recover. After calming down, Mine complained about the surprise, while Second quietly accepted responsibility for startling him. Mine admired Second's extraordinary abilities and wondered what goal remained for someone already possessing such power. Angelmais proudly declared that Second was the world's greatest individual, astonishing Mine with his confidence and praise. Mine felt relieved, knowing Second was an ally, while Angelma continued boasting about Second's achievements. As Angelmas praised him even further, Second remained expressionless and treated the exaggerated compliments casually. Mine learned about another powerful spirit connected to Second, and realized he still knew very little. Convinced by Second's overwhelming connections and abilities, Mine believed their future cooperation would become unstoppable. Mine enthusiastically concluded that their group had overcome major weaknesses, and now possessed overwhelming strength and support. Second agreed that Winfield's abilities made her an excellent tactician, especially because spirits possessed exceptional endurance. Angelmoth formally accepted Mine as a trusted friend, leaving the prince delighted by the recognition. Second reminded Mine that public support remained essential, since ruling through power alone would never succeed. With their plans established, Second decided they would use Mine's position to pursue the Empire's conspirators. Second outlined a plan to eliminate the Empire's agents, leaving most of the operation to Winfield. Mine questioned whether Second could manage such a dangerous task, but Second remained completely confident. Second explained that he would act as Winfield's pawn politically, surprising Mine with his humility. After leaving Mine, Second began planning future lectures and prepared to fulfill his instructor duties. While searching for Cubalio's wagon, Second unexpectedly found Sylvia standing alone with a troubled expression. Second found Sylvia waiting for him. She reminded him about their promised outing and looked slightly nervous. Sylvia asked Second to spend some time shopping and having dinner together before his schedule became busier. Second accepted happily, and the two walked through town while reminiscing about their earlier adventures together. They shared a relaxed meal, enjoying each other's company and strengthening the comfortable bond between them. As they continued talking, Sylvia smiled brightly, clearly enjoying the moment she had anticipated for days. During their time together, Sylvia suddenly found herself in an unexpectedly intimate situation and froze in embarrassment. Second immediately realized what had happened, becoming completely shocked by the sudden and awkward turn of events. Second woke up in the morning at the inn. After recalling last night's events, he calmly prepared for the day. Sylvia rested beside him, looking content. Second observed her condition and confirmed everything remained peaceful and stable. Later, Second met Yukari for breakfast. While reviewing information, he noticed no new messages had arrived. Second suspected Sylvia and Yukari had coordinated something together. He decided not to investigate the matter further. During their discussion, Yukari reported contacting the Third Chivalric Order. Her information helped Second understand recent developments. Second considered the possibility of betrayal. However, he trusted Sylvia deeply and believed she would remain loyal. Yukari immediately rejected the idea. She defended Sylvia and insisted that harming Second would never happen. Yukari explained her agreement with the Third Chivalric Order. She would regularly provide useful information for them. After hearing the report, Second proposed searching for official documents and locating their original versions together. They discussed gathering intelligence through the Third Chivalric Order and preparing for future investigations ahead. Second concluded that someone was hiding important information. He and Yukari agreed to uncover the truth behind it. Yukari became highly motivated after receiving the assignment. Her strong sense of justice pushed her forward. With their plans decided, Second prepared to leave. He headed out to begin the investigation immediately. Before departing, Yukari stopped him. She moved closer and shared a brief moment with Second. Afterward, Yukari watched him leave with a smile. She looked forward to meeting Second again soon. Second arrived at the training grounds. Seeing the students' behavior, he immediately felt something was unusual. To understand their abilities, Second instructed everyone to demonstrate their normal training routines before him. The students remained silent and hesitant. Their strange reactions convinced Second that something was wrong. Seeking answers, Second questioned Cherry and the others. However, nobody clearly explained the situation to him. After hearing their responses, Second realized the problem was more serious than expected and continued investigating. Second identified the spell's form during training. His observation surprised the instructors and attracted immediate attention. Cherry quickly denied his explanation. She argued that such advanced magic should have been impossible. As the discussion continued, Eri approached nervously. Second noticed she seemed worried about something important. Gathering her courage, Eri made an unexpected request. She asked Second for an autograph during training. After receiving permission, Eri explained her younger sister greatly admired Second and often spoke about him. After hearing Eri's explanation, Second finally understood the situation. The unexpected admiration secretly pleased him greatly. The request reminded Second of his previous life. Memories of fame and recognition briefly returned to him. While preparing the autograph, Second asked for Eri's sister's name. He carefully wrote the dedication afterward. Second handed over the completed autograph with confidence. Eri happily accepted it and expressed sincere gratitude. The surrounding students watched the exchange in silence. Their reactions showed growing curiosity toward Second's reputation. Second realized most students still doubted him. Only a few seemed willing to acknowledge his abilities. To earn their respect, Second decided to demonstrate his strength. He prepared to prove himself directly. The commander understood Second's intentions. He stepped forward and announced that he would oversee matters. After witnessing the display, the commander accepted Second's capabilities. He ordered everyone to resume training seriously. Several hours passed as training continued under strict supervision. Second observed the results and evaluated the regiment. After observing the mage division, Second felt disappointed. Their abilities fell far below the expectations he carried. The commander explained their situation. The mage division handled many duties and was frequently recruited for war, wanting to understand the problem. Second questioned how the mages were organized during operations and battles. The commander described their formations and signal-based commands. The explanation helped Second identify several weaknesses. When asked about their primary magic specialties, Second realized their battlefield methods were highly inefficient and outdated. Second asked about monster hunts and practical combat experience. The commander explained their current training approach instead. Hearing the answer, Second was shocked. He could not believe the mages gained experience so rarely. Second argued that fighting stronger monsters improves skills faster. He questioned why they avoided such opportunities. The commander explained concerns about safety, costs, and necessity. Individual mages could choose their own pace. After considering the explanation, Second accepted their reasoning. Even so, he remained unconvinced by the system. Second reminded the mages that they were still soldiers. He questioned when they had last experienced war. After hearing the answer, Second realized the division had become complacent. He concluded major reforms were necessary. Second recalled the team battles from Amphibious. Success required coordination, planning, discipline, and effective battlefield strategy. Remembering his past experiences, Second reflected on his goal of building the strongest team possible. Comparing those lessons with the current division, Second became convinced their training methods needed immediate improvement. Second explained the dangers of relying solely on mages. Poor formations could easily collapse against coordinated enemy attacks. He continued describing battlefield risks. Without proper coordination, powerful magic could harm allies as well. While analyzing their formations, Second questioned why the division continued using such inefficient strategies. Remembering Cherry's earlier criticism, Second decided to verify the actual skill level of the mages. Second asked everyone who could cast fourth form magic to raise their hands. Several students responded. Second checked how many mages could use advanced magic. The results were lower than he expected. Drawing from his experience in Amphibious, Second explained that fourth and fifth form magic were essential. He emphasized that powerful area attacks defined a mage's battlefield value. Without them, effectiveness dropped greatly. Comparing standards, Second concluded the division lacked proper teamwork and combat-ready magical development. Determined to improve the situation, Second considered personally teaching advanced magic to the struggling mages. After reviewing the division, Second searched for a practical solution. He considered using the mage's current abilities. Unable to find an answer immediately, Second became frustrated. He decided to return home and continue planning tomorrow.